Good morning and greetings everyone. Myself Arjun Shankar and today is 1st of November. Today is a very special day for all Malayalis across the globe because today is Kerala Piravi Day, the day on which our God's own country Kerala from South India was born. On this auspicious day, Yas from Kerala is bringing to the world YASCON 2020. It was 3 years down the lane, YAS was founded. A group of enthusiastic security professionals with the aspiration of creating a cybersecurity hub in Kerala lit the lamp for YAS. And today, on 1st November 2020, on its 3rd anniversary, they are bringing to you their first security conference, YASCON 2020. It's all virtual, it's all free. Now it's time to move on to the official inauguration of YASCON 2020. It has been almost a year the world has been hit by the pandemic, and until then we all are fighting against COVID-19 with unity. Our safety and health are of utmost priority, and above that, we also need to salute those warriors who has been working tirelessly to maintain the stability and control the spread of the disease. We all are socially distanced now, and the world has moved to online services in a majority. And considering the increase in our online presence, it is very important that we take utmost care of our internet safety and security. The first step towards it is awareness. Awareness on the cybersecurity threats and scams, privacy, and majorly cybersecurity itself. YAS brings world-class technology of cybersecurity affordable for common people at no cost. YAS team considers this as an opportunity to spread awareness on cybersecurity, nurture the upcoming generation in the field of cybersecurity, to enhance the knowledge of security professionals worldwide, and to create a cyber-safe and cyber-aware community. This is the ultimate motto of YAS. And YASCON holds high this motto. Keeping this in mind, let's move on to the official inauguration. To do the honors, to inaugurate YASCON 2020, we have a very distinguished personality with us today. Barbara O'Neill, Global Chief Information Security Officer of EY, Ernst & Young. Barbara has more than 20 years of industry experience, and Barbara is one of the most prominent and inspirational women leaders in the field of cybersecurity. It is our pride and honor to have Barbara as the chief guest for YASCON 2020 inaugural ceremony. With all respect, I invite Barbara O'Neill to inaugurate YASCON 2020 and deliver the keynote address. Welcome, Barbara O'Neill.
Hello, everyone. I'm Barbara O'Neill, the Global Chief Information Security Officer for EY. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm sorry I'm not in the room with you, but as human beings and as security professionals, we are nothing if we are not flexible. A key trait of any successful security professional is to have the ability to adapt to whatever situation is put before us. We must always expect the unexpected. I don't think any of us expected the global pandemic to impact every aspect of our lives the way it has. But being resilient human beings, we will power through, and I will do my best to hopefully make our time together meaningful for you. As a female security leader, I am often the only woman or one of few women in the room, so I wanted to give a quick shout out to all of the ladies participating in the conference. You bring a different perspective to the conversation. So don't be shy. Take a seat at the table and always be part of the conversation. My goal today is to share some of my own experiences, which may be interesting and useful to you as you follow your own journey as a security professional. Before I dive in, while I know many of you are familiar with EY and may even work here, I wanted to provide a small overview of the firm to help give context to my story. At EY, we're dedicated to helping organizations solve their toughest challenges and realize their greatest ambitions. From startups to Fortune 500 companies, the work we do with these companies is as varied as they are. We work with more than 200,000 clients across 150 countries, which are organized into 3 areas: Americas, Asia Pacific, and EMEA, and further divided into regions. Our more than 300,000 people and 1 million alumni form a very powerful network. All of our people work in one of our service lines: assurance, consulting, strategy and transactions, or in core business services, which is the organization that provides internal operational support such as human resources or UI technology, and that's where information security resides. I thought it would be good to share a little bit about me. Both my undergraduate and graduate degrees are in computer science. I began my career as a software developer at a large telecom company. I then moved to a small benefits administration company, and because it was small, I had the opportunity to learn different roles. I first joined EY as the security leader for the US firm in 1997, which at the time was almost a clean canvas, given that the field of information security was just beginning to blossom. Security at that time really consisted of managing firewalls and deploying secure ID. Security was not really on the leadership agenda. Over time, as breaches became more visible, it evolved to be the boardroom topic that it is today. I've been very fortunate to have had the opportunity to grow from being a program manager over a team of 3 or 4 people to being the global CISO leading a team of approximately 900 very talented people around the world. So it really has been an interesting journey for me. Probably unlike many of you, I am not a digital native. I am a cyber immigrant, meaning I did not grow up in the digital world, but the digital age has reshaped and transformed the ways in which business is conducted around the world. The mere fact that we are all working virtually today demonstrates this. New technologies have enabled new capabilities and provided an unprecedented flow of data and information, requiring us to consider the art of balancing the business objectives of sharing information and closely collaborating with clients and colleagues, with the science of designing appropriate security controls while still enabling the business. Cybersecurity is no longer perceived to be an IT issue. It is a business issue of the greatest magnitude. Protecting data and systems is core to doing business regardless of sector or geography. So what's changed? Technology and platforms enable data aggregation, which is an attacker's potential goldmine. The world has grown smaller as technologies evolved to better enable connectivity. Attackers are more organized, more obfuscated, more funded than ever before, and they seem to collaborate better than the security industry does. Who would have thought we'd have ransomware as service providers? Yet we do, which creates a vast opportunity for security professionals at all levels and stages of career, which I think is pretty exciting. I would like to offer a little advice from things that I have learned along the way on my journey to today. Always focus on being an effective communicator. We need to be able to articulate security in simple business terms without using scare tactics. Communication is absolutely the key to success. Security should be crowdsourced. It's everyone's responsibility. So make it part of the culture. But to do that, you need to speak in business terms, not in tech speak. Know what's important to your business and set a vision for how security will create value to enable your business. It's never security for the sake of security. It should always be about what's important to your core business and how your security program will support those business goals. Always prioritize. You can't protect everything. You will have resource limitations. So know what is important and focus on what truly matters to your business. Try to make security part of the conversation early. Don't allow the proliferation of the myth that security can be added in after the fact. We all know that security should not be a bandage or a byproduct of any project. It's always easier and more cost-effective to build controls in from the start. Security should be an inherent part of the solution, enabling the desired capability. Make security the enabler of the business, not a roadblock. Always consider the end user experience when applying security controls. If we make something too difficult to use, the end user will find a way to circumvent the control, defeating the purpose. This is the most basic way security can help differentiate and empower the business, which is likely why we've seen the industry embracing DevSecOps. As I said earlier, always expect the unexpected. You may feel you know your greatest challenges and vulnerabilities, but you never know the timing and form that an attack will take until it happens. When it does happen, you must react with confidence to calmly and methodically work your way through the response effort, one step at a time. Build the right team. Never be intimidated by surrounding yourself with people who are smarter or more experienced than you are. You need to have a vision and define what matters, and then think about the people who will best execute on that vision. You will all learn from each other along the way. Build your network of trusted advisors. We all need a support system in life, both personal and professional. We all need to be comfortable bouncing ideas off colleagues and confidants to reach the right conclusion when facing challenging problems. Be curious. Explore new ways of doing things. Be willing to adopt new technology to solve new problems. Change is constant, so stay relevant and always be open to learning and growing. Because digital technologies have been infused into every aspect of business, our roles in security continue to change over time, requiring us to evolve our skill set. To be successful security professionals, we need to be proactive in educating and evolving ourselves, but not limit our learning to only technical aspects of security. Become deeply knowledgeable about your business, whatever it is, so that you can articulate the risks specific to that business in language that your business leaders understand. To be effective, you need to know what influences, drives, and motivates your business. Love what you do. I am always heartened by people who lead with energy and enthusiasm because they love what they are doing, which enables them to give their all. Passion is energy. It's not just about showing up, but rather about being at your best. Life is too short not to be happy with your work and career choices. So make happiness a priority. Pace yourself. Find balance. The field of information security can be a fairly demanding career, particularly if you play a role in incident response. Always remember, it's a marathon, not a 100K race. Know yourself and know when you need to take a break and step away to recharge. Do things that scare you. Truth be told, giving a keynote speech is daunting to me. I think I found this to be even more difficult recording a video since I can't see your faces and connect with you personally on a human level. But yet here I am. As scary as this is to me, I am honored that I was asked to speak with you, and I am compelled to try to give back to our community to help build our future security talent, because it is so important to leave the world a little bit better than when you first found it. I am honored today to announce the YAS Women's Community, which is being launched as part of this conference with the intention of promoting women in cybersecurity. In order to lead the business world with a leading edge capability, it is so important to exercise an openness to ideas and embrace diverse thinking. Maya Angelou used the metaphor of weaving a tapestry. Each thread is of equal value, but together they can make a beautifully rich tapestry, which is why it is so important to embrace diversity to yield an amazing result. It's a great time to be a security professional. With the wealth of opportunity available, we need to build our pipeline of talent for the future, which includes a strong community of female leaders. I very much look forward to hearing great things from the women's community of YAS. Thank you so much for your time today. I hope you enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Barbara, for officially inaugurating YASCON 2020. We are much honored to have you at this event. Folks, you just heard from Barbara that we have an exclusive group for women in cybersecurity, YASWIS. Do continue to provide the same support you have been provided for YAS as well. YASWIS is an exclusive group for women in cybersecurity. And I would like to thank Barbara once again for delivering the keynote and agreeing to be part of this wonderful event. And you continue to inspire us, and you are a perfect example of an inspirational, successful women leader in cybersecurity. Thank you. welcome Dheeraj. So next we have a talk from Dheeraj on the topic COD, the modern browser warfare. Over to you, Dheeraj.
Hello. Can someone hear me? Okay. Sure. So I hope my screen is visible as well. So thank you for hosting me. Thank you for having me here, and welcome again to YAS 2020. As the talk title suggests, that Call of Duty Modern Browser Warfare. So we will be discussing about certain techniques which I have figured out during my research done towards browser security and exploiting the core policies implemented by the different vendors. So without further delay, let's get started. Okay, so before we get started, this is something about myself. My name is Dheeraj Mishra. I work as a senior security consultant for company called Cognosec, and I tweet at random Dheeraj and blog at input0.io. So if you have any queries regarding this specific topic or any other topic such as fuzzing, so you can almost happy, do not hesitate to reach me out on any of these. So before we get started, I just wanted to give you an idea about how in general a browser works, because that's very important. So I'll be taking you to each and every sectors and block which you see over here at a very high level approach, in a very high level approach, basically. So we'll start with the user interface. I'll take you to each one of them and what's the actual role about all these blocks are when we talk about browsers. So if we talk about user interface over here, so user interface is something which whenever you open a browser, you see your back button, your forward button, the settings tab, the home button, everything which has been accessible from the user level to in a browser. The user interface block is responsible to do so. The second one is browser engine, is basically facilitates the data between the rendering engine and the UI, the user interface. The third block is rendering engine. Now, rendering engine actually does a lot of work as part of the core browser functionality. So whenever you visit any website or anything in a browser, so it picks all the JavaScript, the CSS, the Bootstrap, the HTML, everything for you, and render it for you on the browser. So that specific job has been done by the rendering engine part. Now, rendering engine has three different main core components divided further. The very first one is networking block, then you have JavaScript interpreter, then you have UI backend. So when I talk about the networking block, so any protocol handling stuff in browser is being done by the networking block. So like if you visit HTTP, HTTPS, or FTP, so all those protocol handling things has been done or managed by the networking block. Apart from that, networking block is also responsible for resolving your DNS queries. The second block is JavaScript interpreter. What happened over here is, like, if in case you're writing certain set of code, and let's suppose a scenario where apparently you forget to close division tag or any other tag in HTML or CSS or somewhere, but still browser handles those small certain exceptions and will try to display the data for you. So that exception handling stuff is being done or handled by the JavaScript interpreter. Then you have UI backend. So UI backend is responsible for designing and collecting all the data so that it can push back to the user interface at the user level. Then it is being showcased to the user. At the right-hand side, you have a data persistent block. Now, whenever you visit a website, you enter your username and password. So browser gives a pop-up on the left top corner stating that remember me. So whenever we do that, that specific chunk of data has been stored in the data persistent block. So this is a very high level approach of how in general browser communicates and what all blocks or what all sectors are responsible to make browser works. Moving forward, this is just to give more information about the rendering engine part. So Chrome uses Blink, Internet Explorer has Trident, Firefox uses Gecko, and Safari has WebKit. So these are all our types of rendering engine being used by like most of the common or the standard browsers. And if we talk specifically about the JavaScript engine, so Chrome uses V8, Internet Explorer and Edge uses Chakra Core, Firefox have their own SpiderMonkey, Safari uses again WebKit, which is also known as JavaScript Core. Recently, I came across with Herms used by Facebook in their native applications. So these all are types of JavaScript engine, basically, which is being used by most of the common browsers or the standard browsers out there. So moving forward, let me give you an idea about what origin is, because we will be going to talk about what same origin policy is and how do we bypass them. So origin basically is a combination of schema, hostname, and port. So schema can be your any protocol, which is HTTP, HTTPS, FTP, and so on and so forth, where www.input0.io would be your host name, and 8080 port is your standard port. So combination of this entire three makes an origin. So what is same origin policy? So let's suppose a scenario where you open your browser, you navigate to facebook.com, and at a certain moment or time, you open a new tab, browsing evil.com. Now you trust your browser that there is no data sharing between the different origin. So when I say facebook.com and the other tab has evil.com, they both are different origins. You trust your browser that there is no data sharing between both of them. So this happens because if the same origin policy has been implemented correctly. But let's suppose that you have, let's suppose a scenario where the browser doesn't implement the same origin policy properly. So, and the evil.com can make an XML HTTP request to facebook.com and get a chunk of data or session ID and etc. So in that case, we are actually evading the same origin policy. So this is a very, again, high-level overview what SOPs are and how and why it is important as the core functionality of the browser. Okay, so moving on, same origin policy was actually implemented back in 1995 in Netscape Navigator, now owned by Mozilla. So the fun fact over here was the initial release for Netscape Navigator was on 15th of December 1994. And it took them an year to understand the actual importance of same origin policy. So this is just a small idea about when the SOPs were implemented. Moving on, let's have a look on same origin policy bypass and how do we evade using different techniques. So during my analysis for different browsers and finding same origin policy, I figured out two SOP bypass for most of the common browsers. Over here at the left-hand side, it's Samsung Internet Browser, and the second one is a privacy-based browser. The CV was assigned for both of them. So let's jump in directly to the code, how I figured this out. So I was playing around with tons of functions on JavaScript around there, like for example, window.open with document.body.inner.html and so on and so forth. So I created a function Go with onClick. And what this function does is basically it's open a window.open. It tries to open something on your address bar. And over here, if you see, it tries to open www.google.com/CSI. But once when it open this specific URL, it tries to push the content which is being set by me using body.inner.html. So here it says that please log in with a prompt, email, and password. So whenever you punch in the email and password, that data would be carried back to the attacker's origin. So let me give you a quick overview how this works. So window.open is responsible for opening the URLs which I forcefully tried to browse in. And using document.body.inner.html, you can render the content of the page, whatsoever you like to do. Using x.prompt, like it gives you a prompt of please enter your email address and password. So rather than using for x.prompt, you can have a normal form basically to make it more realistic. You can also have a post method while it carries the data and so on and so forth. So just to give you an idea, I have simply used x.prompt. So once when I observed this and it was being patched by Samsung officially, and I went ahead and ported this to an MSF module. So if you go to auxiliary gather Samsung_browser_SOP_bypass.rb in your MSF terminal, so you will find this. It is being pushed by the Rapid7 team when I successfully ported this to an MSF module. So I'll quickly give you a glimpse of how the portability works. So we will be talking about custom_JS in coming further slide. But if you see JS equal to where I actually passed the same XML HTTP request and using document.body.inner.html, I said 4 of 4 error and oops, something went wrong and you have to click a link. So once the link has been clicked, it pops up for the email and password. And when you punch in back, it has been traveled back to the MSF terminal. So I'll showcase you the video POC for this. But yeah, hold on. Apart from that, on the right-hand side block, if you see where x is equal to window.open, data stored target_URL. So whatsoever origin you want to spoof, you can set it as like set target_URL to HTTPS google.com, or it may be GitHub or Microsoft or any further thing. We also added the store_cred functionality in the MSF framework. Now, what this does basically is like once the username and password has been captured, it takes that username and password back to the MSF database. So it has been stored there. So store_cred is the actual MSF library which is responsible to do so. So in this case, whatever session ID or the username password or anything which is being captured by this module will be traveled back to the MSF database, and it will be stored over there for your future purpose. So it was also being featured on some of the magazines, and yeah. So I went ahead, I performed the same test case on another browser called DuckDuckGo. And in the similar fashion, I was able to bypass the SOP for DuckDuckGo. So this is how the module worked. Let me quickly jump into the video proof of concept. Oh, okay. So when you open your MSF console, you just search for SOP_bypass, and you will get the list of modules which are available on the Metasploit framework. Over here, auxiliary gather /Samsung_browser_SOP_bypass is the module which is responsible to do so. On the right hand side, I'm using Genymotion with the vulnerable version of DuckDuckGo. So you do options, and you do set SRV host, which can be an attacker IP in a simple case. And then you have set target_URL. you can add whatever origin you want to add. In this case, I'm using https www.google.com/csi. And once you do that, you can set the URI path to the root domain, and that's it. Your MSF module has been completed, and you can simply run the server and make sure the attacker, you send this crafted HTTP request or this URL to the end victim. And when the victim visit, as you can see on the right hand side on the vulnerable version of DuckDuckGo, it gives a message stating that the page has been moved. Please click here to redirect your browser. So once you click that, it navigates, as you can see, it navigates to google.com/csi, and using body.innerHTML function, it renders the JavaScript, the malicious JavaScript over here. So here you can put anything like admin@itb.com, and the password can be anything. And when you do that, it has been pushed back to the MSF framework. Like you can see, collected credential for https www.google.com/csi with username this and the password this. So this was a very quick portability which happened of my SOP bypass module, and the vulnerable browsers were the Samsung Internet browser and the DuckDuckGo. So moving on, what would have been more wrong rather than just capturing the username and password? So if you recall the custom_js function on the MSF module, so let's suppose if you don't want to just simply capture the user credentials, you can use your own custom_js to capture any other data. Like you can hook the browser and you can send the malicious pop-up, which actually looks like a system pop-up, and then you can capture all other juicy information. So that's a very common idea about what custom_js does, and it was being also enabled in my module for MSF. Okay, so moving on, let's have a quick look on the code execution vulnerability, which I found out during the analysis of the Firefox browser. So it was a duplicate bug because the Firefox internal team were actually aware of this, and they were maintaining a track to mitigate this. So how did I figure out this vulnerability was, I was reading out to the developer guide of Firefox, Chromium, and any other open source browsers. So when I was reading about the under developer.mozilla.org, there's a component called NSI local file. Now, this NSI local file is a component that helps you to navigate to the different path in different platforms and query the state of any file or directory. So basically, you navigate to you can point this component to any directory or to any binaries to have a look on what the state is all about. And this component can be referred by using a string called @mozilla.org/file/local:1. This also creates an instance, which is also known as contract ID. So when I was reading to this document, so I thought about let's have a look where I use this contract ID and the component NSI local file to see whether I can point out or call the system binary file in context of Firefox. So what I did was, when you go to the new tab, opened up a new console, under the console section, I used f_component.class, and I created a contract ID, an instance, and I used NSI local file to navigate to see Windows System 32 cmd.exe, and I said that f.launch. So in particular, over here, the console for the console for Firefox actually allows you to execute arbitrary JavaScript in context of browser. So if you quickly have a look on the POC, so this was the vulnerable version of Firefox running at that specific time. So I opened up Firefox. So it was on version 54.x. I think it was there till 55.x. Now, obviously, this has been patched. So you open up a new tab, you open a console, and once the console has been opened, you push the one-liner command by creating a instance ID and a component using NSI local file. Now this pops up the cmd.exe. Now technically, Firefox or the browsers should not allow calling the system binary files using the NSI local file. So the execution of JavaScript is still being there in console for the Firefox, but they have stopped traversing the or pinpointing the state of any binaries using NSI local file. So again, this was a duplicate bug over here. How this can be used, this is not a pro tip, but if in case you are having a sandbox environment in any of your Pentest activity or any technology such as Citrix or something, and if they have a vulnerable version of Firefox, which is 55.x or something, so you can use this technique to escape the sandbox environment. So because I found this in one of my engagement and it was working perfectly. So this is just to give you an idea about how the JavaScript executes in context of Firefox. Now, technically, I couldn't figure out it to trigger remotely because it requires that the end user should only run this in a console. So it's a local attack vector where you need the desktop on where you can punch in all those things, and then the CMD has been popped up. Okay, perfect. Moving on, I would also like to share one of my test case for integer under overflow in Firefox, specifically in NSS library. So this was identified as part of my fuzzing, like you can say on my fuzzing time or moving forward. What happened over here is, let me give you an idea what integer under overflow is. So if an integer value used over here or in any function is been less than signed or unsigned integer, then it causes an underflow, which will also trigger a segmentation fault. So what happened is, I'll just quickly take you to what my fuzzing setup was. So I had a Firefox, and every 5 seconds it used to visit Engine server hosted locally, which simply has index.html page with a simple hello world. Now, I purposely went ahead and used bad SSL over here. Now, I got a sample corpus. Now, corpus is like a sample input, SSL, bad SSL certificate. And using Redumsa, I muted it like for 100 or 200 times. And I created that bunch of folder. So the engine server was using that bad SSL in every 3 to 4 iterations. And Firefox used to visit it, just add the exception by its own, and then tries to render what was inside the index.html file. Now, at a certain level, when I started doing fuzzing for this specific activity again and again, I triggered a crash at a certain level. And the crash was, when I submitted this crash to the Firefox security team, we went ahead and analyzed that somehow my cert8.db file has been corrupted. Now, cert8.db file is a security certificate file which has been stored separately from your OS. This is under your program files somewhere in Mozilla folder. They don't have your secret keys such as key3.db, but they will definitely have what you have imported, such as certificate authorities or client certificates and so on and so forth. But again, it won't have any private keys. So somehow it looks like my cert8.db file was corrupted, and whenever I used to add exception for the bad SSL, my Firefox used to get crash. So we at least got the hold of what was being corrupted. Thanks to the Firefox team over here who helped me to debug and analysis it further. So the legacy certificate database implementation in Firefox has been written very, very long time back. And there are certain places and functions where they don't properly sanitize or validate the inputs, which has been coming from the user or from the application or anywhere else. So what happened over here was, when the fuzzing process was happening, there was a SSL metadata key length, which was being greater than as compared to the key length which is being mentioned over here. So there is no check happening on the key length of the SSL certificate during adding the exception. In one of my test case, the metadata for the key length was greater than the actual implementation of the database or the NSS library. So because of that, it causes an integer under overflow, and a segmentation fault was being triggered. So this was being reported by their Firefox bounty program. A patch was pushed. So what patch does basically is there is a function called ugly_split. Now this does basically a garbage collection, and what happened is whenever the metadata key length is greater than the actual value or the key length being defined in h_page.c, it subtract the remaining value and then it tries to render the application. So they basically did a garbage collection over here, and that's how they mitigated this specific issue. I personally feel somewhere that fuzzing NSS library again would have a lot of vulnerability out there. There might be an out of bound or any sort of overflow, because looking at the certain code level itself, you will figure out that there is no input validation or the sanitization of what data or chunk has been passed. So it would be a great idea again start fuzzing with the Firefox NSS library. So moving on, there's also Firefox caching vulnerability, which I figured out during one of the my bug hunting program with few of my colleagues, Sebastian and Robin. So what happened is, this is very interesting vulnerability so far, which I have observed, but technically it cannot be remotely exploited, what I have seen so far. So there was a caching problem in Firefox itself. So you log into your Gmail account from Mozilla, perform any dynamic activity, like you browse your emails, you send, you receive, you check your spams, and so on and so forth. Log out from the mail.google.com or anything, any other application or services which you are using, but do not close the browser. So once you do that, you just simply go to view-source to the post URL, like post login URL, and you will be still able to find that most of the data which you have been dynamically performing onto the application would be visible on the source code. So let me give you an idea by showcasing the proof of concept. So this is the again the vulnerable version of Firefox. They took an year to patch this because again this cannot be triggered remotely to the best of our knowledge. So let's suppose John tries to log into his Gmail account, and once he log in, he receives an email address stating that here is the secret details. Secret details start from AS3F something else. We just copy the URL, the post login URL. We sign out. And in a new tab, we went ahead and just write view-source code and paste that specific post URL. So once when we do that, you just simply search for secret. You will see that the email address was being, the email with the email data and everything is being disclosed back to the source code. So this happens because there was no validation happening again. So what Firefox used to think is they used to never validate it. They used to simply load it from the cache. So once when we reported this, like all three of us, they quickly went ahead and tried it. But the solution over here was they again did the garbage collection. And once when you try to do view-source colon the post URL, it won't display the sensitive information what you have been seeing or performing back during your login period of time. So the example was specific to gmail.com, but it can be the paypal.com, it can be Paytm, or any other sensitive application where it might disclose your credit card information and so on and so forth. So this was one of the very interesting finding which I thought of that would be great idea to having this, because technically, like in most of the organization, like there is a system admin IT guy who never closes his browser. You can, if you are performing any sort of engagement, you can go there and you can see whether all these kinds of vulnerabilities still exist or not. but technically it has been patched, but you can find out in the legacy systems where the systems are not been updated or upgraded, there are chances that you will find out certain set of vulnerabilities or certain class of vulnerabilities still being active. Okay, perfect. Moving on, let's have a look on some low-lying vulnerabilities which was observed during the period of time when I was doing hunting for browsers. So one of the interesting was I swipe right. Now, using the multi-gesture feature in Mac OS, you can actually swipe right to view sensitive information of the application which you have performed. Again, this cannot be triggered remotely. It's a local attack vector. So let me directly jump into the video POC. Yeah. So you have gmail.com and you try to log in. Now again, still this is still being unpatched because Apple says that there's no security implications over here, but definitely I believe that there is a information disclosure for the application which is being used or was being used by a local user. So once when the user logs in, like suppose in this case John is the user who logs in, and he receives an XYZ email from stating that this is your current credit card details and so on and so forth. He simply logs out. And once he logs out, using the multi-gesture, you have to just swipe right. And once you do that, you'll be able to find that you can at least go to screenshot back what users have been performing. So over here, when you swipe right, you will be able to see the previous data or the content which was being used by John. So again, I just blogged about it, but having the 90-day disclosure timeline, Apple decided not to go ahead and patch this. But you can use multi-gesture to see previous browsing history or browsing data or the screenshot of past two things or activity which is being performed by the end user. Let's talk about some spoofing-based attacks, because spoofing-based techniques in browser exploitation is one of the easiest way and may have a lot of security implications. So the very first one was DuckDuckGo, which is an address bar spoofing vulnerability. So I created a fake function, like you can name it whatever you want, and I set location to https duckduckgo.com and I use set interval. Now, set interval is a function which tries to load the URL in very slow and very dicey way, whatever time span you have been decided. So here I set fake function to 50. So this is how it looks like. Let me again jump into the POC. Yeah. So you open the DuckDuckGo browser and you navigate to the HTTP server hosting that specific set of code. And once when you do that, you can see it says that https duckduckgo.com, but the content which is being displayed is not actually from duckduckgo.com. So it says that we definitely store your personal information ever, etc. So again, you can play around with this using body.innerHTML code, but the actual magic happens over here using set interval function. And you can define the function to 50, 10 to 5, and so on and so forth. So again, this was being reported as part of the bug bounty program via HackerOne, and they don't have any bounty reward program, but definitely swag and reputation. So this was being patched. The other test case, interesting test case would be, what if domain have emojis? This is a very interesting test case. So on the left-hand side, if you see the lock with https://paypal.com, where you can register a domain with emoji itself. So if you go to ilove.ws, you can register domains with emojis. On the right-hand side, it's like a green check from facebook.com, which doesn't look more authentic, but doesn't look much authentic, but you can have a box.com with a box icon or a paypal.com with unlock. So technically, this only works in Safari because rest of the browsers escape these characters to the puny code. So this might be one of the test cases to perform a spoofing attack where you can buy domains with emojis itself. Moving on, again, this was address bar spoofing in multiple browsers. On the right-hand side of screenshot, you can see the address bar spoofing, which was figured out was in Safari, Edge, Opera, the Android web view itself, which is being used by most of the applications out there like Twitter, Telegram, and so on and so forth. Then you have Naver, Whale, Chrome, Brave, Avast, Amazon, Silk, and Falcon from KDE developers. So again, I use before unload function over here. So let me just quickly demonstrate how this thing works. So I have a poc.html. It says that visit this link, https://google.com. Please copy and paste it to the address bar. So when I copy it and just simply go ahead and paste it and hit enter, the URL, the omni box or the URL says that it is gmail.com, but the content is, this is alleged, like you can simply play around with this specific content. Now, this was not being technically patched by Safari or Chrome or anywhere else because due to it requires a lot of user interaction. You have to send a crafted HTML page to users, then they will copy that, then they have to paste it. And once when it is being pasted, then the spoofing happens. Due to most of the interaction, user interaction over here, they marked it as informative or low. But again, I went ahead, I created an advisory for this. You can read more about this over here. But again, this was one of the spoofing test case which I found during the research done towards the browser security. Moving forward, let's have a look on web view attacks, what web view attacks are. So what are basically web views? A mini web browser that runs into your mobile application. So if you open Facebook and if you try to click any of the link, it specifically opens that link to an embedded browser which comes with Facebook itself. So it won't open to a Chrome, Firefox, or any of your default browser, but it will try to open it from the inbuilt browser of Facebook itself. So IBM Lotus Note used to have their inbuilt browser. When I say inbuilt browser, like they will have their own rendering engine, they will have their own browser engine, their own UI, or so on and so forth. So the specific piece of code which you see over here is just a simply try and catch statement with an infinite loop over here. It just creates an infinite loop. And once when you visit this, you have to just simply host it. And when you visit this in IBM Lotus Note, the IBM Lotus Note used to get hang and freeze. It won't work entirely. So a patch was pushed from IBM side at a certain stage. When I reported this, I went ahead and created an MSF module for this as well, utilizing the library of MSF remote HTTP server, and 1129CV was being assigned for this. Similarly, there was 1130 when I submitted 2 denial of service vulnerability using the same class of or the same set of code. IBM decided to went ahead and deprecate the inbuilt browser itself from the IBM Lotus Note. So this was one of the test case. So what happened is, if you see this code specifically, when it creates an infinite loop, if you recall from the very first slide where we talk about rendering engine, now this happens because the infinite loop is not being handled by the rendering engine. And once when it is being done that, the browser or the application gets hanged because rendering engine is not capable of rendering this types of infinite loop, and it leads to denial of service. So let's understand the portability of MSF again over here is, you can simply use the HTTP server of MSF, and I simply went ahead and pasted all my code in context of HTML. Then you have on request underscore URL. So again, it will generate a HTTP server, and you have to simply visit it, and the MSF will send the request and capture the response whether the payload was been successfully delivered to the IBM Lotus Note or not. So what all areas are there to explore? Now, this was like we started from what browsers are, what are different types of sectors or blocks has been responsible for. We discussed about what origin is. We discussed about what same origin policy is and how do we evade them. We went ahead and talked about the code execution vulnerability specific to Firefox console, where it allows you to arbitrarily write and read the file state of navigating from different path sectors. We went ahead and had a quick look on the caching vulnerability, the spoofing vulnerability. We discussed about the integer under overflow using one of the fuzzing techniques. But browser itself is a very big component, and there can be multiple areas to explore. So what's the roadmap for the future coming thing which you can discuss, or you can have a look on it? You can understand the DOM, the document object model for a browser. Fuzzing browsers DOM, basically. Project Zero has a very crisp and clear, great blog about fuzzing DOM. Then you have sandbox escaping techniques. Then you have SOP bypass via source code review rather than triggering it blindly using certain set of code. Participate in browser bug bounty programs. And if you want to read more about disclosed bugs and what you can say from the HackerOne platform, you can simply go ahead and perform site:/hackerone.com/browser. I think they have Brave and similar other browsers in the bug bounty program, so you can read reports of them as well. You can have a sandbox environment to run an open source browser with ASAN enabled. Now, ASAN is address sanitizers. What you can do is you can have a certain set of a sandbox environment or a VM where you are running Firefox or Chrome with ASAN enabled. So what happens is whenever you trigger a crash or whenever there is a memory leak or something else, ASAN will quickly detect it as a runtime. So that can be one of the quick win to understand how things work in browsers. Refer to the bugs which are being published by Chrome, Mozilla, or any other security advisories from the browser vendors. So I think that's it from my side. Thank you very much for having me. I would be available on the Twitter or on the Discord channel. If you have any queries regarding my talk, just feel free to buzz me. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much for having me. So yeah, thank you. If you have any questions, just please reach out to me directly, or you can just put it on the Discord channel. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dheeraj. It was an amazing talk. It did provide an insight on the need for security within the browsers. Yes, would once again thank you for agreeing to be part of this event. Have a great day ahead. Thank you.
YASCON 2020 would not have been possible without the support of our sponsors and partners. It's time to give a big shout out to our goal sponsors, and partners. Buckrout, Lulu Mall International Shopping Mall, TCM Security, ActiveBytes, CloudSec, Tuxcentrix, and CDC. Our community partners, DEFCON Kuwait, OLAS Seasides, C Labs, Grey Hat, and Red Team Village. Thank you for everyone who have joined our conference. Please stay tuned. We have more exciting talks coming your way. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Yas Talks. We have with us Jasmine Lantry today, and he is going to share with us an exciting stories and how he finds some blind accesses. Let's get to know more about from Jasmine. Hey, Jasmine.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, Jasmine.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very,
Yeah,
very,
sorry
very
about
well.
that. Sorry about that.
No issues. Okay, over to you. Let's begin.
Awesome, thanks. So, welcome everybody to my talk called Getting Blindly Lucky, where I'll share some interesting blind access stories. So, first of all, I'm just like everybody to be here. Everybody that's here today, we're having a rough 2020, so hopefully this day will be pretty cool for you with all of these awesome talks. So, who am I? My name is Jasmine Landry. I'm French Canadian, so we pronounce my name as Jasmine Landry. I'm known as JRock17 in the bug bounty world. So you can find me on Twitter, GitHub, Slack, Discord, Bugcrowd, HackerOne, Detectify. Pretty much everywhere that's hacking related, my name is JRock17. I am a part-time bug bounty hunter. So what I mean by part-time is that I actually have a part-time job where I work a handful of hours per day or per month. I mean, a couple of days per month, so that my income is pretty much almost 50-50 with my job. So for me, bug bounty is still important. The agenda for today, we're just gonna go do a brief overview of what is XSS and how they work. Then we follow it up with by looking at the two client-side frameworks. The first one being AngularJS, and the second one being Vue.js. There are multiple more client-side frameworks that we can use in applications, but these are the ones where I've had the most fun with XSS bugs. And then following up, we're going to look at my interesting blind XSS stories, and we can finish it up if you have any questions or comments, and then we go from there. So what is an XSS? As we all know, XSS stands for cross-site scripting, and user tags are a type of injection in which malicious scripts are injected into trusted websites. Examples of malicious scripts, we all know there's JavaScript, but there's also Flash and the VB script. VB script is a bit more rare, but it is still possible, and it works pretty much only on the best website in the world, Internet Explorer. Obviously, that's a joke. But yeah, I think I've only done that once a couple of years ago at work, and it was just funny having an XSS bug by executing VB script. And there are mainly three types of XSS attacks. The first one, the most popular one, reflected XSS. So that's when you actually have your payload in the URL itself, and then by sending the request, your payload is reflected in the response. And then we also have DOM XSS, which now we also have a newer techniques like post-message API. So this is when the JavaScript code is vulnerable. This is a vulnerable piece of code, and you would it's similar to a related XSS, whereas you would send a URL to the browser, and in the response, your payload would trigger. And there's also a stored XSS. This is when the payload is actually stored in the application. So that means it'll always be there until it's deleted, obviously. And yeah, and with stored XSS, if the payload is stored in a location you don't know of, we would consider this line XSS. And the typical POC for an XSS attack would be to steal CSRF tokens in order to do CSRF attacks. We could steal cookies if they're not HTTP only. With that, we can take over the victim's account. We can also steal local storage and session storage tokens. Oftentimes, in applications, the companies store tokens like a JWT or just like sensitive information that shouldn't be there. And it's always interesting to look at those places when you find an XSS bug. It can also be used in coarse misconfigs with an XHR or with the Fetch API to steal the sensitive data like PII. And more commonly these days, we often find bugs, XSS bugs, in HTML to PDF converters. If you want to know more about this, NAMSEC has a great presentation on this. I strongly suggest to look at it. So let's look at AngularJS. AngularJS is a model view controller client-side framework built by Google. I'm not going to go too much into the details of how it works, but it is like a template engine where your client-side code has like templates, and this is actually how you would execute an XSS attack. You won't necessarily work with like a script tag where you would do your alert. You have to inject your JavaScript code in a template. For example, here as an example of a POC to test for looking for XSS bugs with AngularJS, you would do two curly brackets. Then you would put something like 7 times 7, and then close your curly brackets. Here I actually have a typo. I only have one, but it's supposed to be 2. And if in the response it returns 49, that means you have a potential XSS bug. So we're just going to do a quick demo. Oops. One sec. Where is my Chrome? So here, this is just like to show how it works. It's not exactly the same thing because this is obviously just client-side code. There's no server at all. So here let's say we assume that the injection point is right here. So if I run this code, obviously it'll say injection here. And then if I replace the injection here with curly brackets, 7 times 7, and then run it, it'll obviously return 49. And we could put like our alert right here directly, except that for some cases it won't work because the alert method is not always available. So what we have to do is actually create a constructor like this. This is the equivalent of the function constructor in JavaScript. And then from here we open up parenthesis, and then we put in our let's say our POC, which in this case I can just put an alert. I'll just alert the domain, and then here I will actually call the function that I just created, and I run it, and there is our pop-up. So that's how you would execute an XSS attack on AngularJS. If we look at Vue.js now, they describe themselves as a progressive model view model client-side framework for building user interfaces and single-page applications. This is exactly the same thing as AngularJS. It takes in templates in order to execute JavaScript. So again, we won't necessarily see attacks using script tags or image tags or the regular HTML type of XSS attacks. So again, just going to do a quick demo on Vue.js XSS attack. So if you just compare the code that it was before with AngularJS, here I actually do need to have some JS code. So what it does, it just creates a new Vue template, and with the app name here, so we can see here the ID is app, and again injection point. We just assume that this would be here. Obviously, that's not the case because I mean this is just some client-side code. There's no server involved. So if I again replace injection point with curly braces, and then opening it up, putting in 7 times 7, and then running it, it'll be 49, just like it was before. And obviously, 7 times 7 is valid JavaScript. If we open the console and run 7 times 7, it'll return 49. So again, it's actually the same thing as AngularJS. The alert method isn't available, and other few methods as well aren't available directly. So we have to use the constructor function. And again, I can just do an alert here. Then I call that function. And there you go. So again, that's how Vue.js applications are vulnerable to XSS attacks. And if you compare both of these frameworks on the market, a couple of years ago, AngularJS was a bit more popular, but now it's really Vue.js. It's a lot more popular than AngularJS from what we can see. This was gathered by Webalizer. So Webalizer is a tool where we can view what websites they have, what kind of technologies a typical website uses, and from what we can see in their data, there's a lot more traffic and a lot more sites that use Vue.js. So now the interesting part: what is a blind XSS? Like I mentioned earlier, it is like a variant of a stored XSS. The payload is saved and executed in a separate part of the application, for example, an admin panel, or in a completely different application, or like an internal application. There are multiple tools that help in finding them. There's XSS Hunter, which is what I used, and there's also a Sleepy Puppy, which was built by Netflix, and there's Burp Collaborator, that we can use as well. There are probably more tools, but these are the ones that I know of, and the ones that I have personally tested on my time. And from these three, to me, XSS Hunter is the best one. So this tool, it gives a handful of payloads that we can use by default. So they create like a script that you can use on a specific domain. So when you create an account, it asks to create a domain, and you can give it like anything. The domain is xss.ht, so your subdomain will be what you want. So for me, obviously, I just put something as simple as my hacker name, jrock17. So if we look at the payloads, they give one for the script tag, the JavaScript URI, input tag, image tag, and so on and so forth. But what we can see is there's actually no payload for AngularJS and Vue.js applications. So I found that a bit funny because there's still a lot of attack surface on these applications. And I looked up HackerOne's activity on Google for blind access, and all of them either use something like a script tag or image tag to inject their remote URL from XSS Hunter. There wasn't a single one where there was like a template injection, which again was a bit odd because I feel like it's something that we should all test, but not a lot of people look for. So this is the typical payload that I use for blind access bugs while looking in AngularJS and Vue.js applications. So the same thing as we mentioned earlier, we can use the constructor function. Then we can use the JavaScript method import, which imports our remote script. And then we just call that function. So here's an example of a bug that I had found on HackerOne a while ago. It was a blind access bug by using this payload inside of a CSV file. So I put that payload in a cell in my CSV file, and I uploaded it, and then it was parsed on the admin side, and then from the parsing, I created like some kind of report that was visible on the website. And when an admin looked at the report, it triggered because Vue.js didn't properly look at the data inside of the CSV file. So I feel like it's something that should work often because AngularJS and Vue.js is pretty common nowadays. So if you're ever testing these type of applications, make sure to test with this payload, because I feel like everybody's putting their default script tag and image tags, but this in normal cases won't work in AngularJS and Vue.js. So yeah, I suggest using this kind of payload while testing in these applications. So now the interesting part, blind XSS stories. So the first one, I got a blind XSS on an employee's Mac OS on the Quick Look CSV plugin. I'll explain later what that is. And yeah, I got that $75 for that one. And the second one is just a regular blind XSS bug, except that it was like it was pretty funny how it happened. Well, I found it funny because we're just like, what the hell? How did this happen? Anyway, so you guys will see. And for that one, I got a nice bounty as well, $5,000. So the first blind XSS story. So I got a notification from XSS Hunter, and while looking at the details, it wasn't the normal URL that we would see. For example, it wasn't like an HTTPS URL, and it was just something like this. We can see it was xapple QL ID. I was like, what the hell is this? I had never seen this before. So I actually Googled it, and it turns out that it was Apple's Quick Look feature. So the Quick Look feature is a way that we can preview a file without opening it. This is just a good way to just see what the file looks like, and yeah, exactly. And yeah, and while looking at the DOM of this website, or the URL, I could see that it was Quick Look CSV. It was created by Pascal Pfeiffer. Not sure if I'm pronouncing his name correctly. And if you look at the date, it's pretty old. So I guess it makes sense that it's vulnerable. And then if I actually found the tool on GitHub, so as you can see, it's a plugin in Quick Look to preview CSV files. And as we can see, this is the screenshot from just a couple days ago. So there are still about 443 downloads per month. This is on macOS specifically, and it's still. I mean, it's not a lot of downloads, but it's still a couple of downloads, and it is actually still vulnerable. I contacted the developer, didn't have a response, and this is like over a year ago. So I figured I'd just forget about it, and yeah. So yeah, I submitted the bug, and I got a nice message from the triager. I'm not the triager, the employee side, and he himself got a message from the CTO saying like, make sure you reward this guy. So to give you more details on what happened, I submitted I put in my payload as I would normally do. Then a couple months later, I got the notification from Access Center, and it actually took me 2 days to figure out who it belonged to what program it belonged to, just because I had no clue. I had no clue to what company it belonged to, because obviously the URL wasn't indicated of anything. And the CSV file, it had data. It had a ton of data, a ton of PII, but I didn't really know to what company it belonged to. So after 2 days of investigating, I actually figured it out. And then I submitted my report, and it worked. So they told me like exactly what happened on their side. So obviously, as we can imagine, if it triggered on Quick Look CSV, that means that from the application itself, they generated a report of some sort in CSV format, which obviously included my payload, my XSS Center payload. And then from there, an employee used Quick Look CSV. Just the quick look feature of his MacBook, and then it triggered the XSS. So I was able to execute JavaScript on employee's MacBook. From what I was able to do was a bit limited, because of course we can't really I couldn't really get a shell on the employee's laptop. It would have been really awesome, but from my knowledge with JavaScript and XSS, I don't think it would have been possible to execute JavaScript for more than what I did. But since XSS Center actually takes screenshots, I was able to easily get a nice idea of what the CSV file contained. And yeah, like I said, there was a ton of PII, from credit card information to personal information, anything related to the customer's accounts. It was pretty fun. And so I asked them like, why did you pay this much for a blind SSS? Because actually this bounty was more than double the amount from their maximum critical bug on their bounty table. So I can't really explain exactly why for everything, but there was a bonus for getting access to customer data, and they also said like that I managed to get a dump of several active accounts and more stuff that I can't mention. So yeah, so it was pretty cool, and like really surprising, because how many of us have got XSS bugs on a laptop? I'm sure there's not much. And then the second story. Again, this is a bit similar to the previous one, where I got a notification from XSS Center. This time it was like a weird about source doc. I was like, what? That's weird. Like, why would it be this? And then I execute origin, obviously it's no. So again, I look at the DOM and I was like, what? This can't be real. And this is what I see as the screenshot. So obviously it looks like an email, right? And if you actually read one sentence in the email that says, "You and your friends ruined a fine experiment. You should be ashamed of yourself." And then my payload, and then you didn't comply with instructions, poor quality. So this is actually a legit user that created a complaint from my account, because I can't really go into details exactly what tool or what application this was, but when you created a complaint, you could select the user which had the you could select the user which you wanted to make a complaint on, and obviously they selected my account, which my name was my XSS payload. So then he sent the complaint on my behalf because he didn't like my XSS payload, and then the complaint was forwarded as an email to the company, and in the company's internal email system, and that's where the XSS triggered. So without my XSS payload annoying that person, I would have never found this bug. And it really took a legit user to make a complaint on my account to find that bug. So I just found that really funny, and I got really lucky on that one. And also the triagers from the application side, from the company side, found this pretty cool as well. They found it pretty funny. And yeah, that's it for my talk. Not sure if we can have any questions right now. But if not, you can just reach me out on Twitter. I'm known as, again, JRock17. And you can also reach me on LinkedIn. Oh yeah, and I forgot to ask you guys, I wanted to ask you a question. What kind of bug, what XSS bug do you think you guys have found the more? Reflected, stored, or DOM? You can put in the comments what you think the answer is, and we'll select a few winners with your comments. So again, thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Jasmine. It was really awesome to see a different picture on XSS attacks, and your stories were absolutely great. It's time for a big shout out to our sponsors. Our gold sponsors: Lulu International Shopping Mall, Buckrowd, TCM Security, and ActiveBytes. Our other sponsors: CloudSec, Cyber Data Consultants, and TuxCentrix. Our community partners: Red Team Village, Z Labs, Grey Hat, Ovaz Seasides, and DEF CON Kuwait. We'll be back soon with our amazing lineup of talks. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to YASCON Talks. Next, we have a talk on the topic hacking your career. In this talk, Ricky will be breaking down the security industry and empowering people to help further with their careers. Without much delay, over to you, Ricky.
Hey, I'm Ricky Burke, and welcome to my presentation. It is an honor to be speaking at YASCON. I wish we could do this in person. I'm based in Australia. There's a lot of craziness going on right now in the world, but I'm pleased that we can do this virtually. And I'd like to hopefully give you some things to think about and hopefully give career advice and things that people can pick up and empower themselves to progressing in their journey. So let's kick off this presentation. So, hacking your career. So I'm your host. I am Ricky Burke. So I run a cybersecurity recruitment company in Melbourne, Australia. I do a number of things in the security community, from running a podcast called Hacking into Security. Some great stories on there, from the world's first ever CISO to red teaming, purple teaming, to all sorts of fantastic stories and encouragement where people can learn advice from entrepreneurs and all sorts of people. I have run workshops and done presentations at a number of events like B-Sides Melbourne, B-Sides Perth, B-Sides Canberra. Very fortunate enough to have some articles published online as well, and one particularly I'm proud of is in the Hacking Magazine 2600. So today we are here to cover a few different areas. So one is breaking down the cybersecurity industry, tips on job applications, networking, interviewing, and information from CISOs. So I like to gather as much data, as much information as possible from all these wonderful and amazing people that I deal with on a regular basis. And there's a lot of helpful people happy to share advice, and I'm passing on that feedback from them. So one of the things that come up most, or literally every other day, it feels like, is I speak to people that are not quite in the industry in security, and they want to get into the industry. And my advice is I want them to think about things differently. So the common, I guess, communication or discussion is basically, I want to get into cybersecurity. I don't care what I do. I just want to get my foot in the door and find something and learn from there. I don't think it really works like that, in my opinion. And the reason is, yes, you'll get some people that maybe get fortunate and make their way in that way, and maybe unintentionally find their passion. The problem is, it's a really, really competitive industry to get into. And when you break things down in security, in all these different areas, there is so much going on. So let's break things down. So this is not fully comprehensive, but this is just an example of some of the areas in security. So you've got GRC, governance, risk, and compliance. Within that, you've got all these different areas where people do specialize, or they have a focus, from PCI to strategy to frameworks, all these different things. You've got the defensive side of security, the blue teamers out there, SOC analysts, SOC engineers, incident responders, threat hunting, threat intel, malware, forensics. All these different things have different skill sets, crossing over into offensive security. So your pen testers, red teaming, purple teaming, people doing bug bounties. There is just a long, long list of roles and different skill sets within them, and even crossing over even more. To some more examples is, you've got security engineering. Now, security engineering is a really vague term because there's lots of different areas, again, within that, from AppSec to DevSecOps and network security and cloud security. Again, different skill sets. You know, an AppSec engineer is different from a cloud security engineer, from securing your CI/CD pipelines to securing your AWS infrastructure or your sort of virtual infrastructure. And again, on and on and on. So my advice to people is maybe take a step back rather than go for the I want to get into security. Is think about what you want to do in security, because if you can take a strategic approach where you know where you want to work. So as an example, let's pretend you want to be a developer. So you want to be an application security person and your current role is a developer. That's a really easy transition. But going from something else to another area might not be the same um, type of transition. So you want to play to your strengths, play to skill sets that you maybe already have, where it's an easier move to make. But even if not, let's say you want to go into that new area, is if you know where you want to work, then you can work backwards of learning those skill sets. Sorry, and that's not COVID, by the way. Just general cold and flu season in Australia. But yeah, look, I think the focus is learning the relevant skill sets. Learn the skill sets for the area you want to be in, and then you have something tangible to go to the hiring managers with and say, hey, I might not be working in this role, but I have the skills, or I'm developing the skills, and you're already a step closer than someone who is wanting to get into security. Another thing that I find doesn't help is job titles. They can be really confusing. And look, as someone who considers themselves a bit of a specialist and working in this area, and I work with different roles, different companies every single day of the week, you can't judge someone by a job title. So a security consultant, cybersecurity consultant can mean so many things. In the same organization, it can mean different things. So in a consultancy, a security consultant could be a pen tester or a GRC consultant. And clearly they're very different skill sets. And it can go on, internal roles as security engineers. It could be the application security engineer, or it could be the DevSecOps engineer, or network security. Again, it's different skill sets. And that's why I think always look under the hood. Look about in terms of the role. What are the roles? What is the responsibilities? What is it actually covering? Too many job titles, job descriptions, they don't say enough. There's no sometimes real context of what it really is about. So if you see a job advertised and you know someone working at that company, my advice is try to make contact with that person and understand what are the real details they're looking for. What are the real experiences? Because job descriptions often just look like a long shopping list, and you don't always know what are the real skills someone's looking for. And as someone who works with companies to understand the requirements, I often find is there's this long list of requirements that is apparently on the job description. But when we dig deeper, there's only maybe 2, 3, 4 essential skills. And good people are put off from job or applying for jobs because they might not tick all the boxes, but then rarely does someone tick every single box anyway. So do as much homework as you can, try and gather some intelligence, speak to people where possible, and you may end up being able to apply for roles that are more appropriate than you realized. So moving jobs, changing careers, really big deal. So this people from 10 years ago, they didn't get into security. Security was sort of part of their role. It just evolved. These days, people are doing cybersecurity degrees and moving into cybersecurity. It's a whole new different thing. But there is lots of ways you can move into this industry. And the thing is, there's a lot of, I think, similarities is there is where you are today and where you'd like to be in a period of time. And the job that you want tomorrow, the job you want in 2 years' time. And what's in the middle is basically knowledge and experience. Experience you can't just manufacture. Knowledge you can gain of your own accord. So whether it is a degree, whether it is self-education, these are the things. And to be honest, I think self-education, self-learning is as important, if not more important, than a degree itself. And the reason why I say that is when working in a job, when learning a degree, you don't always determine what you are working on or what the curriculum is. What you do in your spare time, you determine. You determine where you spend your time and money on learning things. That shows your passion, that shows your interests. And those are the interesting things that hiring managers want to see. They want to see, what are you doing in your spare time? What are you learning? What are you passionate about? Because if you can take a passion that, clearly, if you're spending your own time and money on something, if you can do that in your work time, then it's a magical combination. And again, you may not be able to immediately address the experience side of things, but if you can address the knowledge side of things, that's what you can work on. And if you know the area of security you want to move into, then it helps knowing the skills that you need to learn as well. So pivoting careers, really big thing, particularly I think with COVID and just everything going on right now. But what's really important is that, in my opinion, the easiest way to move into something new is by utilizing the skills you already may have. So if you are working in IT, and there's lots of different roles out there, from system administrators to developers to whatever it might be, an infrastructure engineer, a network engineer, there are really valuable roles in security that could benefit from the experience you have. So if you have this foundation knowledge of how something works, how something operates. So if you're a developer, you know how to code, you can read code. So that means doing things like source code review or reviewing code, doing things like being a developer champion or threat modeling isn't too far away removed from what you do already. If you're a network engineer and you're already used to analyzing networks and putting things together, then being a SOC analyst and doing the same sort of thing, but from a security point of view, isn't a massive step far away either. And there's lots of ways that people can potentially get security into their roles already. You don't have to work in security to do security. And if you can sort of be one of those people that brings a bit of security into your role, it's going to be very, very helpful when you can add that to your resume, add it to your CV. And when then you are looking for roles, you've already gained some sort of experience and you've shown some intuition and some sort of really forward thinking ways of trying to get security and trying to make your organization more secure. So I think doubling down on what you already know, playing to your strengths, is a massive benefit in how someone can break into security. So here's some examples. I keep talking about developer application security. And the reason is, if you look at a lot of AppSec engineers, they were developers, they were software engineers. Penetration testers often come from other backgrounds. So if you're a sysadmin or you're a developer, or you have one of these other sort of roles where you know how something works, there are really strong pen testers out there that used to do other roles. So someone who's a sysadmin, who knows, again, the foundation of how maybe sort of IT operates, someone who's a developer, they gravitate towards being certain types of pen testers. So you'll get someone who is, again, maybe they're a really good web apps pen tester because of their development background. You'll get other pen testers that are strong in sort of network and infrastructure because they used to work on the more infrastructure side of things before pen testing. And again, a network engineer moving into security operations and incident response. Once you do some research, you'll find a lot of people have made these transitions. So sometimes a lot of people want to get into security. Maybe another way to do it is think bigger, think long term, and think about how IT actually works along with security, and maybe take a step sideways or a step backwards to work in a different type of role, learn the foundations, learn security in your own time, go to the conferences, go to meetups, build your relationships, bring everything together. Then suddenly you're a very knowledgeable person that can do a lot in security. This thing I find really interesting. Always different opinions, and it is the cybersecurity skills shortage. So this article was last year. I think it was Cybersecurity Ventures. You only have to just Google cybersecurity skills shortage, and you'll see the headlines. And there are lots out there telling you about this impending or current, already happening skill shortage. And to be honest, yes, I agree with it, and no, I don't agree with it. It's not black and white. There is a lot of demand out there. There's no doubt about that. And the way the world is going, yes, I can see it only increasing. But there's got to be some context to this. Just because there's a number of jobs and a number of openings, unfortunately, it doesn't mean that there's a skill shortage for everyone. So what I mean by that is there are not many entry level roles. And the information that I have is only based on my experience, and my experience is predominantly within Australia and New Zealand. So I appreciate other countries, it can be very different. So what I say is just an opinion, it's not fact. But from what I see generally, it's pretty hard for people to break into the industry. So my advice, particularly for the students out there that maybe are sort of finishing degrees soon, or maybe doing a master's or PhD, or thinking about it, is don't rely on these headlines. Getting a job in this industry is going to be very difficult. It's not like transitioning from maybe sort of medical degree and you go straight into working into maybe a hospital environment. There's a lot of competition. A lot of people are doing further education. A lot of people wanted to transition from different parts of business and IT into security. So don't rely on these headlines. Please do not. There's a lot of work to do. But if you do it and you learn the right skills, there's an amazing amount of opportunities out there. So I like people being proactive. I believe the people that need the most help are those people wanting to break into the industry. That's why I do these presentations. That's why I do so much content on LinkedIn in particular, to try and empower people to be proactive in their search and really do things themselves. So I want to help people refine things and do things themselves and just give themselves a much better opportunity. So job applications, there are multiple ways we can get jobs. There is the standard way we apply for jobs online. So again, different countries, different ways of working, different websites, but online job adverts. There's being referred. So someone you know referring you to a job at their company. There is the recruiter, myself, the headhunter, contacting you about a role, or even companies themselves with their internal talent acquisition or HR departments contacting you through LinkedIn or whatever method it may be, approaching you about a particular role and asking you to apply or if you're interested. So I did some interesting research a while ago, and what I found is the vast majority of people in security didn't get their roles through maybe the more traditional methods of applying for a role. So they got it through their network. So knowing someone in a company and then being referred or something like that. A big percentage did apply for roles, but I'd say in other industries it's probably higher that the sort of job application side of things. There's the recruiter, the headhunter, and then people at conferences bumping into, meeting someone, and even sometimes knowing someone and go, oh, and then having a conversation and then realizing, hey, you'd be really good for this role at our company, and then getting a job that way. These things happen. So I always emphasize the importance of networks, getting to know people, building relationships, having a community. Conference is massive, and it's a real shame that we're not having as many in-person conferences this year, and obviously good reason for health reasons. And I'm really looking forward to the day when we can go back to a bit of reality and see people face to face, because that human interaction, that ability to build relationships is a big part of this industry. And a lot of jobs in this industry happen offline, at the conferences, at the meetups, having relationships, getting those referrals. So the sooner we can get back to that, the better it will get. But you can still build relationships online. You can still get to know people, and there's different ways you can do that. So reaching out to people on LinkedIn, being proactive, never sort of ask for things. You know, you want to offer, or don't be demanding, but there's lots of ways we can build relationships online, but sort of always, I guess, come from the mindset of what can I do for you? Or, you know, I'd love to get to know what you do or your interests. Or if you was approaching someone who's a pen tester and you want to be a pen tester, and you know, you could understand, you know, what was their journey or what advice could they give you. Sometimes people can be a bit demanding, but appreciate that people are busy and they have jobs to do as well. So building a network, we've already sort of discussed it online. So there's the LinkedIn way. So let's pretend I want to be a penetration tester. And a really nice way you could do this is you could look at on LinkedIn, you could search all the penetration testers in your area, in your city, in your town, and then start sending off connection requests with a message. LinkedIn actually promote you or prompt you to add a message because the algorithms say that you're more likely to get a connection and acceptance if you write a message. So you could write to someone and say, hey, I see that you're working at such and such company as a pen tester, and you used to work in this sort of role, or I saw you did some research, or you presented at this conference in the past. It'd be great to get to know you. I want to be a pen tester myself, and these are the things I'm doing, and just looking to build up my network. So you're not really asking for much; you're just asking to connect, and it's sort of very informal. If you do that enough times, you'll get a number of connection requests, and then you can start the conversations from there. People are really, really friendly in this industry, and there's some amazing people that go out of their way to help others because they used to be in the position you're in. And if you messaged 10 people and then 100 people, a lot of those people will connect with you, and there'll be a number of people within that will go out of their way to try and help you. And you could say, these are the things that I'm doing, and you might get feedback to say, hey, have you thought about this? Or why don't you go and learn this? Or, oh, that's really cool, our company's actually hiring for someone like that, and you seem really keen. Would you be interested? Because getting that referral is one of the most valuable ways that you get a job. Because if you think about it, a company will receive a lot of online applications, but if they get a referral through someone in their business, and that person is effectively vouching for you to say, hey, I recommend this person, that goes a long, long way. And it's a really good way to stand head and shoulders above other applicants out there. So Slack channels and other things online. So a lot of meetups, local meetups have their own Slack channels. Again, a great way to get involved and meet people. Conferences, yes, in person or virtually, and there'll be a sort of other sort of things that spin off of that, like Discord channels and other things that organizations or conferences are setting up. So again, get involved, ask questions. Don't make it about you. It's about what potentially you can do for someone else. A little bit harder these days, but in the past, people would literally say to someone, hey, I'd love to pick your brains on something. Could we catch up for a coffee? And I can ask you some questions. You're offering, to buy someone a coffee, and generally, a lot of people will try and help you. A bit harder these days online, but again, you ask enough people, people will help. And ask open questions. Again, don't make it about you, but if you ask an open question, how are you? What things are you interested in? Or let's pretend we're at a conference and I say, what are you working on right now? Or what did you think about that talk? It starts the conversation flowing. Now, competition. There is competition. Already said it. It's a really, really tough industry to get into. And the crazy thing is, once you have 6 months, 12 months experience on your LinkedIn, your CV, suddenly opportunities start coming to you. It literally flips 180 in terms of, really tough to get into, to suddenly opportunities coming to you. And this is why I really encourage people, is that first year or two, once you get in there, it's a lot easier. But trying to break through that is not so easy in the first place. So remember that if you're applying for a role, there's a lot of competition out there, and you need ways to stand out above other people. And hopefully we can share a few of those. Now, what's important is the application. You applying, you sending your CV, do not make it boring. There are too many boring, average looking CVs out there. You do not have a long time for someone to review your resume. And is there a definitive number? No, there isn't. But doing some quick searching, this is what it says on Google. Anything from 30 to 6 seconds. Is it that short? I don't know. Some companies, yes. Maybe companies longer. But what you don't have minutes. People are not going to spend minutes reviewing your CV unless it's compelling. So you've got a really small window to make an impression. So first impressions do count. And one of the things that I, again, did some research for another talk earlier in the year was how long a CV should be. And this was the results of that. So nearly 200 people voted on this. And the overwhelming majority said no more than 2 pages. And I used to be of the mindset 5, 6 pages was okay. Now I'm very much on, yes, I agree. I think 1 to 2 pages. And I've had a lot of conversations with senior people around this, and yeah, they want people to get to the point, articulate, show your communication skills, show you can narrow down information and be very specific about what you're trying to share. So there's some, I guess, bits of advice that I think they're pretty general, but I think if you go down this path, it's going to be really helpful for you. So you want a very clear and relevant opening summary. So some sort of profile opening or summary, just to say, hey, this is me, this is what I do, these are the skills, or this is what I have to offer, or this is what I'm looking for. Something that gets to the point. 2, 3 sentences that will explain who you are, what you're about, and what you want to do. Information is valuable. This is your personal marketing material. So you need outcomes, you need examples, you need details, you need practical information about where you made a difference. So not we as a team, what did you as the individual contribute? People like problem solvers, and where you can demonstrate that is talking about the outcomes. This was the problem. This is the solution. This is what I contributed. This is what I did to help solve this problem. You do that a few times, people will see the skills you have to offer. Don't copy and paste basically job descriptions and put that onto your CV. And that's what it feels like sometimes. People will have 10, 12-page CVs, and it just feels like every job they've got is nearly half a page or a page long, and you don't know that information. We know what certain roles do. Explain what you did in that role. Again, 1 to 2 pages. There's some really good templates out there. So I did this presentation on Canva. There was thousands and thousands of templates for resumes on there as well. Novoresume.com looks pretty good as well. Not used it myself, but looks quite easy on the eye. And that's what you want as well. Something that looks good, that has the right information, shows you, again, ability to communicate and be specific. For me, they're winning CVs. And make sure you check your grammar. So there's lots of tools out there, from Grammarly to spell check, and also get someone else to have a look at the CV. What's even better is someone who maybe is non-security or non-IT. If they can understand your CV, then that's a really good situation to be in. So what about if you've got no experience? There's still plenty of stuff you can do to sell yourself. So we spoke about self-learning. Put that stuff on your CV. So have you got a sort of research blog? Are you doing research? Are you doing bug bounties? You can, for example, generate experience through doing bug bounties and writing a report on it, for the sake of showing your communication skills. So being a pen tester is not just about being technical. It's the ability to communicate a technical problem to potentially a non-technical person. So, or the person that's going to fix the problem. So you wouldn't write things the same way as you would then sharing it with the pen tester. You would share it with, or it might end up going to a developer who's going to fix these problems. So you really want to be able to articulate, and doing a report or a CTF write-up, for example, is a great way to do that. If you've got a GitHub account or something similar, put it on your CV, put it on your LinkedIn. Managers want to see what you have to offer. What are you working on? What are you contributing to? If you've got a GitHub account, they can see, basically your coding, the quality of your coding, or at least projects you're involved in. People love contributors. So if you go to events, you go to conferences, you're at this conference here, put it on your CV. You're giving up your personal time, investing in yourself. And let's pretend there's you and you've got a twin, and your twin didn't go to this conference or other conferences because they didn't fancy it, because they don't want to spend their time at the weekends doing stuff like this, but they also want to get into security. And then you've got yourself. You have gone the extra mile. You've done the extra things. You will stand out more than your twin. And again, in a very competitive world, in a very competitive environment, you need every single advantage possible. And if you don't really have much experience, you don't need more than a one-page CV. So cover letter. It's interesting. I always get mixed feedback on this one. And look, again, I've got a personal opinion, but I think cover letters are really powerful. So the reason is, if you've got, again, a very specific and sort of short CV that explains lots of interesting things, what the cover letter does, it helps talk about other things. So one, it gives a first impression. It shows that you're actually being sort of very thoughtful in your strategic approach. So if you're sending the cover letter to an organization, sorry, excuse me, and in that cover letter, you're telling the reader why you're interested in that business, why you specifically want to work for that company. It's a pretty flattering thing. But also, it shows you've done your homework, and it shows that you're actually very serious. So that's one thing. Then also, if there's a job description out there, there's a job advert, and you know the skills required in that role, you can highlight those particular skills and the things that make you relevant for that role. So again, 2-3 examples to say, hey, you're hiring in this role and you're looking for these experiences. This is where I think I can add some value. It's real relevant information. And again, it's another thing to help you stand out above the competition. So this is an example CV. You don't have to put a picture on there. Again, it's just from the template on Canva. But for me, very easy on the eye. Again, personal preference, but I think it looks pretty good. It looks quite modern. Things are sort of blocked out in terms of what we'd like to share. And this is a CV with no experience. I replicated this CV from someone who was actually at university and studying, but doing all these cool projects and doing all these cool things. And I knew, looking at this CV, this person would go very far in security, and they're basically on their path to being a pen tester. And personally, if I saw this resume, I'd be so excited. And again, yes, they might not be a pen tester yet, but they're certainly on their way. So career advice. So I'm very fortunate where I speak to a lot of senior people, and I ask for sort of feedback on these matters. And this is the feedback that I got from them. So these are literally sort of quotes from them. So think about this information here. This is direct from hiring managers. So a resume is an icebreaker. First impressions matter. Could not agree with that more. You want to make your CV stand out. Again, I've showed some examples how you can do that. Spelling errors, to be honest, there's no excuse. You don't need a long CV. If you have a long CV, people won't read it. And again, describe what was accomplished. What did you accomplish? A lot of people, again, talk about we, but what were the outcomes that you personally have helped contribute to or be personally involved in, or what did you make happen? So some other really helpful information. And the second one down there is, this was from a CISO. Again, he's 25 years experience and he's got a 2-page resume. So if someone like him can do that, other people can do it too. Again, people want to know about your achievements. How did you personally make a difference? A lot of people can sort of narrow down the CV with sort of keeping it relevant by taking out sort of fluff, to be honest. Again, if you've got a role in there as a sysadmin, we generally know what a sysadmin does, but what did you do in the role that made it good or made it stand out? Again, what problems did you work through? Again, grammatical errors, I can't see why there would be, how it can happen, if I'm honest. With all the technology stuff, and again, if you can get someone to read over it, very helpful thing to do, because again, another pair of eyes is pretty helpful. tailoring your approach, I think, is really important. So a lot of people will do the shotgun blast approach where they'll apply for 50, 100 jobs online and then sort of complain about, I'm not hearing anything back. The thing is, you could be applying for the wrong roles. If you send your applications or your information to relevant roles, because if you know what you want to do, then maybe certain roles you don't have to apply for. And again, remember, lots of roles happen offline too. So this is where having those relationships, having the network itself, reaching out to people direct is very powerful. But you could probably serve your time better of applying for the roles strategically. So having a CV that's appropriate to that role, having a specific cover letter, and putting the time and effort in applying for 10 roles than maybe 25 roles where, again, many of them are maybe not quite right. And you've put sort of a less of an effort into the roles that maybe you are right for. Other things is networking. So again, there's other things that we can highlight, but I have to always just make the thing of networking stand out. Really, the more relationships you have out there, the easier things will get for you. So the more you can get advice from people, the more referrals you can get, the more things you become aware of. So the ability to network and build your relationships in this industry is extremely powerful. I like the one near the bottom there about a thank you letter. So thank you letter, thank you email, whatever, or message. But let's say you've interviewed with a company, gone really well, and you're keen. Send a follow-up message and just say to the find the manager on LinkedIn and say, hey, it was great to meet you yesterday. Look forward to hearing back, and please feel free to reach out if you've got any questions. Something like that, or just thank you for your time yesterday. It was a pleasure to meet, and just a few nice things. Don't ask for feedback; they'll come back to you. But just a thank you. Imagine if they interview 10 people, but only one person says thank you. They those small things, again, competitive advantage. They can help you stand out, because if they interview 10 people and they're on the fence with a few people, and there's 2-3 people, maybe you're one of the stronger ones, and then you've gone above and beyond everybody else, it's another way to help you stand out. Really good quote here, and again, this is from an extremely experienced person in the industry. Is his point is you don't have to have basic experience to sort of help you stand out. You can have community involvement. So being present at these conferences, volunteering at meetups and all sorts of things, or doing the CTFs. There's plenty of things people can do without actually spending any money. You can give up your time. And again, it's another way of just sharing your passion and being able to document that on your LinkedIn, on your CV. Because hiring managers or HR people generally look at people's LinkedIns as well as looking at their CVs. And imagine having on your CV and LinkedIn that you volunteered at all these conferences or you go to all these meetups. They can see that you are serious about security and serious about learning and being part of the industry. And again, it's another way to help you stand out over other people. Again, another good quote. I'm not going to read this out word for word, but basically what the message is basically a personal message to the sort of manager. So whether it's before, whether it's after, again, you could apply for a role and do some research and find out who the hiring manager is and say, hey, saw this amazing job in your team. It looks really interesting, and I did send an application yesterday. Hopefully get to hear back, and if you or your HR have any questions, would love to discuss more. Again, another way to stand out. All these things, if you try them, they can only help. And a really, really helpful thing here is this quote here. So don't BS me. If you don't know the answer to a question, tell me that. Make something up that isn't accurate, and I will lose trust and will never hire you. Remember that you're dealing with experts, people that really know what they're talking about. And sometimes people might feel intimidated. They might feel it's stupid not to know the answer to something. The thing is, no one can know the answer to everything. And you might look up to this, let's say a really sort of renowned industry professional, and they are an expert in what they do. But you could look at something, another area of security, and they might not have the knowledge. And the thing is, again, not everyone knows everything about everything. So it's okay to say you don't know. What's more important, especially in this situation, is if you don't know something, show a willingness of being able to find out the answer. To say, I don't know that, but if you ask me tomorrow, I will know the answer. Or something like that, that just demonstrates you've got a bit of passion, you've got a bit of enthusiasm and an inquisitive nature, that you are going to find out the answer. And that's the type of person that you are. Because in business, in IT, in jobs, you'll come across stuff that you've never done before. In the role you work today, you might do the same role for the next 5 years, but the technology will change. So you'll come across things you haven't done before. But if you can demonstrate a mindset of that you'll basically a problem solver and you're going to find a solution, then that's what managers love to see. And also, again, you will lose trust if you lie to people, or again, you might feel intimidated and feel you might just try and sort of make something up and then try and fluff your way through it. It won't work, and you're much better off to be honest and transparent, and people love that quality about them or about others as well. And sort of last thing is around my advice around interviews. So maybe not so relevant in a world where people are doing interviews remotely, but in the sort of face-to-face world, you want to prepare yourself. You want to really do your research before, and then in terms of actually getting to an interview, don't get there too early. I've heard stories of people getting to an interview 40 minutes before the interview is due because it's so enthusiastic. The problem is it puts off the hiring manager because they've got you in your diary or their diary at a certain time. They're planned around that. You come too early, it puts them in a very awkward position where they then have to decide, do they keep you waiting for that long? And maybe that seems rude. Or do they come now and they're not prepared, and that sort of messes up their time schedule and stuff like that. So get to the area early, get to near the office early, but only get to the office itself and sort of register or sign in 5-10 minutes before the interview. I'd say 10 minutes is a good time. Ask questions. Asking questions shows that you're enthusiastic. It shows that you've done your research beforehand. And I don't mean questions around money, but in terms of the organization, because if everything goes to plan, you're going to get a job offer. If you're getting a job offer, it means you've got a decision to make. To make a decision, you need information, and that's where the interview comes from. Interviews are an information exchange. So the more you can share information and gather information, the more successful that communication will be. So questions around the role, questions around the business, questions around the opportunities to develop, to learn, the exposure. Working in this role, where does it go? Who does it report into, and all these sort of things. What problems are they looking to solve? So the sooner you can find out, just like the job description, what is it you're looking for? What skills, what experiences are you looking for? Then you know what information to share, because you might have 10 years of experience, but there's some particular highlights that could be relevant for this role. And if you can extract that information from them in terms of their needs, then you can share the information and really make it a good conversation. Ask more questions. The more questions you ask, the more enthusiastic, the more inquisitive you are, but not too many questions. There's a fine line. I don't know what that fine line is, but again, I think you want to come away knowing enough about a business that you can make hopefully a good decision after that. Communication, communication, communication. There's a reason why I put it 3 times. It's not a typo. This is what an interview is. It's all about communicating, your ability to communicate your experience, the ability to extract information in the communication of the conversation itself. The better the conversation goes, generally, as long as you can actually do the role, the more likely you are to be offered the job itself. So you, more than ever, even in technical roles, communication is massive. And I relate it back to pen testers. Pen testers are notoriously technical types of roles. But whether you're working internal or external, your ability to communicate problems and the ability to share information and recommend things to people in non-technical ways and simple ways, basically the more successful you'll be. So the ability to sort of bring together communication and technical abilities is one of the most powerful combinations. And if you can show that you're a good open communicator, you're confident, and you can talk to others in the business, you can talk to stakeholders, you can talk to technical, non-technical people, you have the opportunity to go very far in life. And again, being able to communicate in interviews is a pretty good start. And that's my presentation. So normally we have some questions, but if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out. So Ricky Burke, find me on LinkedIn, generally pretty easy to find, and send me a connection request. A good test is send me a connection request and put a message on there. Again, I and others are much more likely to accept. And again, any questions, reach out. And thank you so much for your time today. And I hope that people manage to get some value from this. In the meantime, enjoy the rest of the conference and have a great weekend. Take care.
Thank you, Ricky, for the awesome session. I'm sure this is going to help people who are looking forward to progress their career in information security. A big thank you from Yas family. Here we present to you the official logo of YASPers. YASPers is now an official group for women in cybersecurity. With this launch, we aim to promote more women in cybersecurity field. We are planning to have direct ties with colleges, identify women who are keen to grow in this field of cybersecurity, mentor them, and help them develop their skill in the field of information security. Do provide your support the same way you have been supporting the YAS team. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome back to YASCON Talks and you're watching us live. Our next speaker for today is Ashar Javed. He will take us through the road to his 365 bugs in Microsoft Office 365. Let's hear from Ashar the bugs in the widely used MS Office 365 umbrella applications. Over to you, Ashar.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum, and welcome to the talk, The Road Towards 365 Bugs in Microsoft Office 365. First of all, I would like to thank organizers for having me, and also thanks to those who are watching on this weekend. So without wasting any time, so let's start this talk. There are like, I have like more than 300 bugs in Office 365. But of course, in the next 30 to 40 minutes, I cannot share all of them, but I will try to share some of these interesting findings that I have. So who am I? I assume most of you already know me on Twitter. My name is Ashar. I work for Hyundai. I had a chance to speak at different security conferences, and Microsoft recognized me as a #1 security researcher in 2018. And in 2019 and 20, they categorized me as a #4. So, and one more aspect of me is that I found bugs. So people often ask me why Microsoft, why I am participating only in Microsoft Bug Bounty program. So if you plan to start bug hunting in Microsoft Bug Bounty programs, I would recommend you to go through my talk, which is already available online. It's called like a tour of Office 365 Azure SharePoint through the eyes of a bug hunter. So this talk will give you a general idea about what type of problems you will face, what are the good points, what are the bad points. So I would suggest you that if you plan to start bug hunting in Microsoft, please go through this talk. Office 365, nowadays they call it Microsoft 365. Recently they changed the name from Office to Microsoft. This is how it looks like when you set up your test tenant. How to set up a test tenant is not in the scope of this talk, but once you have things ready, this is how the screen looks like. Like in office.com, you can see Outlook, OneDrive, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, SharePoint, Dynamics, and some of them even has the separate bug bounty programs. Like Dynamic 365, they have a dedicated bug bounty program. And if you go to admin, they have an Azure portal. So they also have an identity management bug bounty program. So there are many bug bounty programs running, but all these starts from this office.com or Office 365. So for me or for anyone, finding a bug in Office 365 is a challenging task. Why? So there are many reasons for that. The first reason is the manpower. Microsoft enjoys a manpower of security professionals. According to one blog post, there are more than 3,000 people working for Microsoft security teams. I'm not saying that they are all doing testing on Office 365. They have different tasks, but still they have a luxury of manpower. And I also hear that they have like a red team, blue team, purple team, all sort of teams are looking for bugs around Microsoft properties. Their day job is to find bugs in Microsoft. So this is interesting. They have a manpower. The next thing is that Microsoft claims that security is built into the heart of Office 365. Because Microsoft claims that Microsoft Office 365 follows Microsoft security development lifecycle. What is the security development lifecycle? They claim that security is integrated into every aspect of the development phase of Office 365 umbrella applications. So it also sounds interesting. This is another aspect. I don't know how many of you have an idea, but every year NCC Group is a well-known group for security consulting. They pen test Office 365 every year. Microsoft offers their services for pen test, and these guys have like a dedicated time period for like 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Even the reports are available. I read the reports also; they are also available online. And the last but not the least, they have a public bug bounty programs. Like you and me, anyone can participate. So these are the aspects that makes it challenging. Like they have the manpower, they are following the security development lifecycle, third party assessment is there, and they have a bug bounty program. So anyone can find a bug in Microsoft 365. And this inspires me, or this challenged me to look at it. And last but not the least, the most important point is having a feeling to make an impact on millions of companies and billions of users. So let's start. So that's the theoretical aspect. So now I'm going to show you some of the bugs in Outlook that I found in Outlook. I tried to make sure that you guys can see this screen. Okay, you guys are watching the screen where where you can see that it's Outlook. Okay, let's start. I am going to show you some interesting Outlook XSS findings. And this is Outlook. Everyone is using it. Okay, this is like, even though the reward Microsoft, now they increase the payouts, but on average, in my experience, for an XSS, they pay you like 3,000 US dollar. So I think it's worth spending time on these properties. So this is like a case number 50341. Microsoft Office Outlook has a feature called accessible content. How many of you already know this feature? Okay, if you don't know, just go and check it out, what this feature is doing. When I saw this feature, there's an option you can turn on and you can turn off this feature, like ask sender to send contents that accessible. But what happened afterwards if you check this feature, or what happens if you don't have this feature available? I realized once you click on this feature, let's assume you have an organization that has like 200 users in Office 365. You have a tenant and like 200 users are using. Some have the admin privileges, some have the low privileges, and you turn on this feature. Then the next thing happens when someone tries to write you an email, immediately on his screen, he got a message that the recipient prefers accessible content. I realized when this message appears, it makes use of a display name. And this display name is not properly encoded, or in fact, it's like an inner HTML assignment. And if I change my display name, the next thing you will be thinking how to change the display name. So so I'm now giving you a task. Now try to find all the ways where you as a low privilege user can change your display name in Office 365. Believe me, there are many ways. Some require admin privileges and some requires like a local user level privileges. And once you change the display name to an XSS payload, and now imagine the victim starts writing an email, and as soon as he or she types your email address in the to field, because your display name is an XSS payload, you can access the victim. You can create a perfect attack scenario for that. So let's watch this video of like a video proof of concept where there are two different accounts. One is like an admin and one is like, or you can call it one is an attacker or one is a victim. So you can turn on and off the settings. Okay, if you see the video quality is not good, I will share the slides in few weeks of time, because I have some other talks planned next week, B-side Islamabad, and then by the end of this month, like hack in the box. And once all these talks will be there, I will share the contents. I will share the slides. So now if victim now starts writing you an email and he starts type your email address, and as soon as he left the field like 2, you can see the accesses. So this is accesses in Outlook, and this was thanks to an inner HTML assignment, because they are assigning the user display name field to an inner HTML, and at that time it is not properly encoded. So let's look at this case. I have so many accesses, even I don't know what is this case. So let's see what this is a new feature. I realized that Microsoft Office 365 has a new feature announced. It's called mention. Like in the email body, you can mention someone that, hey, I have a task for you, and then you can point out to the recipient in your organization or your tenant. Okay, and I realized that this mention feature is again making use of display name. Okay, I check Microsoft Outlook web application. It's all good, but what about the mobile? Make sure you are testing everything. So I wanted to check the same feature on the mobile side also. And as soon as I am on the mobile side, and if my mention feature or this feature makes use of display name, and if someone tries to give me a task via this mention feature, and as soon as he or she, or you can call it a victim, as soon as he or she writes my name in the email body by using this feature, I can access the victim on the mobile side, not on the desktop side. So again, this is I capture this code or like a view source with the help of like a blind accesses payload. I was checking the live stream early, and I forgot the name of the speaker, but he was telling about blind accesses. So with this, I capture the screenshot of the page. So the next access is in Microsoft Office 365 share calendars. So you can share your calendar. I think it's a feature that maybe some of you have already used it. But what if your calendar name and your display name, again the display name, both are accesses payload? Then what happens? So Microsoft offers you that you can share your calendar, and at the same time, when you wanted to share your calendar, you can set the privileges also, that the recipient can view all the details, the recipient can edit, the recipient can only view. So, and once you use this feature, Microsoft come up with 2 URLs. One is like an HTML, so that you can share a link of an HTML page, and the next is ICS format. So the XSS looks like that. So this is like, let's look at this video again. So in this case, like the calendar name is an XSS payload. You can use a payload of your own choice. So please bear with it if the quality is not good. I am going to share everything in few weeks of time. You will get all the video links and you will get all the slides. So this URL, you can share it with your victim who, like, hey, I am sharing my own calendar here. And as soon as the victim opens this URL, thanks to the display name and the calendar name, you can access this, he or she. Okay. The next case is, yeah, okay. This is a feature in Outlook. It's like a new group. You can create a new group in Outlook. And as far as I know, once you create a new group, it automatically creates a dedicated site also in SharePoint. So you are creating a group in Office 365, and at the same time, internally it creates a website, dedicated website for the group. Let's assume like a group, we have a department like HR department, we have a finance department. So everyone wanted to create their own group, and Microsoft also provide you a service that for each group they make up a website also. Okay, the group looks like that. Maybe nowadays they changed the user interface, but you can find it out in Office and Outlook. Okay, how it looks like: if the group name is an XSS payload, which is in perfectly in your hand, you can create a group. Yeah, this is the interesting feature. Okay, once you have the group, you can then share your group with the others. Hey, I have a group, and the sharing is done by two options, like copy a link and then share it to the victim, or by email. In this bug report, I use the feature copy link. Like, you have a link, you're sharing it to somebody that you want them to join your group. And this is how it looks like. Let's look at this video. So in this case, what I did in the post request, I changed the alias, like a synonym of a group name, to an XSS payload, which is like a single quote minus prompt one minus single quote. Like, the idea is to break the script context. It's not actually a script context. It's like an on-click event. You will see later in the video. In the next slide, I will show you the code, how the backend looks like. So here is the feature. It's called invite others. Invite others via the help of a link. You have a link. You can copy the link. You can share that link with the help of any email or any other medium. And once the victim has the email, in the next screen, you will see this is how his or her screen looks like. Like, he can join the group by clicking on go to group, and as soon as he click on the go to, you can access it. This is how the code looks like behind the scene. Yeah, there is an on click event, and in the on click there is a window.location.hrf. At that time they are using a single quote. The dev is using single quote, and with the help of the single quote that is part of my payload, we break it, and as soon as someone clicks on it, you can access it. Okay, and in Office 365, the beauty is that you can do the same thing at different app. You can try to achieve the same thing with different application. For example, imagine if Microsoft fixed this group thing in Outlook, then still this Exchange admin or Microsoft Stream, or here is Portal Azure, they also provide you the same feature. Like, what I'm trying to say, if they fix one thing in one application, maybe you should try to achieve the same thing by leveraging different other application, because they are also providing you the same feature, because these applications are made by different dev groups, different development team. Maybe if they fix something at one location, maybe you can find another place to find a bug. Okay, let's look at another bug. I think this is like a sort of similar bug to the previous one, but I think if I remember correctly, this is because of the email. Okay, I try to show. Yeah, this one. Let's watch this video. This is again the same feature, like you have a group you're inviting, but this time the invitation happens via email. And as soon as someone opens the email, at that time the email body is not properly encoding the group name. So keep in mind, these are the accesses in Outlook. I'm not talking about an application that has only like a few hundred users. I am talking about an application that is used by billions of users around the world on daily basis. So in that way, you can also access this. Okay, let's look at another bug in Outlook Office. There is a feature called Character Developer Dashboard, where you can, they offer services to make a new connector or maybe a new application. Okay, this is how the connector developer dashboard form look like. And the beauty of Microsoft 365 is that everything is shareable. If there are two options, either you can create a simple proof of concept, or even if you wanted to spend more time, you can create a perfect attack scenario for them just to increase the quality of your bug report. It purely depends on you. But Microsoft good in that if even you just provide a proof of concept, they happily pays you. I agree that some of you have bad experiences with them. I also have like a good and the bad experiences. But anyway, I would say by the end of the day, it's a win situation for you if you will find a bug over there. There is a feature that allows you to uh, copy the content with the help of a button. It's called copy to clipboard. And this clipboard button behind the scene is making use of this redirect URL. And you see uh, how simple the payload is. Just you can type any valid URL with single quote minus confirm document.domain, and this when as soon as someone clicks on the copy to clipboard, behind the scene is again an on-click call, and the on-click has a function copy to clipboard. And if you closely look at these function different parameters, they are using single quotes. So with your single quote that is a part of redirect URL input field, you can make this accesses. The next thing, one day I tweeted that I love updates because they introduce new bugs and they reintroduce the fix and the old bugs. The same bug that I found in this copy to clipboard feature, after like 6 or 7 months later, once they fix it, I found the same bug again because they changed the user interface. Only previously it was like a copy to clipboard. Now they changed the user interface to copy code and download manifest. User interface changes, and again, the same payload works like charm over there. So I will share the video of this later on the slides. This is how the code looks like. Okay, the next accesses I found in Outlook Office is very simple. Literally, this was the report. Like the get parameter callback URL is vulnerable, and this is the accesses that I found in Outlook. So it's very simple. Like if you look at the code here, it's again window.location.href. There is a URL here, and the URL they are at that time they're using single quote. With your single quote, you can break the context, and then you can execute a payload of your own choice here. Okay, the next bug I'm going to show you is a feature. Now, I think this feature is obsolete, or now this feature is no more working. It's a feature that you can create a group website or something like that, if I remember correctly. And again, there is a simple get parameter spurl, where this ends up as a part of this go back to SharePoint site for now. And behind the scene in the source code is like an href property of an anchor tag. And if you change this spurl to a JavaScript URI, and you can share the whole Teambox URL to anyone, then you can access the victim by just sharing the URL. And as I said that this is no longer access to the site mailbox feature. Now this feature is no more available. The next bug that I found is a very interesting one. In Outlook, if you're organized enough, you can create different folders, and so that the email that you're receiving it, they lands in different respective folders. Like an email from a security team land in that folder, email from a finance team land in a particular folder. So you can create different folders, and this you can done with the help of an inbox rule. There is a call, they call it like inbox rule. You can create it. And what if your folder name is an XSS payload? Okay, but this folder, you can see it. This is part of your Outlook. Okay, but keep in mind, in Office 365 there is an Exchange admin also. And if an admin is trying to see the logs that the recipients are getting the properly emails, or he is checking the logs, or someone is monitoring, there's a feature like mail flow, message trace, and search. And if admin wanted to see that you as a recipient are receiving all the emails, and he is checking this Exchange admin, okay, he look for a search, and the Exchange admin returns all the result that the recipient is getting all the emails at that time, blah blah blah. And because your emails are landing in a particular folder whose name is an XSS payload, and when the admin is monitoring the logs, at that time Exchange admin picks the folder name from your inbox, so it was not properly output encoded at that time. So this makes the Exchange admin XSS. So you can, in that way, you can access Exchange admin also. So some of the blog posts that I would recommend you to read, there are some interesting findings in the Outlook also. Other people also found it. So I also show you like a dozen of XSSs in Outlook, and you can also read these blog posts. I think one more blog post that you can read about XSS. I will share all the slides after the talk. The next thing I would like to share is that, as I told you, that next week I have a talk planned at B-Sides, and you guys will like to watch this bug, where I will show you on B-Sides all your Power App portals are belong to us. I took a complete takeover of Power App portal. This is like an $8,000 bug Microsoft rewarded me, and for that you have to wait like next week on 7th of November. I have a talk plan over there, so the stream will be available. And on Hack in the Box Cyber Week, I will unveil one more bug. This bug is a very interesting one. It's called cross tenant privacy leak in Office 365. Like tenant means you have your own organization, you have your own tenant. I have my organization, I have my own tenant. But what in using this bug, I can see, I can check that the recipient or of a different tenant, he's available. I can leak the privacy. He's available online, he's offline, what is his current status. I can reveal everything. And this bug I am going to present at Hack in the Box Cyber Week. So from my side, I think I'm done. And for you guys, if you have any question, please write me on Twitter via DM, via Twitter post, and I will try to get back to you. And lastly, I would like to thank the organizer again for having me on this amazing event. You guys are doing amazing job, and I think people are learning by having a comfort of their own couch at their own homes. So thank you, and take care. Enjoy the conference. Have a nice day. Bye bye.
Thank you, Asher. That was really interesting to listen to, and we are so shocked to see so much bugs in 365. Thanks for being at YASCON 2020. YASCON 2020 would not have been possible without the support of our sponsors and partners. Introducing to you our gold sponsors: Lulu International Shopping Mall, Buckrowd, TZM Security, ActiveBytes. Our other sponsors: CloudSec, Cyber Data Consultants, and Tuxcentrics. Our community partners: DEFCON Kuwait, Grey Hat, Z Labs, Labs Seasides, and Red Team Village. Hello everyone, we have a lot more in store, so please subscribe to our YouTube channel and stay cyber updated. And one more thing, the giveaways as we promised are showering. Our first winner for Jasmine Lantry's talk is Mohammed Iqbal. Mohammed Iqbal, congratulations, the giveaways will reach you. So guys, please stay tuned, more and more giveaways are coming your way, so keep your eyes and ears sharp. We'll be back soon with our next chain of talks, and we're having a short break. Stay tuned.
You stole my heart of gold after my silver soul. Can you dig any deeper now? I gave you all I own, put you on this golden throne, but I'm a little stronger now. You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. Casting on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. It's so strong, now. It's so strong, now. It's so strong. You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. Lion's gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young.
Welcome back, everyone, to YASCON Talks. Next, we have a session by Mauro Eldridge and Emmanuel Adan de Bautista. They are going to speak about the tool Red Baron, a framework to create distractions and summon chaos. Without much ado, over to you guys.
Okay, welcome to our talk Red Baron, a framework to create distractions and summon chaos by Mauro Eldridge and Adan CKX from DC 5411. Before we start, as always, we would like to introduce ourselves and to introduce the main topic of this talk. So let's go ahead. My name is Mauro Eldridge. I'm the founder of the VCA and DC 5411. I spoke at a couple of conferences around the world, including the USA, Russia, Brazil, Colombia, Iran, England, or better say United Kingdom, India now, my first time speaking to Indian public, Pakistan, and Spain, among other different conferences I attended before. Now I want to introduce my friend and co-speaker here, which is also pretty new to the world of cybersecurity and programming. So I hope this is one of his first ever events, so I hope he made a lot of friends, and I hope he has the chance to network with you guys a lot. So I'm going to present him, and he's going to introduce himself.
Hello everyone, my name is Emanuel Arandi Batista. I am Argentine programmer and junior hacker. I work as a junior engineer at BCA and I am member of DC 5411. I am interested in JavaScript, Unit and C Sharp and I spoke Autodefensa Digital Argentina and here at YASCON.
Okay, what is the main topic of this talk? Something that it doesn't seem to be noted a lot on the world of cybersecurity is that now, during these last years, say 5 years or so, it's increasingly common to see cybercriminal groups using distractions to entertain response teams while carrying out a cyber heist. In this talk, we want to share with you a small project currently in alpha, so it's under heavy development, which is called Red Baron. Red Baron is the first big software made by my friend here, Adan, which plans to be, it's still a project, but plans to be, a framework used to create this kind of distractions, facilitating a possible cyber attack. The best part of this is that we think that distractions could play a really interesting and important role on red teaming exercises. This is just a first look, a first glance at Red Baron, a really small and minimalist first glance. So let's talk a bit about distractions in cybercrime and Red Baron in general. My friend Adan is now going to talk about this topic, and I will jump later in talking about the most internal part of Red Baron. So please, Adan, if you can tell something about this.
Knock-knock, distraction, and cybercrime. The use of distraction as a complement to a cyber attack is not something new. The first evidence of the use of a stinger to hide a larger attack dates from 2014. In recent times, new cases have emerged where attacks of a various type, from brute forcing to DDoS, are just as smoke screens to hide another purpose. This topic has not been extensively studied, but was mentioned a couple of times in specialized media. This headline shows some examples of the distraction attacks. Symantec date stealing hacker used DDoS to distract from attacks. Cybercriminals are distracting bank and other business with a DDoS attack while they quickly lay siege to sensitive data on the network with the can used for credit card cloning and the other frauds. Hackers use DDoS attacks to distract you. Low-level persistent DDoS mask the real attack warrants report. Hackers using DDoS to distract InfoSec staff. Distraction. Using noises, method criminals can easily draw the defense. team is attention to the ground please. DDoS, high network noise, crypto mining, high processing noise. Brute forcing, high network and processing noise. Sometimes servers with lower operational value are compromised to create local internal distraction. This type of distraction has a great psychological effect since it is not an attacker attempting to enter but an attack taking place inside the defense. Systematizing distraction. It is not known for sure if there is a framework, criminalware, or tool to generate distraction, but attackers are weaponizing distraction anyway. This is why we decide to create Red Button. Red Button distraction as a service. Written in Node.js with different interface, interactive CLI WebGuide API Beta. This is the interactive method where you run Red Button alone. It will walk you through its options. When you know what you want, do it will ask you all the information needed for launching that attack step by step. This is the command line interface method. It is the best one for users who know exactly what they want to do and they can be easily orchestrated or automated. Examples are fully documented. This is the web interface. If you prefer visual menus, then this is the best option, easy to use and understand and pretty light to making it good choice. It is also pretty fast, since it's pretty minimalist. The only drawback is that you can't launch certain attacks that require manual interaction like slow lorries. Finally, this is the API approach if you need a way to automate or orchestrate different instances of Red Button over the network. You can easily do it this way. This is still under development, but we expect to release a proper API soon. Distraction as a service. Red Button has a bunch of different modules. Each one has an independent YARN configuration files. Most modules can be accessed on all interface. On the first version, you can engage in distraction like mass emailing, service, brute forcing, SSH, FTP, DDoS, slow loris, mass HTTP, our custom connection, browsing, and port scanning. We are currently researching different APIs to include in the next release, providing web automation, phone calls, and SMS support.
Okay, I'm back here and I want to talk to you about the modules that we use here in Red Button. This is a rather simple application. It was started like an exercise for Adan to jump into Node.js programming and also touching not only programming topics but cybersecurity ones. And he came up with this idea saying, I saw that a lot of people use these instructions, but are they using something automated, certain tool that you can recommend to me, or is this something that they do by hand? And this raises a pretty good question. We didn't actually knew if there's something, as Adam said before, if there was something automated, if there's something like part of a crime war, if there's something, and say, okay, if there's nothing, we may be able to come up with something ourselves. And this is what our little framework, or wannabe framework, is able to do. One of its first modules is the mass email sending. But do not get confused here. We are not trying to do spam. We're not trying to carry out a spam operation at all. You can distract somebody by sending only spam, or at least it won't be the most clever way to do so. What we try to do here is to be able to impersonate anyone else or to mislead someone. Again, our main focus here is not to cause harm, it's not to damage the other person on the other end, but to cause a psychological effect, to be distracted, to be fearful, to be misled, to take pressured decisions, to take bad decisions, to take mislead decisions. So wear this in mind for the rest of the talk. You are not trying to damage the other person. You are trying to mislead him or her. So this module supports all major vendors, Yahoo, Gmail, Hotmail, and on certain vendor specifics modules, you will have certain restrictions. For example, on Google, you have to enable the less secure apps, which is a really popular option because most of the apps require this user approval before being able to use the email API. You can tweak the delay between emails, so you can plan well-timed attacks to be carried out. And since you will be using an existing account from one of these major vendors, the chances of your victim receiving this message are pretty good. Obviously not perfect. You can see that there may be some internal company politics regarding external mails, or that there may be an anti-spam or whatever. An example. Let's say that you send an email pretending to be Nagios, a popular monitoring service. And you say, host production website is flapping. Flapping is, for those who are not familiar with Nagios, when a server is coming up and down repeatedly during a short time span. So Nagios detects this as the server is not actually down or up, it's flapping, which probably indicates a problem outside of the server on the network. So the server may be not the problem. This is what it means. Again, the best part of Red Button is combining different distractions, not only using one, since it won't be really plausible at all. Let's say you send this email, followed by, or following a fake DDoS to that specific service. So mobile email clients, and this is a pretty good advantage point for us, might come in handy for this because by default they tend to hide the sender address and show only its name. So again, you have to line up a good couple of things here. No external email politics, or a really permissive one, and no anti-spam, or again, a really permissive one, and the chance to fool someone with this, and also making them believe that there's a fake DDoS happening here, for example, by sending custom HTTP or custom AROL request. If you have, on the other end, an inexperienced administrator, you might trick him into believing that the fake DDoS is actually affecting site host. The victim then will be ambushed on the other side while distracted. This victim will say, okay, prod website is flapping, I'll check it. And you will be attacking the other side of the wall. So, again, this is a pretty good scenario to test out on a red teaming exercise, your new administrators, your newcomer administrators. This is the view from the web interface. I will show here only, as an example, the web interface. Why? Because it's the only way to show all the arguments required for running this module in a single place. If you think that there may be anything that is not shown here, like intervals, like ports or whatever, these configurations actually exist, but in the configuration files, so you can easily change them. Another module is the HTTP request, which will obviously simulate any HTTP request to a specific site. You can specify headers and even use user agent header. You can simulate traffic to a site or to an API. And you may say, okay, why should I do that? You can simulate reconnaissance traffic to a specific URLs, for example, evercorp.com-admin or -sitemap.xml or -robots.txt, etc. And you can also simulate an API brute forcing, if that's the case. api.evilcorp.com-users, api.evilcorp.com-password reset. So you can browse this, and you can not only do a GET request, you can also do post, delete, update, whatever. So you can really mess up with different things. This is again the example. You will only be requested on this version with this information, the website and the count of requests you want to send. FTP request. Here is where the things come up more interesting. You can simulate any FTP request to a specific server. You can specify user and password, and you can simulate a brute forcing attack. Again, I will repeat the main mantra of this tool. You are not here to do damage. You are here to mislead. So you can mislead the victim in two major ways, and there are a couple of others that you may have already come up in your mind. You can mislead the victim into believing that a specific user is being targeted. For example, the corporate security team, or the backup manager, or the service, or a service account of anything that you can imagine yourself. You can also mislead the victim into believing that you're trying a specific type of attack, say an incremental attack, because you can customize the passwords, or a dictionary-based. So you can make the other person on the other end, the administrator, to believe that either you're a robot or that you're actually trying certain educated way of attacking. Again, you can find here the dashboard with the FTP loaded. Again, something that we can miss here is the SSH request modules. You can simulate, again, any SSH request to a specific server. You can specify user and password and simulate a brute forcing attack. Again, you can mislead the victim into two major ways: into believing that a specific user is being targeted, backup manager, for example, or something like service account Ansible, Chef, Puppet, whatever you like. You can also mislead the victim into believing that you are trying, again, a specific pattern of attack, an incremental or dictionary-based. Okay, let's continue here. This is our dashboard again. And now you can also send custom requests here, which can simulate any request to any specific server. There are no rules, or well, your rules. You can simulate whatever kind of message or protocol that you want, even proprietary protocols, since you can write whatever you want to the socket. For now, we are only using TCP, but UDP is yet to be implemented. We have undergone certain problems trying to addressing UDP. That's why this framework is still in alpha. For example, you can simulate, as I said before, a proprietary protocol, say Java debug protocol, or you can leave a message, for example, pay the ransom. Again, when you're flooding someone with traffic, the first thing that this person will try to do is to throttle that traffic. And in order to throttle it on an effective way, it has to identify that traffic. For identifying that traffic, this administrator has to inspect the traffic, find a pattern, and using that pattern, say, okay, everything that complies with this pattern should be blocked or dropped in this case. And when this administrator enters to inspect different packets of traffic, we'll find our message, pay the ransom. Again, a pretty simple dashboard on how to use it. Now, using certain third-party libraries like Slow with 2 Ws, which is a pretty nice library, we are able to send a slow loading attack to a specific server. I will explain slow loading in detail in the demonstration part, but let's give a brief and simple concept. It's a well-known form of DDoS and will definitely raise alarms, definitely. It will allow you to specify the number of threads to choose how much noise you want to make. You can start with little noise and start escalating, or you can start making all the noise in the world at once. Basically, slow loading works by keeping many connections open and holding them as long as possible. It will play and mess up with the server's tolerance to timeout. We'll explain this in detail later, so don't panic. Let's, again, remember that to get a better grip on Red Baron and on distractions in general, you have to rely on your book of tricks, not on a single trick. If you are a one-trick pony, you won't get far. So let's say that, for example, you start sending a DDoS to a specific site with slow loaders. You combine this distraction with another one, a second distraction, and you place your real attack on the third place. What you're doing here, again, is not trying to achieve any damage. You are trying to mislead people to cause a psychological effect. So you will basically split human responses and efforts, because for every distraction, somebody must be there to attend and fix it. So if you cause 100 distractions, you will probably have 100 persons assigned to messing up with them. You will make it hard for different teams to triage events. You won't be, let's say, you won't finish a first event and a second one will rise. You won't be able to really triage the second one because a third one will arise, and so on. You will have different rates of people attending problems and a rate of problems arising. So you will have problems growing by 10 and people being a limited resource. And you will put a lot of pressures on the decision-making process, a lot of pressure, which is the final intention of Red Baron, to cause the other part to make forced, misinformed, and misled decisions. This one won't have a web interface because, again, we can use tools which require manual intervention in the web interface. Port scanning, this is pretty simple and pretty small module. You can send a port scan to a specific target. You can feign a reconnaissance task, or simulate a specific tool either. This is pretty simple to use. So, a summary. Red Baron is and will be released and will be kept as open source software, so you are more than welcome and invited to collaborate here. Also, this is Adan's first big software, so we wanted to support him into building something that can be maintained over time and that won't just lie around on an old repository, just growing old and unattended. So you are more than welcome to jump in, to help us, to help him. And obviously, all your hard work will be recognized too. And as with other products, we will try to keep this as minimalist as possible. Simple yet functional. I think you guys know the quote that says, keep it simple, stupid. Well, we will try to keep it as simplest as possible. What to expect in next release? Just, we wanted to submit this as an alpha, and we always try to be transparent with this. This is under heavy development. It's far from finished. We would like to add support for SMS, for individual or mass sending, and for phone calls, individual again or mass calling. The point on here is we are inspecting different APIs. We are just trying to make a decision here for prices. These are definitely not free APIs. And we want something that can tolerate certain high rates of SMS and phone calls. So this is still under development. We would like to make something like a crypto mining simulation for using on compromised servers. You can cause a great distraction by making a CPU go crazy, simulating something like mining. So this will definitely cause attention, and you won't be either mining or causing any damage. It will still be inside our principles. And some post-exploitation simulation on compromised server, like touching specific files like etc pass wd, or like trying to touch a specific files on the file system or protected memory sectors. Whatever you can imagine, this will try to simulate doing it. Web automation, for example, like keeping certain elements in the web, like interacting with them, trying to simulate being a legit user, etc. Mass UDP datagram sendings and other kinds of traffic simulations, which are currently under development and haven't been finished to be included in this alpha. And integration with other APIs. So we are looking here for creativity. If you want to jump in as a collaborator and you don't know how to program, how to code, that's not a showstopper, definitely. You can just reach us and say, hey, Adan, I think this API might be great for you. Look what this API can do. That is more than enough. Even if you don't know how to integrate the API yourself, that's not a problem. Whatever can help us and can make this project work or grow, it's more than welcome. So now it's time for the demonstrations for this weapon of mass destruction. I will show you some videos and I hope you like them. And then we can jump to the conclusions and to the questions and answers. Okay, in this first demo video, we'll see two specific tools, two specific modules from Red Baron. The FTP request for simulating a brute forcing attack in this case, and sending of massive custom requests. So we'll see module 3 and 5. Let's start first with FTP. We will use for this case the interactive console method, which will ask you for every information needed interactively, step by step. So you will basically be spoon-feeding the information to Red Baron in order to continue. This is the most easy way for exploring different options. Let's go ahead. I will choose option 3. Obviously, since this is a proof of concept, this will be a localhost server. And we'll try to simulate the brute forcing of a backup user. Let's call it BKP MGR, backup manager. But we can use every arbitrary string that you want to simulate. Let's do a simple password. Let me in, please, just for testing purposes. Remember that every module have a YAML file where its configurations are kept. So if you want to modify, in this case, the standard port of a service or the time you might want to wait between requests, you can tweak all these things directly on the file. So you don't have to worry about anything else. Let's say I want 4 requests. This will take 20 seconds, since the standard here is to wait 5 seconds between requests. You will automatically see here on the left that user BKB manager tried to log in and failed. This is the expected result. As we can see here on red button, password was rejected as expected. Since you are not wanting to crack the FTP server, you want to do a distraction, you want to do damage, you want to cause a psychological effect. You don't want to exactly hack on an FTP server. It's of no use to your organization or to what you are trying to achieve. So the FTP is not important, holds virtually no value. You want the effect of someone feeling that its server is being cracked. So after every module, you will have to press any key, since again, this is interactive, to start again. Let's leave the FTP alone for some time. Let's focus on another module, the custom one. So we'll try to send massive custom requests here, module number 5. Here on the left and on the upper corner, you will see that I'm running Netcat listening on port 6500. So let's say you have a specific protocol or proprietary protocol you want to emulate or to simulate, or that you want, like in this case we will do, you want to send a message to someone. You want to send something that when these people, the administrator, the network administrator or the security administrator or whoever inspects the packets, you want them to find a message, to find something. The first thing that one might try to do under SIG, under network SIG, will be to first throttle the traffic away, but also to inspect it, to find a pattern, and with a pattern, you will be able to block it easier. So when this person will try to find a pattern, will find this message. So let's go ahead. Localhost, port, as I said before, is 6500. Now the message, the payload of our little trick. Let's say pay the ransom or we won't stop. Menacingly enough. Let's send, let's say 4 requests again. This will take 20 seconds again, since the standard is 5 seconds, but you can tweak it to do on any time frame you wish. So as you may see, this arbitrary message is printed inside this service, which is listening on that port. You can write anything you want, so you can even simulate protocols, as I said before. Now, this is pretty simple. There's nothing too over-engineered here. But with many instances, try to picture many instances as in Dockers, in containers, in pods, or whatever you want, distributed, you can really cause a difference here. So, okay, these were just 2 modules on the interactive version. Next, we'll see the CLI version, which is pretty good for automatizing things. And the most easier one, the web interface. Okay, now let's see the CLI options for running Red Baron. In this case, I want to show you the slow loris attack, which can only be run from CLI or interactive methods, since it requires manual interaction. From now on, and to keep the web interface minimalist and simple, everything that requires human interaction during its execution will be only available via CLI or the interactive methods. So, okay, here on the background, on the big console on the foreground, I'm running a listener on port 80, faking a web server. Obviously, since this is not a real web server, slow loaders won't affect it. It won't really make a difference since also this is only a test. So let's start. Here I have the auto suggestion, luckily, CLI slow loaders localhost on port 80 and running on 5 threads. Slow loaders is a pretty interesting attack in which you open certain requests to a web server, but you play with its tolerance. You are playing with its timeout time. So let's give a really simplified example. So don't take this as a technical note. Let's say that a web server can wait up to you for 30 seconds. If you don't answer or don't end your business with him on 30 seconds, you will be kicked out and receive a timeout error. So let's say that you know that this time is probably say 30 seconds. And you say, okay, I'm going to send you just a snippet of my request, a valid snippet, and wait, hold on for 29 seconds. On second 29, and once you are really near to closing the connection with me, saying, okay, this guy is no longer active, I'm going to send you a second snippet. And you say, oh, you're still awake. Okay, but this is incomplete. So the web server will hold on another 30 seconds for the rest of my request. So I start opening as many threads as I can, making the server hold up and playing with its tolerance. So when an administration wants to take into account what's happening, he or she will see that there are a lot of spawned processes asking for things on an incomplete way. This is a slow loaders attack. You will slowly consume this web server's resources. Picture it like this, like a person waiting in a line for doing some business somewhere. But every time someone says, okay, you're next, he walks up to the desk, starts searching for things in his bag, and moves away once more, but still takes a place in the line constantly. Now, try to imagine that all the crowd in this office or in this business do the same constantly. You will finally end up tiring the attendant, the clerk, or whoever needs to serve this request. This is what happens in slow loaders. So we'll send this, let's say 10 threads. Red Baron will start sending this using the slow library. And as you can see, these are the different packets that are being sent here as an HTTP request. Obviously, as we are not running a web server, we are not interpreting what is happening here. We're just repeating what slow loaders and Red Baron is sending to us. If this were a real web server, this request will be hanging up unless the server is patched, and will start queuing in line and accumulating. Finally, the web server won't be able to keep sending this, to keep receiving, this request, and will finally crash. Let's stop this here, it's enough. Another pretty interesting module that we have configured here, it's the sending of different emails. Sending emails at random, out of the blue, and in the cold won't be the smartest move here. We are not spammers. We are not the lowest form of leaving things in the hacking, the spammers. we want to do something different. By sending a lot of emails, you won't convince anyone. We won't say, pay the ransom via email 100 of times. That won't impress anyone. But if you're lucky enough, we can do something like this. Red button, JS, CLI, email. Let's say that you have to combine different things, since you want to do something mixed up with social engineering, with intelligence. If you plan to do a distraction attack, you need to have certain insight of your target. Say, for example, if there's somebody who will receive an alert like this, let's say Nagios, let's just guess here. Obviously, this is not the exact subject that Nagios uses, but let's try to imagine this is, since this is only example. Server down, prod, main, db. Server is down. Prod, main db, and let's say HTTP. This will send an email to myself, only one, here I can specify the count, telling me, okay, this server is down, right? And if you're browsing this email, say, for example, in a mobile client, it's pretty common that these popular mobile clients do not show the sender's address, but rather the sender's name. In desktop, this can be easily discovered, but guess that you're on the night and you receive this email, and obviously you have to line up a lot of errors here. An anti-spam not working correctly, really open external email politics on your company, a bad night of sleep for the administrator, and obviously you have to line up which monitoring server and alerting server they are using. So you have to take a lot of guesses here. So let's say that you want to send this email and you receive it on your mobile phone. You will at least find your attention caught by either the alert, if you believe in it, or by the spam email, if you don't believe it and discover it to be fake. Either chance will attract your attention. You will at least have to jump out of bed and tell to your boss, hey boss, look, I'm seeing this strange spam email from somebody on the external to the organization. And they tried to fool me into believing that this server fell. You will at least attract attention, which is your ultimate objective here, to attract attention, rather for good or for bad, it doesn't matter. So you can play with this. Again, the objective of this module is not to send spam. You are not a spammer. You want to attract attention, either way. Okay, so here we are at our last demo video. This is the web interface for Red Baron, which is built on Express for Node.js. This is the most simple way to learn how to use Red Baron and to get more familiar with its different modules. It's pretty friendly, as you can see here. It's pretty minimalistic and straightforward, but it's also the less effective way on using it. Why? Because you have to manually introduce every piece of information that you want to use. So this is not the most effective way. You cannot automate anything here. It will be pretty clunky to use productively or to run a red teaming exercise or anything. This is only good to learn the basics and to get around easier on Red Baron. The web interface has a limitation, as we stressed it out a lot of times before, that you cannot run anything which requires human interaction during its execution. For example, the slow loris attack, the phone calls, or different SMS things we are trying here. And in fact, a lot of you might have already said, yes, you can do that. Yes, obviously we can do some magic here and there, but we like to keep this simple and straightforward. This won't be intended for the long-term use. So every time you pick up one of these endpoints, which can be also queried via CURL, wget, fetch, or anything else you use, you will receive these panels, these formularies, where you can see exactly what kind of arguments does red button takes for that module. So it's pretty easy to learn your way around. Say I want to send massive port scan, custom request, wherever, and you will see its output here in this mockup terminal. But if you choose slow loris, you will get this warning. Can only be run using the CLI. Okay, let's try a couple of these. Say SSH request. Let's say localhost, as I said before, 3 port 22, user Mauro Eldridge, password let me in, please. Don't forget your manners. Always say please. And run. This will do a post to the same endpoint, and on the backend, let's say backend, quoted because it's not a real backend, it will call red button itself on a CLI, on the CLI method, and will run this different request here. So this is basically how the web interface works. Let's do a massive HTTP request. You will always carry around your last result here. Let's try to send something like, again, 5 queries to this website, our website. This will obviously do not raise any alarm or caught any eye or any attention. But you can browse, as we said before in the slide, specific endpoints like password reset, like the sitemap, like the robots.txt, to simulate that something is happening. Obviously, everything we're doing here is totally unoffensive and won't be able to do any harm. But the best thing that you can use here for making up distractions and the like is imagination. Just let your imagination fly. Obviously, by doing this request, you won't be able to denegate a service, and that won't be also your final intention here. You don't want to denegate something. You don't want to crack an SSH password. You want the other person on the other end to believe that you are trying to do so. That's the magic behind the distraction. So you can also check the rest of the modules. You can contribute with whatever you want to do too, translations, whatever you want, since we are trying to build something big out of this. So I hope you have liked this. We can jump now to the final discussion, your conclusions, and the questions. Okay, time to jump to the conclusions and to the question and answers, and obviously time to say goodbye. So our conclusions are pretty simple. Some events, while looking simple and isolated, can be serious indicators of actors packing heat near your assets. Distractions are powerful tools when applied well, when well used, and can divert the focus of attention from the real problem. And not everything is what it seems. This might be, again, really interesting to be applied to red teaming, so we are looking forward for your experiences in case you implement it. You can follow us on GitHub and Twitter. My personal GitHub and Twitter are Mauro Eldridge, and I'm more than welcome to follow you back and to answer any question that you might have. And in case of Adan, you can reach him at AdanSayX on GitHub. And on Twitter, His handler is AdanZKX with a K. If you want to follow our DEFCON group, you can find us at DC54111 on Twitter and github.com/DC5411. There you can also grab a copy of Red Baron, so feel free to do a pull request or to give any feedback, even if you don't know how to code. Whatever you like, it's more than welcome. Now, if you have any questions, we will be glad to hear them and answer them. And if you have a question, say in a week, in a month, or whenever, reach us on Twitter and we'll be more than happy to help. So thanks for your time. Thanks for the invitation and for attending our talk. We are really happy to be here, and we're really happy to share one of our members' first projects with you. So please, we really hope to see you again next year. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mauro and Adam, for the awesome talk. It was an amazing session. It did provide an insight on how the Red Baron tool can generate distraction and confuse the blue team. Do continue to support us, and looking forward to have you at next YASCON as well. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We are back again with YASCON Talks. Thank you for supporting us, and please keep supporting us as well. Our next speaker is Vladi Slandler. We know that the cloud technology is widely used right away, and it's also very much important to know about the security features, whether it's a vulnerability or a feature that the cloud is providing us. So our next talk is dark side of cloud configuration. Is it vulnerability or feature? We have with us Vladi Sandler. Vladi, over to you.
Thank you very much, and nice to meet you guys. Welcome to the conference, and welcome for a session about the dark side of cloud configurations. As said before, my name is Vladi Sandler, and I'm the CEO and the co-founder of an innovative cloud security next generation solution called Lightspeed. I'm 32 years old plus one, and I have more than 30 years of experience in cybersecurity, both red team and blue team, when actually 6 years of this experience coming only in investing in cloud security, my perfect and favorite domain. And that's exactly what we're going to talk about today. But maybe one step before we'll talk about the cloud security and the solution and the different attack vectors, I think we should talk about the history of the cloud. And let's try to understand the problems that we're going to discuss today. Now, remember, the most important sentence that I want you to remember today is that the ability to learn new technology is much more slower than the innovation. I mean, technology running much more faster than we have an ability to learn it, right? So let's see an example. Companies decided to move to the cloud. Great. Sounds like a good thing. Let's try to understand what's going on. For this situation, we have two interesting perspectives. From one side, we see the Fortune 500 companies like PayPal, which actually acquire and do an M&A. And during the acquire process, they actually buy new companies, right? So what's happened then? I mean, PayPal is an on-premise company, but the new innovative companies they acquire are cloud-based. So without the correct due diligence, since it's difficult to analyze risk when you don't have the correct experts for this topic, you actually connect cloud to on-premise and become to be a hybrid cloud environment. It's a challenge. How do you manage the security and how do you know there is no risk? From other side, we see a lot of companies which, as part of the digital transformation, move to the cloud or create their product from day one on the cloud. Wix, Netflix, Monday.com, Hulu, great example for these kind of companies. Most of the cases are starting from single cloud environment like Amazon. Now think about it, that only in Amazon, we have more than 2,500 different IAM policies. So how exactly should we handle scale? What we should do when we start to be with Azure and Google Cloud also? On some point, we create a platform as a service layer, which has, for example, Kubernetes or Cloud Foundry. So we become to be a multi-cloud service mesh. I mean, everyone in our organization can do deployment. We don't have a real control for that. There is no holistic tool that can help us to manage our environments, which are distributed between the hybrid cloud and multi-cloud. And we always have starvation for experts, which brings us to the problem called misconfiguration. And I know that most of you heard about misconfiguration, which is not the new problem, especially not in the cloud. But the bigger problem is not the misconfigurations themselves, but the exploitation of the misconfiguration. Something that we defined in Lightspeed and called configuration vulnerabilities. And that's exactly what I want to talk with you today. So, some fun fact. All the companies that were breached last year were compliant. I know that sounds funny, but it's not. Which means that compliance is the lowest level of security. We can be compliant and still somebody can hack our infrastructure or our system. So how it can be, I mean, if I'm compliant or if I have a regulation, I should be protected. That's what I saw, but it's not correct. And even when you talk about cloud, it becomes to be even more difficult. And probably the main reason it becomes to be more difficult is because when we talk about application security, the application layer, we talk about data. And when you talk about data and we talk about application security, you have application vulnerabilities like SQL injection, a great example of exploitation that can cause damage to the data. When we talk about infrastructure layer, we're talking about networking. So we're talking about networking security, which brings us to new problems like network vulnerabilities are poisoning many in the middle class, right? It is delayed. But in the cloud you have only one thing. In cloud you have configurations, which mean, so here we talk about configuration and everything you do using configuration, like infrastructure as a code, like Terraform, CloudFormation, and you run commands to create your infrastructure. The meaning is we're talking about configuration security, which open a new domain of problems called configuration vulnerabilities, like the example I'm going to show you today, the privilege escalation via EC2 instance run instance permission. You will like it. So before that, let's try to understand which kind of security configuration issues do we have. The first kind of security configuration issue that we have is misconfiguration. I mean, human mistakes. The most classical one is this one you can see below. You have a load balancer which is exposed to the internet. Behind this load balancer, we have an EC2 instance. So it means we can access EC2 instance through the load balancer. But because of misconfiguration, we exposed the EC2 instance directly to the internet and gave it public IP. Now we have a problem, which means the attackers can exactly determine our EC2 instance and attack it specifically it. Here's the first problem. The second kind of problem are weak configurations. I mean, we have best practices, but unfortunately, as I said before, we have starvation for experts, and sometimes they don't do what we expect from them to do. For example, in the screenshot below, by mistake, we configured SSL version 3 or TLS version 1, which all of you know that is vulnerable to poodle attack. So weak configuration is another example for security configuration issues. The third kind is my favorite one, is the risky default settings. So pay attention what's going on here. We have an SSH keeper, but pay attention how many servers use this specific key. The meaning is, once you compromise one EC2 instance and one server, you can compromise all the servers because all of them using the same key. And that's actually even bigger problem. By the way, the solution here is not so easy, but still, it's a really big problem. So after that, let's try to understand what is configuration vulnerabilities. Actually, it's one of the type mentioned before or above, or even a couple of them that can be exploited by the attacker. And the attacker actually can apply any kind of tactics that we know, like privilege escalation, lateral movement, persistency, and more. And that's exactly what I want to show you today. So the example that we're going to talk about it today, called privilege escalation via EC2 run instances permission. It's actually something that our research team developed. And we're going to show you how we can compromise the VPC like in few commands. So let's understand what's going on. So we have a classical environment. In our environment, we have an EC2 instances. If you're not familiar with this term, EC2 instance is actually in Amazon called server, elastic computers. So we have one interesting server called Jumpbox. Pay attention to this specific Jumpbox have a maintenance role, which has full permissions for servers and RDS. RDS are databases. We can see that the internal employees, in our case, the DevOps teams, can actually access this specific server. And they use it since it has a maintenance role to manage the environment. What else we can see in the environment? 2 extra objects or assets on the professional names. RDS snapshot, which is a database, and EC2 instance, another server, which is exposed to the internet, and it has 3 roles that we're going to discuss in a few minutes. But there was a problem. By mistake, our DevOps team exposed the SSH keeper to public GitHub. So it's our initiate access point. So what will do our attacker? First, our attacker is going to access the public GitHub and extract this private key, the SSH key. and it's going to use it in order to authenticate the EC2 instance. Now pay attention that this specific machine has three interesting roles. Run instances, which is a role in Amazon that can allow to create a new machine. Pass the role, which has the ability to attach a role to the machine that we want, but in order to do that, we have to know the name of the role. So the third one, the list roles, which is not relevant, but make the life easier for the attacker, allow us to list which kind of roles we have in the environment. By the way, we don't really need it in order to compromise the environment, but if we have it, we don't need to do a brute force attack that I'm going to show you in a few minutes. So once our attacker has these three abilities, first step will be to do enumerate attack on the EC2 instance themselves in order to understand which kind of permissions this server has. That's how, by the way, the attacker will understand that it has an EC2 instance. Run instances, pass role, and list roles permissions. Once you will discover that, you can use the list roles permission in order to list the permissions in the environment and discover the maintenance role, the administrative role. The next step will be to create, using run instances, a new EC2 instance, and use the pass the role permission to attach the maintenance role. And once you will do that, he can connect to the machine. And remember, since he has public exposed keeper, he can use it to attach also to the new EC2 machine. So now he can do a lateral movement. And once he will access the new EC2 instance, from this moment he can compromise the VPC because he actually has an administrative role. Great. I think it's a really great moment to do some demo. So let's see how does it look like. Okay. 1 second, please. Let's share our machine. Great. So now you can see my machine. So awesome. So let's start from that. Our attacker actually successfully compromised the public interface thanks to the key. From this moment, the attacker can do some discovery. The first thing he can do is go to the metadata of the machine in order to extract some information, including the temporary token that's using for authentication. Let's say that happened. So the URL is always the same URL. In case of AWS, it's 169.254.169.254. And the path you can see here on the path when we know that the name of the policy attached called MGM policy. If we don't know that, we can go one directory above and see that. I can even show you that. Once we do that, we can see the policy here. And great. Once we have this information, we can load it to our environment variable in order to start to work. Don't worry about it. We actually did it for you. So you can see that in the environment variable, we have Amazon secret, Amazon key, and the temporary key. Great. Once we did it, next step should be actually try to do enumeration attack and understand which kind of roles do we have on this specific machine. In order to do that, we can use an open source solutions like enumerate IAM, which will try to do a brute force attack on all the possible variations of permissions that can be attached. So let's try to run it. Really straightforward. And go. So it will start to do a brute force attack. It can take some time. Don't worry about it. Let's take it a few minutes to see if we will succeed or not. I can do a spoiler. We know the permissions. And even so, we got lucky. Been really fast. We see that there is a permission list roles. From this moment, we can actually stop the machine, the brute force. We don't need it anymore. You can see that we have more permission like get caller identity. So we can do some checks. We can run the AWS get caller identity, and we can see that we have MGM policy permission and some information about ourselves. Awesome. Let's try to run another permission like S3 bucket LS, and you can see that we don't have this permission. So that's how this tool actually works, trying to do different kind of enumeration. That's how we can discover what we can do. And as I told you before, we have the ability to do list roles, which will show us all the roles on the environment, but we cannot work like this, right? It's not clean. So in order to make our life easier, we should work with JQ. JQ can filter and show us everything in much more beautiful way. So once we do that, now we filtered all the permissions based on 2 points. I want to find all the roles which we can attach to native services. You can see here a Lambda or EC2 policy, so we can see our role here that can be attached to EC2, and we can see the maintenance role that we discovered on the PowerPoint that you remember before, that can be attached to the EC2 Amazon also, which is a great news for us. So the next step should be for us is actually to create a new machine inside the environment. Sorry for that. Great. So we run the command that's going to create the run instances. Let's try to analyze it. We do AWS CLI command of EC2 run instances, which actually create us a new machine. The command passed successfully. I know what you're thinking. Where did we got the other permissions like the image ID or instance type and more? So do you remember the metadata that I talked and showed you before? All this information actually exists in there. So we can extract the image ID, the security group ID, the subnet ID, of course, and more. About the key, we specifically can use the same keys that we obtained from the public EC2 instances, so it's not a problem at all. Great. So once we do that, we can take its internal IP address, right, and just try to connect. It's the clear. It will be easier for us to work like this. Perfect. So we successfully connected to our new machine, and once we run the command get caller identity, you even can see that this specific machine is with maintenance role, which actually says that we successfully do a privilege escalation, created a privileged mode machine in the environment of our victim. By the way, we created in persistency also, and from this moment we actually can compromise the VPC and extract more information about the environment, or do everything we just want, from data breach to financial damage to reputation damage. It's really up to the attacker. Awesome. So what should we do in this case? How should we handle this situation, right? I mean, is the next question we have to know how to answer. So let's share again my screen and let's try to answer this specific question. First of all, let's analyze what's happened. We exploited 3 permissions, right? But basically, pay attention. If we will remove from the EC2 instance which exposed to the internet the path the role permission, we solve half of the problem. Even so, the attacker won't succeed to do a privilege escalation, but still, because he has the run instances permission, can actually create a lot of new machines, which will create a denial of wallet attack. I mean, it will cost a lot of money or fund to our victim. If the attacker will remove the run instances permission, right? So the attacker actually will do something great, because from this moment, he destroys this vector attack called privilege escalation via run instances, which is better solution. Of course, the best is to remove 3 of this role. I mean, if it's I think you cannot see my screen. Please, sorry again. Now I guess you can see. So as I said it before, if you are if you will remove the run instances, you will just eliminate this attack chain. But the best is basically remove 3 of these roles if they are not really in use by the machine. Once you do that, you eliminate the attacker. Great. So let's talk a little bit about the conclusions in this story. First of all, don't rely on your cloud providers. I mean, Amazon, Azure, and Google Cloud are great, but still configurations and permissions are under your responsibility. So you should take care of it, nobody else. and we see that it can be complicated task, but sometimes there is different approach that can make it much more easier. Compliance is not enough. Compliance is not a solution. I mean, it's the old world. We could use it 10 years ago to prove that the security, let's say the security on the cloud is equal to on-premise, but it don't really solve the problem. And I proved that all the companies which were breached last year been compliant. We have to view our stack from the attacker perspective. I mean, if we will understand what exactly the attacker can do with every one of the permission of this configuration, what will be the damage and the impact, we can do a prioritization, which will help us in much more better and easier way to understand how can we mitigate the problems and what should we take care of first. Probably, by the way, reduce the number of the false positive also. And remember, be proactive. Prevent the data breach at the configuration stage. I know that all of you working on the DevSecOps approach, which means we're starting from test environment, moving to pre-prod environment, and then launch on the production. So we have to understand and take care of the problems before they are happening. If we don't do that, we will discover the attacker in too late, because the runtime protection solutions will detect the attacker, and actually the attacker has an access to our environment, and we don't want it. We want to close the holes before something happens, not after. Awesome. So team, if you have more questions, first of all, feel free to ask me now. Feel free to contact me on LinkedIn and subscribe our Lightspin's LinkedIn page, get more updates about us. It was a big honor to be on this great conference and share with you my information. So thank you very much, and I wish you a great day.
Thank you, Vladi. That was an amazing session. Thank you for supporting us, and looking forward to see you for next YASCON as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope to see you also. Bye.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being at YASCON Talks. This is YASCON 2020, and time to introduce our sponsors. Our gold sponsors: Lulu International Shopping Mall, Buckrout, TCM Security, and Active Bytes. Our other sponsors: CloudSec, Cyber Data Consultants, and TuxCentrics. Our community partners: Red Team Village, C Labs, Grey Hat, Web Seasides, and DEFCON Kuwait. If you want to know more about them, you can visit our website, and we have linked all the partners and sponsors' websites on our page. Do show them some love. Keep watching, stay tuned, we will be back in a while.
Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world, Savannah. Let's all take a walk, Savannah. Lion's gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk.
Welcome back to YASCON Talks. Next, we have a session on machine learning and mobile security by Ali Abdullahi. In this session, he'll demonstrate us how we can have the advantage of emerging machine learning to reduce the telecom attack. Over to you, Ali.
This is Ali, and I hope you enjoyed my talk about machine learning and mobile network security. In this talk, actually, I want to illustrate a little bit more about all possible attacks against mobile networks, including radio access network, circuit switch network, and packet switch networks. And after that, I want to show you how we can train a machine learning algorithm to detect and reduce the cyber risk against mobile network security attacks and actually fighting against these kind of attacks. So if you're ready, let's get started. So first of all, I want to introduce myself. I am Ali Abdullahi. I'm a cybersecurity enthusiast with over 8 years of experience in cybersecurity. I'm an active bug hunter. I'm an active instructor, bug hunter, and author, and a regular speaker and trainer at industry conferences like Telecom, besides DEF CON, OWASP, and some other cybersecurity conferences. So, in the talk and technical issues, as you can see, I prepared some incidents and news regarding telecom hacking. As you can see, all of these news pointing to SS7 and the telecommunication infrastructure exploitation. And for example, in left-hand side, you can see UK Metro Bank cyber incident which pointed criminal or a group of criminals exploit a flaw in SS7, which is one of the main part of telecommunication and telco protocol stack, to hijack and gain unauthorized access to banking information and accounts. And also you can see another malicious scenario by abusing SS7 protocol to inject ATM malware to attack a financial institution and banks. So the other news is about the importance of SS7 vulnerabilities, and also in fact all related vulnerabilities in telecommunication and mobile networks, and pointing to some sort of hardening and fighting against these kind of vulnerabilities in US, which is very, very important to us, because we can reduce the cyber risk of these kind of vulnerabilities and attacks by hardening and actually implementing some kind of security solutions. And the final one is talking about something interesting. As you can see, Twitter disabled a feature which allowed you to send your tweets using SMS service, and by abusing telecommunication infrastructure, a hacker can try to spoof or even manipulate your SMS message to, for example, in this case, send fake or tampered tweets on behalf of you. So here we have all possible attacks, and as you can see, we have subscriber data leakage, which pointing to any information, any valuable information of subscribers in mobile communication. For example, IMSI number. IMSI number is the most valuable information in telecom because it is a unique value for each subscribers like me, you, and everyone who is in touch with telecommunication and mobile networks. And the next one is network data leakage, which pointing to all information about network nodes and elements in radio or even core networks. The next one is invasion of privacy, which actually pointing to location tracking. It is very, very important to both subscribers and network owners that the privacy of actually user equipments. And it is very interesting matter that a hacker or an intruder can try to locate your phone, but it is possible, and it is one of the most most usage of telecommunication and SS7 attacks. Whenever a hacker or a threat actor wants to check your location, it's based on CGI, or cell global identifier, including your mobile country code, your mobile network code, your location area code, and your cell ID. And by using these information, everyone can track your location on, for example, even on public resources and map to locate your equipment and phone actually. So then we have sniffing. In this section, the importance of sniffing is that the hacker could try to actually intercept both voice and SMS, or even redirect your voice call. And the next one is spoofing, is some things like sniffing, because a hacker again can perform spoofing on both voice and SMS. For example, call you with a fake number, or even send you a SMS with a fake, invalid, or actually duplicate number on behalf of somebody else. And the final item is fraud, which is pointing to all possible attacks to perform fraud operations in scenarios. And for example, one of the most vulnerable part of telecommunication is USSD infrastructures to fraud, or even a hacker can try to, for example, make a free call, make for example, cheaper call, or cheaper data network plan to use the internet, and many other scenarios. As you can see here, this is the simple mobile network architecture, including BTS, Node B and eNode Bs, and in GSM, 3G, and 4G. As you can see here, we have three main areas here: radio access network, BSCs, and actually an RNC, which is the connector of backhaul and access network to the core network. However, in 4G and 5G, we don't have such area, and all circuit switch and packet switch networks integrated to one core network called EPC. And here, 5 simple and straightforward 5G network architecture. This is something like the previous one, and some kind of terminology and names are different, but keep in your mind that in 5G networks, we have more IP backbone infrastructure, we have some sort of software-defined networking and network function virtualization environments. So, as I described, we have 3 main areas or subnetworks in mobile network. Actually, the first one is mobile radio access network, which is responsible for all information in transit between you and a cell tower, a base station. The second one is signaling network, which is responsible for all information like your voice and SMS and anything like that, to handle it. And most of the attacks in telecommunication, and the dangerous one happened here. And the final one is data network or packet switch, which is responsible for all related in transactions and communication between subscribers and all nodes to provide you internet access. Here is a simple radio access network architecture in LTE. We have some eNode Bs here and as base stations, and they are connected to the core network, MME and SGW. SGW provides you to connecting to PGW packet gateway and internet cloud, actually, and MME is responsible for any other functionalities. And all eNode's here connected to each other using X2 interfaces, and they're connected to the core network via SPAN interfaces. So The most relevant vulnerabilities in radio access network divided in three main parts, and the first one is lack of authentication, and also we have lack of encryption on US side, and lack of rogue fake based station detection, because many of uh, radio access network based attacks perform using a fake based station. So here I'm going to talk about all possible attacks. Not all of them, but the most usable and the most relevant, like jamming. Here you can see a hacker can jam your signal and downgrade you to older technologies which are more vulnerable, and you can perform these kind of attacks using cellular phone jammers, as you can see in the pictures on the left hand side. And also we can perform man in the middle using software defined radio like RTLSTR or Blade RF or USRP, and even we can use Osmocom and a Motorola C115 and C118 to bring us a physical connection to a phone number and baseband. As you can see here, this is a sniffing example. You can see we are receiving all those necessary information in a EUTRAN, in a radio access network in LTE technologies. And here you can see we have a related MC traffic, clear text inside the Wireshark. And also here we have MCC, MNC, SIM card registration information, and MC number here. And this is our console, which is connected and handling, actually connected to the Motorola and handling using Osmocom BB software. And here we have a TeamC sniffing. TeamC is a temporary value because, as I mentioned before, MC number is very, very sensitive, and because it is unique for you, and whenever a hacker achieved your MC number, it's very bad news, because hacker can try and perform further exploitation based on your IMSI number. So, but TeamC are still valuable information, and by using TeamC sniffer that you can download it from GitHub, you can sniff TeamC. So you can see whenever we downgrade our victims to GSM, or even I know many mobile operators all around the world using GSM, still using GSM. So we have A50, A51, A52, which are vulnerable, and or for example, in this case, we are testing SIM cloning, which provides a hacker to actually copy or clone a SIM card to perform further exploitation, or even performing fraud scenarios. Or this is a subscriber denial of service by sending IMSI detach request. And here we have again, by using Osmocom and that phone, we try to change our mobile phone IMEI, or hardware serial, hardware unique address, to an invalid one, or maybe duplicate. As you can see here, the identity request based on IMEI, we sent an invalid one because it's set to all 0, And here you can see ciphering mode completed, so we can connect to the core network and use all services. And here we have all those essential keys in mobile network, like random number, strace, and KC, ciphering keys. And in this case, because whenever you want to achieve these values, it is very, very hard. However, we can try to trigger SS7 map message like SAI or send authentication info to retrieve those valuable information straightforward from the HLR or HSS from the core network. And here this is a slide is trying to demonstrate all circuit switch vulnerabilities, like, as I told you, network and subscriber data leakage, SIM spoofing, interception, call redirection, fraud, and network modification, like removing or adding a subscriber profile to the core network. You can see here in subscriber data leakage, like leakaging IMSI number, we received by sending send routing info for SM message with opcode or operation code 45. We retrieved IMSI number, including MCC, MNC, and all other necessary information. And in this case, we have some sort of network data leakage like SSN, subsystem numbers. And here we have an example of SMS spoofing. As you can see, some invalid numbers like plus 5555 or plus 123 as our examples. And here we intercepted SMS. You can see SMS text at the bottom of the picture in TP user data section. And here call redirection performed using PRN or provide roaming number with opcode 4 on a specific MSISDN or phone number. And here location area code, you can see cell global identifier CGI number with all other information, so we can convert CGI using Python or any other automatic algorithm, or by using any other programming language or online resources to retrieve MCC, MNC, LAC, and CID. And here I'm trying to talk about packet switch vulnerabilities like data exfiltration, like some kind of network and subscriber leakage, subscriber denial of service by abusing GTP and TID, and traffic redirection, performing fraud, for example, using or accessing unauthorized internet connection, which is mine, but you're using my connection illegally. And finally, DNS attacks like tunneling or other DNS specific attacks like amplification, etc. And in this case, we can see one example. In this example, the hacker has both IMSI and TIMSI numbers of our victim, and by exploiting TID or tunnel endpoint identifier, hacker tried to brute force all TIDs here, right here, a huge number, actually, a huge number of TIDs. And in this specific scenario, hacker blocked a legal connection from our victims, so our victim could not reach to example.com. And in this case, again, the scenario is same, but the procedure is a little bit different. because our hacker in this case is exploiting GTP or GPRS tunneling protocol by sending delete session request, which delete or remove the legal session between our user equipment and PGW or internet, or creating a huge number of PDP context requests, which may lead to denial of service. So now we're going to talk about actually machine learning, which is very, very interesting. So machine learning is the process of teaching machines to see pattern in data, and we have two main types of machine learning algorithm: supervised and unsupervised. Supervised learning algorithms are applied to label data sets and are used to classify our data, and unsupervised learning algorithms are unlabeled data sets that take the data and attempt to cluster them according to similarities. Totally, there are also instances where a mix of supervised and unsupervised learning, known as semi-supervised, is mainly utilized when the data is not completely labeled or prepared for training or further actions. So ANN, or artificial neural network, is a basic structure of the neural network methodology. That is a model that is based on biological neural networks, but it is a practical model for learning vector valued functions, and the elements are also called neurons. These neurons, as one of our key elements, are working in parallel and connected with each other, like our brain. A subgroup dealing with the elements which are connected via the links is called layer. And these layers obviously include the input and outputs and hidden layers. So each connecting the link possesses the related weights, but these are needed to adjust to having a good weight value by the backward calculation operations. Thus, the activation functions becomes the critical role model to get these weights vectors. And here we have naive Bayes, which is actually a classifier that allows us to have a feature learning that is independent with the given class, and it's present using the learning knowledge actually, and it is also designed to be used in a supervised algorithms, supervised techniques like the decision tree algorithms. It is based on Bayesian and is specifically suited when the dimensionality of the input is high, and it can bring us out for a more sophisticated classification result. You know, although its theory is simple and straightforward, and in addition, the prediction time is independent of the number of instances, although the learning time is linear to the number of use cases. So here we have our approach here. So a recommended approach to start or starting a journey and bringing our future study to the next level starting with collecting data categorization, model training, and selecting feature. And in data collection, it is needed to collect the benign data and the attack data from the network based on our experience, based on other solutions. In the next one item, in categorizing those attacks and patterns, we need a categorizer to categorize actually each kind of attack and benign data. And each category will include all data with the same attack class and benign data. So also in selecting feature phase, we need a selector or feature selector to select the most relevant feature for each kind of attack classes. And so this model is critical for implementing a lightweight detection system with high detection performance. So after getting the most relevant feature sets and the data, the trained model for each kind of attack will be made by machine learning algorithms in training phase. And we must try several machine learning algorithms, including naive Bayes and artificial neural network, or any other algorithms. And so finally, we need the filter-based feature selection also, which is a method for us to see more match with our machine learning based detection system in mobile network systems, including RAN, CS, and PS. So guys, thank you very, very much. I hope you enjoy this light talk, and if you have any question, you can be in touch with me, and stay safe. I hope to see you soon. Bye.
Thank you, Ali, for the wonderful session. I'm sure the topic is much relevant in the current world, and people would be more aware and alert towards the telecom attack after this session. Once again, a big thank you from YAS team.
Savannah, I'm coming home, Savannah. We'll never be alone, Savannah. The beauty of the world, Savannah. Let's all take a ride, Savannah. I'm coming home, Savannah. We'll never be alone, Savannah. The beauty of the world, Savannah. Let's all take a ride.
And the YASCON talk continues. In the next talk, Matthew Saulnier will deliver a session on the topic Blood Hound, Life and Death of a Tool. In this talk, he explains his journey that led him to develop a new tool for analyzing and remediating Active Directory attack paths found by Bloodhound. Over to you, Matthew.
Hello everyone, hello YASCON. Welcome to this talk called Blue Hound Path Destroyer, Life and Death of a Tool. For those who watch my promo video, you are about to learn which superhero Venom actually bounded with. And it was Deadpool. So congratulations to the one that actually found it. We're gonna start with a little bit about me. My name is Mathieu Saulnier. I'm a senior manager incident response at Syntax System. We do manage ERP for large enterprises, and we also offer some security offering for our clients. Previously, I was adversary detection and threat hunting team lead for a large telco here in Canada. I love giving talks, and I had the pleasure to do so at DerbyCon, DEF CON Blue Team Village, Sector, NordSec, and a few B-sides as well. As you might have noticed, English is not my first language, like I guess most of the viewer right now. So please bear with me if I make small mistakes. I will try to speak slowly and articulate well. Let's go over today's story. First of all, we're going to go over an introduction of a tool that changed my life. After that, we're going to talk about running the tool for the first time, then running the tool for a second time. Then we're going to talk about turning the hound blue, and then friends that push you to surpass yourself. Sorry, and finally, fusion of like-minded tool. So without further ado, let's jump into the subject of Bloodhound, a tool that literally changed my life. Sorry about that. I will bring you back to 2017. Here I was sitting at the Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas during Black Hat, watching a talk called The Industrial Revolution of Lateral Movement from Tal Maher and Tal Berry. If you haven't seen that talk, it is a pretty good talk, and I encourage you to watch it, and here is the link. I watched those two guys presenting their tools, aptly called GoFetch, that would actually weaponize a path found in Bloodhound and use PSExec and Mimikatz, or invoke Mimikatz, I don't recall exactly, to go from machine to machine and steal credential and automatically move from one host to the other. It looked so easy. I was really impressed with how it worked and the quality of that talk. And then after that, during my time at Black Hat and DEF CON, I asked lots of my friends who were there with me if they knew about that new awesome tool called Bloodhound. And to my surprise, everybody but me seems to actually knew about it. It was released 1 year before, so that may be why. And they had both watched the talk that launched that tool. So there you have it. So I came back to my corporation and I wanted to run Bloodhound in our environment. I wanted to run it for two different reasons. First of all, I wanted to make sure that if an attacker would run the tool in our network, I would be able to detect it. And the second reason, well, I wanted to know if our Active Directory was properly configured and if we had any easy paths that would allow an attacker to become domain admin in our environment. So I started asking our people in the, I would say, global security team. And after about 6 months of back and forth, yes, but, and you would need to do this, you need authorization from this person. It's just, as you probably know, large enterprise don't really like to take risk. So it just kind of dragged and dragged and dragged. And at some point, it's just say, hey, I'm the SOC. I'm the one getting all the alerts, or actually my team does. I'm sure nobody will notice. And even if anyone notices, it's going to be my own team. And they'll just come to me and say, Matt, what did you do? And I'll tell them, you know, I just ran a tool. You detected it. Perfect. Now we need to make this automated and have the proper level of response when someone else than me actually runs the tool. So I ran the tool, and I did find some quite interesting things in the result when I analyzed that. I started with my name, and I looked if I had a path to domain admin, and I did. Then I typed the name of a coworker, and he also had a path to domain admin. And I was thinking, that's strange. Maybe all the SOC has a path to domain admin. So let's see if other people from another team also have a path to domain admin. And they had also a path to domain admin. So then I decided to take someone from HR that I knew, and that person also had a path to domain admin. So I started digging a little bit, and then I noticed that domain user, so all of the user in our Active Directory, actually had a path to domain admin. And that's how I started building cipher queries, custom cipher queries that were not in the tool to detect everything that domain admin actually had access to that it shouldn't have access to. It turned out that in our environment, domain user had admin rights to a machine. I suspect that it was built there by the owner of that system that was not a very technical person, and he wanted his own team to be able to RDP on that system. And the easiest way that he found is to put everyone, or domain user, as an admin of that machine. That way, everybody could RDP in his machine. Thing is, as you probably know, once you're in there as an admin, you can use tools like Mimikatz to grab credentials and move laterally. So I built my report and I sent it to our global corporate team. And as you can see on this picture, they did saw me. Turned out that our DLP of all of the security things that we had in place detected me or my workstation trying to connect over 10,000 times. So apparently, the script, Sharp Hound, or the first version, was trying to connect to all of the system in our environment, trying to authenticate there, and was generating gazillions of failed login because I didn't have access to all of those machines. So a few hours after I sent the report, I got a call from the guy from the global security team saying that it's a great thing that you just sent this report because we were building a case against you. They thought that that I turned Snowden on them. So because I was there for a long time, they understood what I was doing. They kind of understood that I was getting impatient. Of course, I got a little slap on the wrist. Don't do that again. All of those things. But we figured out how to fix most of the path. And then I found some other things and I continued building some custom Cypher queries. And I got more and more comfortable with that language. For those who don't know, I didn't mention, Cypher is the language that is used by Neo4j, the backend graphical database where Bloodhound stores its data. Comes 2018. So because of what I seen in my enterprise and how easy it was to run Bloodhound and that invoke GoFetch, I decided to submit my first talk ever that was supposed to be called How I Became Domain Admin in 2 Clicks, where I would explain how I run Bloodhound and gain domain admin access very easily. The talk was accepted in a local conference here in Montreal, and I tried to build a lab where I would exploit Windows machines, and it was a lot harder than I thought. At some point, I was very frustrating. I had a lot of challenge building that talk, and it turns out to be more something about purple teaming, where I would do an attack on a machine, and then I would show how you can detect it using open source tools such as Elastic and Sysmon for the most part. So I tried to build this. I tried to move laterally in my lab, and it turns out with Windows Defender, it's not that easy to move laterally and run tools like Minicat. So I spent most of my summer and my especially at DEF CON and Black Hat of that year in my hotel room, trying to build my lab, trying to exploit things. And at some point, I actually ran into Benjamin Delpy, the guy who wrote Minicat, and I asked him if he could give me a few pointers. And he was kind enough to give me 2 tips. First of all, if you're able to run Minicats to extract password, that means that you are admin on the machine. If you are admin on the machines, it means that you are able to disable the security software. It seems easy like this, but at first I thought that Minicats was like a magic software that could just run and bypass all of the security tools in the world, which it's not really the case, right? And the second thing that he told me is you should build your own version of Minicats and not just take the one from the repo. So very interesting comments. And then I had also lots of help from the people in the Bloodhound community, helping me with tools and setting up some stuff. And I was really appreciative of that help, of course. So I ended up giving that talk actually 2 times, but it was never recorded, unfortunately. Comes 2019, and now I had 2 ideas for talk. The first one was Bloodhound from red to blue, where I presented a methodology that Bluehound is based off, and the SOC counterattack, which was a talk about, of course, attack and how you can leverage attack inside your SOC and how to get started with the attack framework. So guess what? Both talks were actually accepted, and both con were about 30 days apart. So in a very short amount of time, I had 2 very different conferences to create. I started having imposter syndrome at that time. I remember getting out of the subway at some point, going to a wine tasting, and I started sweating. I was nervous. I felt like I couldn't deliver those things. I even tried to contact one of the con where I knew a bit of some of the organizer and asking them if they could change their mind and take the other one instead. But with the help of my wife, who took a bit more care of the kids and gave me time in the weekends, I managed to deliver both talks successfully. And I gave those talks 3 or 4 times, both here in Canada, but also in the United States. Now, when most people run Bloodhound for the first time, this is actually what they see. This is the second pre-built query in Bloodhound, which is called find shortest path to domain admin. What here can seem like a red teamer dream is pretty much a blue teamer nightmare. It's very hard to know exactly which path you need to pull in order to remediate those paths. And also, it's this what you see is just the shortest path. It by no means all of the paths that exist to get to domain admin. So what you're seeing here is a little bit like this. This is the city of Toronto, and the starting point here is the airport, and the destination is the CN Tower, which is a major landmark in Toronto. So when you want to know how to get from the airport to the CN Tower, Google will propose you 3 short paths that have roughly the same amount of kilometer, but they vary a little bit in time. But if you look at the map, you clearly see that these are not the only 3 ways to get from the airport to the CN Tower. For example, you could go through this road, or you can make a detour here and make a longer turn, or you can go even further down and all of the other routes in between. So that's one thing that you need to keep in mind. What you see in the shortest path is by no means the whole database or all the paths that exist. And this is pretty much the TLDR of my talk, Bloodhound from Red to Blue. You don't want to send your admin or your AD admin on goose chases. You don't want them to fix things that have 0 impact on the graph. Just imagine, you tell them, okay, remediate those 5 things. It's very, very important. Then you run Bloodhound again, and it didn't change anything. The same amount of people still have path to domain admin. People will start doubting Bloodhound. They'll doubt your program, and most importantly, they probably start doubting you and your team about the recommendation that you are giving. So the idea behind Bloodhound, Bloodhound from Red to Blue, is that you take one of the paths, so let's say the first path that you saw on the picture, and you delete edges in the graph, and then you test if you still have a path between the first node and domain admin. If you do have a path, you recreate that relationship and you move to the second one, you delete it, and you test like this all the paths, all the edges in the path, and you test also all the paths. So the kind of 2 loops of things that you're doing. And when you find something that actually breaks the path, then you tell your AD admin, please fix these few things, and that will have an impact on the graph, and you can actually test the impact of the graph. That was all very manual. So when I gave that talk at DEF CON Blue Team Village last year, one of my friends came out to me and was like, why don't you automate this? And my answer was, because I never code anything in my life. And he said, this should not stop you. It's a lot easier to learn a language when you have an actual project in mind and something that you actually want to build, instead of trying to follow some guides. So this stayed with me, and as you can probably imagine, I decided to build a tool because this talk is about that tool after all. And giving this talk everywhere here in Canada, in the US, I've met so many people, starting by the guys who actually wrote Bloodhound, Andy, Rowan, and Will. And actually, a funny little anecdote, when I gave the talk at DerbyCon last year, Andy and Rowan were sitting front row, right in front of the stage. And when I came out, when I was done with my talk, Rowan came to me and told me that he actually learned something. So I don't know if you can imagine the feeling of the author of a tool such as Bloodhound coming to you and telling you that he learned something in a talk about his tool. And at some point, also during a Black Hat, there was all of my Twitter feed was around me, and we were all drinking beer together. I don't think I would have been able to build that level of community if I didn't start giving talks and going to more and more conferences. I mean, DEF CON and Black Hat is great, but there's so many people, it's harder to get in touch with people. But on smaller conferences like DerbyCon and the B-Sides, that's really where you can bond more with other people, in my opinion, anyway. Now it's time for running the tool for a second time. So a little bit of fast forward in time, I changed corporation. I was working for a financial institution. And when I did my interview, I talked about Bloodhound and how I used it before and what it could do and all the things that I've learned. And the hiring manager was really in phase with using the tool in the enterprise. So I got hired and I set up to run Bloodhound. It just took about 6 months because, as you probably know now, large enterprise don't like to take risk. Do you have a feeling of deja vu? I surely did. So it turned out that a few weeks before I actually joined the company, they had a red team exercise in a remote location where the red team leveraged Active Directory and they accomplished their mission and objective. So they managed to exfiltrate whatever they were after. And they leveraged a tool, I don't remember if it was Bloodhound or something very similar to Bloodhound to actually perform their deeds. So everybody was kind of very anxious about running Bloodhound. And strong from my experience from my previous company where it didn't turn out very well when I ran Bloodhound without the proper authorization, I just sit tight and waited until the pressure, the dust settled. When I was able to actually run the tool, I found some other things that were quite interesting in there. And again, I built my Cypher library and Cypher knowledge working on that. Comes 2020, and apparently I didn't learn my lesson because again, this year I did submit 2 talks. I submit a workshop on Cypher and I submit Bloodhound, this talk actually. And guess what? Both talks were accepted again. And again, it really felt like it would be too much and I couldn't deliver. But in the end, I managed to build the workshop that I presented for the first time at DEF CON Blue Team Village this summer, and this talk, Bloodhound, that I'm presenting to you right now. So I spent pretty much my entire summer working on a proof of concept for Bloodhound, and then when it was working, it was not polished, but it was working, I stopped and I focused on my Cypher version. So when I started building the tool, I had the whole world in front of me. I didn't know how to code in any language. So the 3 languages that came to mind were Go, Rust, and Python. Go because I felt like it was a very strong language that I could use. That was like a future language or a very modern language, if you will. And then when I was reading on Go, I saw that lots of people were also pushing on Rust. So I looked Go versus Rust, but I ended up choosing Go for some reason. And Python, well, as you probably know, a lot of security tools are built in Python. So I thought that knowing Python would actually be very useful. I started with Go, and then it was extremely difficult because every time I wanted to do something as simple as print something on the screen, I had to compile, run the code, and if it didn't work, go again, edit, compile, blah, 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 blah. So very difficult. So in the end, I chose Python. Why? Well, I just kind of said it, but there were no compilation required. There's an interpreter that you can actually go in and type comment and see the output directly there. So you know exactly if you make a mistake, you know right away, you don't need to compile. It's a lot faster. And it actually has Neo4j library to interact with the backend that I wanted to talk with. And actually, there are two of them. So when I started building my proof of concept this summer, the Python library that I used kept on crashing at random. So I was running the code and it would crash, sorry, after, let's say, 25 paths, it would crash. I would run again, it would crash after 12 paths. I would run it again, it would go through 55 paths. I run it again, 3 paths. No, 3 paths maybe not, but you get the idea. Every time I would run, it would be a random number and it would just crash. The problem with that is that when it crashes, it would also destroy my database if it crashed between the time I delete a relationship and that I put it back. And that was less than ideal for production activity. Of course, you can always re-import your data, but I didn't feel like it was very ready. So I started looking into this, and honestly, at some point, that was pretty much what I felt like. It was a bit discouraging. But the people that find this violent, remember, for Deadpool, this is just like taking a very good nap. So the solution was I used the second library to make the main loop of my code. This way it stopped crashing. So now I had 2 libraries to do different things in my code. And then when the talk was accepted, I decided to revisit my my code again, and I thought that deleting and creating a relationship was still dangerous, even if the code was not crashing anymore. I didn't like the idea. Also, it was very taxing on the machine. You know, creating, deleting a transaction in the database, that's not very fast. And I thought there must be a way in Cypher to do this, to filter out just a single relationship between 2 objects in a path. I worked on it a lot, and then I went to the Neo4j Slack channel, Slack server, if you will, and I came out with this Ninja Cypher query working with one of the guy there, one of the moderator there, gave me this when I started explaining exactly what I wanted to do. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Cypher, but it's a Cypher query that takes 10 lines. This is one of the longest Cypher queries that I've seen so far. Unfortunately, in this talk, I do not have the time to go over exactly what it does. Suffice to say that it looks at a path and it tries to remove every single edge, and it will tell you which edge actually breaks the path, which is exactly what I want to do. If you want to learn more about Cypher, I got a very good Cypher workshop that I try to give in different conferences. Enters Plum Hound. So soon after my talk was accepted and that I published on Twitter that my talk was accepted, that was many months ago, a guy by the name of Kent Hickler from Defensive Origin, which is a sister company of Black Hills InfoSec that you guys might be more familiar with, reach out to me and say, I have a tool, it's called Plum Hound, and I think it's pretty similar to what you are proposing in your Blue Hound tool. Maybe we should merge our tool together. At the beginning, I had a bit of pride, and I was like, no, I want to do my things. No, I don't feel comfortable going in a conference and presenting a tool that is not my own. And I continue building my tool to do exactly what I wanted to do. And this tool was more for reporting. But as I progress in my tool, I also add some reports that I wanted to include with queries that I built that were not anywhere. And I started looking at this code, and that's when I decided that it was a lot better together, because my code kind of looked like it was written by a 3-year-old, and I should know because I have a 3-year-old at home. And his code looked a lot more professional, and it didn't make sense in the end to rebuild everything to just output query on the screen. So I decided that Blue Hound would become a module of Plum Hound, and that's why I say in the title of the talk is Life and Death, because Blue Hound won't be a project that will be maintained as a whole. It will only be maintained as a module or a plugin to Plum Hound. Plum Hound will be the core of it. So now it's time for a demo of the tool. So I just want to show you again that screen so you remember what we are working with here. So this is, again, the find shortest path to domain admin, and that's usually what we're going to work with in the tool. First of all, there is the AP switch, or analyze path switch. There's two ways of using it. You can use it with a label. The labels that are supported right now are user, group, and computer. So you can use these, and it will tell you from all the user if there's a path to domain admin, all the groups, or all the computers. If you are in a very large database, I suggest using group instead of user. It will be a lot faster, and it will be easier for you to start. When you have less paths, then you can switch to user. Also, when you have identified a path that you want to analyze, you can focus on a path. You don't, the three first one, the one with the labels, they go to domain admin. If you're not interested in path to domain admin and you rather go somewhere else, maybe an IT group in your organization that is critical, or maybe backup operators, or any other groups or destination that is important, maybe you want to be the CEO, maybe that's your objective, impersonate the CEO. Whatever the case is, the second line is how you would do that. So -AP, you specify the starting node and the end node. If there's a space in the name of the user, you need to put that in double quotes. Just last week, I released the -BP switch, and this one is to find which it stands for busiest path. So what this switch does is it actually look at all the paths that we saw in the previous slides, and it counts the number of user that this path has. So this is very good if you want to focus on the busiest path in your graph. So you can use the BP switch to find the busiest path, the starting node and the end node, and then you can use those two nodes using the AP switch, and you will know exactly which thing you need to break. There's two ways of using it. You can use short path and a number at the end to know how many paths you actually want to print out, or you can use all, and that will show all shortest path. Again, be careful with the second option, all. That is pretty taxing on the system. So if you have a huge database that you never worked with, definitely start with short. It's going to be faster, and you'll have plenty of things to look at anyway. When your database starts to get very clean and you have very little path, then you can think of using all shortest path. Now, I have nothing to say on this slide. It's just I thought that the image was cool, and that gave me a few seconds to drink a sip of water. Now, what does the output look like? Well, this is the output of the AP switch, so analyze path. So here we are analyzing a path between K Lafemina and domain admins. And just below that line, you see all of the edges that you can delete in the path that actually breaks the path. So as you can see, the first two ones are member of. It might not be possible for you and your organization to remove a user from a group or even a group nested in another group. This might not be possible. So this is, I think, also another big advantage of this methodology over the manual thing is that you get all the answer in one look. Then we have RDP between IT366, the group, IT363, sorry, and computer 959. Now, is it normal that the whole group has RDP access to that computer, and that's only you can answer that question? After that, you also have a session from CBarna on that same computer 959. So here, what I want to talk about is that it might be completely normal for a group to go to RDP to a computer, but let's imagine that computer 959 is a domain controller. Then maybe it's not normal that a group that is not admin has RDP access to that group. If you take it the other way around, if computer 959 is not a domain controller and CBarna is a domain admin, it might not be normal that a domain admin connects to a non-DC. So here you might have a policy problem where you allow your domain admin to connect anywhere and everywhere. So that will also show you in a real database things that might be wrong in your policy and how your Active Directory is administered. So in this example, you would probably focus either on the RDP or on the session, depending on the case and what type of elements these are. If there's no path that can, if there's no edges or relationship that can be removed, you'll just see another line with the next path. I don't have it in the screenshot, unfortunately. Then with Plum Hound, there is the X switch, and that is to run task. So you would run a few query, and that's more like a kind of a report generating switch. So here is the output of the X switch. It will build a task, it will begin the output, it will create the file, and it will go to the next query in the file. So now I want to show you how to build a task file. So as you can see here in red, there's the brackets. So every line that you want to create, every reports needs to be in brackets. Then you have 4 arguments. They're all strings, and that's why they are in double quotes. And all of the arguments are separated with a comma. The first field is the name or the description of the query or the report that you want to build. The second one is the format. Here we have HTML, but it could be CSV or std out. Then you have the name of the reports that you want to create with the extension, in this case, number of user. And then you have your Cypher query that you want to use. And here, this one is very short, and it's probably something that you won't need, but it's just I needed a very small Cypher query that would fit in one line in my slide. But this Cypher query match all the user and then just return a count of all of the user. But it can be anything, and if you don't know how to do Cypher, there are a lot of repository with Bloodhound Cypher query around. There's one on my GitHub, but there is more. OSSEC has also a very comprehensive list. So did you see how easy that was to create reports custom to you? For me, I think it's something great, and that's why I decided to join the Plum Hound family, if you will. Now I want to show you all the queries that I added to Plum Hound. So the first one is DA session to non-DC. So this is a little bit what I explained previously. I will tell you in your environment, every domain admin that is connected to a machine that is not a domain controller. This is a little bit my signature Cypher query, if you will, and even the one that is currently in Bloodhound is not working properly. I know I'm the one who built it and did the PR, but there's a problem with it. I submitted a new PR with the same version of the query that is in my in Plum Hound, sorry. And I don't know if you guys saw, but Bloodhound 4.0 is coming out very soon. Hopefully, they'll be able to integrate that new version of the query in the new tool. Here, all the other queries that you see that start with DU, they are related to domain user. The ones that have curb refers to Kerberos or Kerberostable accounts and what these accounts can do. Because I think it's very easy. If domain user have paths to domain admin, it's extremely easy to get compromised. And same thing if Kerberostable accounts are able to have a path. Now, if you want to try all of this and you want to get the hounds, this is the link to get all the projects. First, of course, the mother of all of those projects, Bloodhound per se. Then Plum Hound. And if you want to see my original code, I kept it in my GitHub repo, github/qb/bluehound. This code won't really be maintained, but I wanted to have a copy in case I work again with Cypher. There's lots of things that I've built in there that I might use somewhere else. So as you can see, I could deliver both the workshop and the talk. And with that, I'm concluding my presentation. If you need more information or you want some help on using Plum Hound and Bluehound, you can join the Bloodhound Slack, and here's the link. There's a Cypher query channel where I'm very active, where I help people building Cypher queries. And I created a channel called Plum Hound for all the Plum Hound discussion. I'm also very active on the Blue Team Village Discord, and here is the link. If you want to follow me on Twitter, my account is ScoobyMTL. So again, thank you very much, YASCON, for having me. I hope that you found this talk entertaining and that you will give a try, Bluehound and Plum Hound a try, and let me know how it goes for you. Thank you very much for your time, and have a great rest of the YASC conference.
Thank you so much, Matthew. That was indeed a very much fun and informative session, and thank you for enlightening us on the Hound projects. So guys, please stay tuned. We are having more talks in the line, and we will be starting very, very shortly. Hello everyone, we are back again, and next up we have Charlie Clark with us, and he will be delivering a session on inspecting Kerberos ticket request. Without much ado, Charlie, over to you.
Thank you. So hi everyone. I'm going to be talking about Kerberos ticket requests and my most recent research into them and the abuse tools used to abuse the Kerberos attacks. So a little bit about me. I'm Charlie Clark. I'm a security consultant for Zero Day Lab. Been in IT for just over 15 years and security for just over 5. Got a bunch of certificates and contributed to several open source projects, most notably Rubius, where I've added a bunch of features, including cross-domain service for user support, enterprise principal support for service ticket requests and Kerberos in and a few other features. This talk is primarily based on my latest modifications to Rubius. So this is going to be the agenda. First, I'm going to give a brief, basic overview of the basics of Kerberos, just for anyone that isn't intimately familiar with it. Then I'm going to talk about common abuse tools, so tools used to abuse Kerberos attacks. Look at genuine service ticket requests and TGT ticket requests. Compare those with Rubius requests. Then look at how we can fingerprint the different abuse tools. Then have a brief look at the modifications I've made to Rubius so that the traffic is actually the same as genuine traffic. And finally, just some ideas for work going forward. So what is Kerberos? So Kerberos is basically a method for two accounts to be able to share a session key on the network without exposing that session key, so that it can be used to encrypt further communication. It's the primary authentication and key sharing protocol for all Windows networks. This, taken from the Microsoft documentation, is the most basic usage. There's obviously like Kerberos is very complex, and I'm not going to go into detail about every part of Kerberos, but primarily for this talk, we're going to be focusing on 1 and 3 in this image. So the AS request and the TGS request. The AS reply and TGS reply are formed and sent by the domain controller, so they're going to be genuine no matter what. So it's this exchange which and the part that's formed on the side of the client that we're going to be looking at. So this is a genuine AS request, and I've kind of highlighted the different sections and stuff. We've got the message type, the pre-authentication section, which is in the PA, the pre-authentication data section. This section's really for pre-authentication and extensions. And also options for requests. You've then got the message body or the request body that has several primary sections. Firstly, the options for the KDC, the CNAME, which is the requesting users or the requesting accounts principal name. The realm, which is the domain, the SNAME, which for AS requests is always KRBTGT, and then the domain name, because you're requesting a ticket granting ticket, a TGT. You've then got the times that you're requesting the ticket for, the renew time and the valid time for the TGT. The nonce, which is just a random number generated by the client, the encryption types, and lastly, on genuine ones, you've got the host address, which is just the NetBIOS name of the requesting machine, or the machine that the account's running on at that time. So you've got TGS requests, which is the other main request type that we're going to talk about. The other two that I'm going to mention the service for user extensions, which are just extensions of the TGS request. So the message type is exactly the same for those, only you've got slightly different options and slightly different sections within the PA data section. But here you provide the ticket granting ticket that's received from the AS request or the AS reply to authenticate yourself to the KDC, the domain controller, to request a service ticket for the end service. The service ticket is, or the service is defined in the S-name field this time. So that's the actual service. And here I'm requesting a service ticket for the CIFS service on ISQL1 account. The KDC options again here would be different for if you're using the service for user extensions. And another interesting section here is the encrypted authorization data section, which is provided if the service you're requesting a ticket for resides on a host, a remote host, so not the host that you're requesting it from. Yeah, the PA pack options is options that's for the pack, which is created by the domain controller, and that's generally for most service ticket requests just the branch aware option set to true. But so a quick word on pre-authentication. So for genuine logons or TGT requests, a request is first sent without pre-authentication, and you can see the two requests here. The first one was sent without pre-authentication, which is, if we go back, this PA enc timestamp section. That's the pre-authentication section. So this first request is sent without that, and you get an error if pre-authentication is enabled, which it is on most accounts by default. You get this pre-authentication required error, and then another request is sent with pre-authentication. This is proving that you know the account hash because that pre-authentication is encrypted with the account requesting account's hash. So this is what happens when a TGT is requested in genuine traffic. The abuse tools other than InPackets Get TGT, which does do this, both Rubius and Keynote don't do that. They just send the AS request immediately with pre-authentication. So this is one indicator that that Rubius or Keynote is in use on the network. Another and probably the easiest method or the easiest indicator is the encryption type. Genuine traffic almost always uses the AES 256 encryption type, which is 18. All of the attack tools, Rubius, Keynote, and InPacket support multiple encryption types, but are often used with RC4, which is the 23 lower encryption type. Now, this is an easy indicator, and for the rest of the talk, I'll be assuming that the attack tools are being used with AES 256. All of the comparisons are done with requests using AES 256. So, but this if RC4 is being used, that's definitely an indicator that should be investigated. So this is an AS request using Rubius. Now, I've highlighted some of the indicators that some of the differences. So the KDC options here is different, as well as the encryption type. If you remember back when I showed the encryption types here, you've got 6 encryption types. And this is what happens with genuine traffic, but by default, Rubius just has the 1 encryption type. Here I actually use RC4. I should have used AES-256, but if you use AES-256, that will be 18, and that will be the AES-256 encryption type. So there's also a couple of fields missing here: the R time field, as well as the addresses field, which is the net BIOS name of the requesting the machine where the request is coming from. So here you can see a side-by-side of a genuine AES request along with a Rubius AES request, and you can see visibly it's clearly quite different. Similarly, with TGS requests, and this is just a standard TGS request, not a service for a user TGS request. But here you can see the PA data section's missing the PA pack options field. The KDC options is different. The CNAME field is actually included here, where it's not in real requests. This field isn't actually here. And again, the encryption types is different. In genuine TGS requests, you've got 5 encryption types here. So this is missing 1. I think it's minus 135. And also the ENC authorization data field is missing, which, remember I said, is included when you're requesting a service ticket for a service that's on a remote machine. So here again, you can see the side-by-side comparison, visibly very different, and these are for the same service. Yeah. So here I'm showing a side-by-side with Rubius's authenticator and the genuine authenticator. Now the authenticator is encrypted using the session key of the session. So it's unlikely to be monitored for. There'd be a massive overhead to have to decrypt all authenticators on the fly. But as a part of this modification, I've actually modified Rubius so that the authenticator is exactly the same as a genuine authenticator as well. So you can see here it's missing 3 fields in the authenticator, the checksum. It's not missing the CUSEC field, but it's always set to 0, which is the same in Kikyo, and it's missing the sequence number, which is used for other message types within Kerberos. I'm not going to go into that, but yeah. So another indicator is when you're requesting a service ticket for a system or an account that's configured for unconstrained delegation. Now, when this happens, in the TGS replier for the service ticket, there's a flag section in the encrypted part where the OK as delegate bit is set to true. Now, when this is the case, for genuine requests, a second TGS request is sent for KRB TGT, which is for a forwardable TGT, which is ultimately included when connecting to the end service. This is so that the end service has a forwardable copy of the user's TGT so that it can impersonate the user on other services. This is what unconstrained delegation is for. But none of the attack tools do this. So again, this is a way that this is something that could be an indicator that a tool's being used on the infrastructure. So I created a bunch of comparison tables with all of the tools that I've mentioned and genuine traffic. So here you can see there's quite a few differences with AS requests. Rubius and Keynote here is very similar because Rubius is based on Keynote, but there is a difference here. The encryption types that's included in the request. So you can actually generate rules that will tell you which tool is, but not only that an attack tool is being used, but which tool is being used on the network, just based on single requests. Again, here I've done that for standard service ticket requests as well, TGS requests. Again, you can, even though Rubius and Keynote are very similar, you can tell based on the encryption types that are specified as supported. You can differentiate between those two, and obviously in packet is very different, so you can tell immediately which one is being used on the infrastructure using like snort rules or something. I've included the authenticator as well, and you can see in the authenticator in packet does the CUSEC field correctly, but doesn't include the checksum and sequence number. Again, I don't think these could be monitored for, but I included them just for completeness, really. So I've done comparison tables for also the service for user extensions, and this is the service for user to self extension, and you can see here Rubius and Keynote start to differ a bit more here, with the PA for user name type being an enterprise principal in Rubius. Also, this is where the till time seems to differ from Rubius and Keynote with genuine traffic. Genuine ticket requests for service for user tickets are normally plus 15 minutes, whereas they're static in Rubius and Keynote. And lastly, the service for user to proxy requests, which these are the requests that ultimately allow you to impersonate another user on the on the network without knowing their passwords for use with constrained delegation. So you can see here, again, you can differentiate between all of the three tools. And you can tell just using it, just looking at single requests, which tool is in use on the network. So this is a quick look at my modification, at my recent modification for Rubius. So here I've first done a ask TGT, so TGS sending AS requests, and then a ask TGS. And what you can see in the command windows and is the ask TGS. But you can see when I've done the ask TGT, it's first sent the request without pre-authentication. If that succeeds, i.e. the account doesn't have pre-authentication enabled, it will not send it with pre-authentication. So it will act the same way as Windows does when it requests a TGT. And I've requested a service ticket for CIFS on the domain controller, which is configured for unconstrained delegation. So you can see there, it sent a second TGS request for that forwardable TGT. So that's all automated when you use the /OPSEC flag in my modified version of Rubius. You can see here in the screenshot as well that the encryption types are the same. I've added the ENC authorization data section and the PA pack options, and also the KDC options are the same as in genuine ticket, service ticket requests. So the traffic is now identical to genuine requests. Again, this is a S4U like impersonation requests in Rubius, in the modified version of Rubius. Here I've just added the OPSEC flag, as you can see, and I'm using AES 256. If you try to use the OPSEC flag with a lower encryption type, it will just warn you, and you can use the / false flag to force it to force these changes with like RC4 or AES 128. But obviously, as they're trying to impersonate real traffic, I thought it best to just throw an error if you're using a lower encryption type. So here you can see again the encryption types are all exactly the same as genuine traffic. The KDC options has been modified, and I'm adding the ENC authorization, the encrypted authorization data section. The only section of the request here, or the only part of the request here that isn't exactly the same as a genuine request is the PA S4U X509 user section in the PA data section. That I've been having, and that's only in S4U to self requests. I've been having a problem with getting the checksum to work there. When I've got the code in my version, but when I include it, for some reason I get an AP modified error back from the domain controller, and I mean it looks fine on the wire when I look at the traffic, but so that's still a work in progress. But most of the code is there. It's just commented out in the current version. So I've actually made the PR. This is the PR here, and until it's included, until it's merged into master, you can get my modified version in the OPSEC branch on GitHub here. So just a couple of things going forward that I've been thinking about. When a user logs on to a machine, you don't just get a request for the TGT, which you can see at the top of this screenshot here. That's the request for the TGT. But you also get a bunch of service ticket requests as well. A host service ticket request for the machine that you're logging onto, an LDAP service ticket request to CIS for the domain controller, CIFS service ticket request for a domain controller. So if you're requesting a TGT on a machine that the user hasn't logged onto already, this could be an indicator of the fact that you aren't sending the rest of this traffic. So one idea is to implement a login command for Rubius, which will imitate a full login just to grab a TGT, but imitate the rest of this traffic, so that it's not possible to identify that Rubius is being used from that either. Also, golden tickets. So here you can see a comparison with a real golden ticket on the left, and a forged golden ticket with Mimikatz on the right. So you can see the forged version's got a bunch of missing sections, like the server section, the full name, and the logon count. So all of this information is retrievable if you're able to get the KRB TGT password hash. You can get all of this information. It's not a problem. So it shouldn't be a problem to forge it all either. Again, this pack is encrypted, so I don't know how viable it is to monitor for that. But as attackers, we should be trying to imitate real traffic as closely as possible, I think. So this is potentially another project where creating golden tickets that are basically identical to real tickets. So that's all I've got for today. I mean, if you've got any questions, you can. I don't know if you can hit me up on Discord. I'm on Discord in the Yes Discord. Also, you can just send them to my Twitter as well. I'll answer them if I've got a good answer for you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Charlie. That was an awesome talk on Kerberos. Thanks for supporting us, and see you next time. So, guys, please stay tuned. We have more coming in. It's time again for a big shout out to our sponsors. Our gold sponsors, Buckrowd, TCM Security, Lulu International Shopping Mall, and Active Bytes. Our other sponsors, CloudSec, Cyber Digital Consultants, CDC, and TuxCentrix. Our community partners, Red Team Village, Defcon Kuwait, Z Labs, Grey Hat, and OAS Seasides. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
We about to turn it on. Turn it.
Next, we have a session coming up by Rohit Sehgal on Docurant, open source Docker runtime security analysis framework. In this one, he'll be talking about the tool which was designed to detect weak security misconfiguration in the production deployment. Over to you, Rohit.
Hi everyone. So today I'll be talking to you about the tool that I've recently created in open source domain, It is Docker End, and this is a tool and a framework to analyze security issues inside the running containers. And proudly, it's the only open source tool which has a flexibility of a pluggable infrastructure, and it can go inside the Docker container and identify the security misconfigurations. So I'll be presenting that tool to you about today. And in today's presentation, I'll cover very short stuff about who am I. Then I'll start talking about the Docker Ant as a tool, a quick overview of what tool does and why do we need this particular tool, and how this tool can help an organization securing the runtime configurations of a Docker. Then I'll talk about the checks which are already present in this Docker Ant as a tool. Once that is done, I'll talk about the technical details of how you can create your own plugins. Once that is done, I'll show you a quick demonstration of how easy it is to use this particular tool through web interface and command line interface as well. Once that is done, I'll talk about the future work and the scope, what we can do, how we can leverage that particular tool, how we can contribute this tool back. So yeah. So before starting, I would like to emphasize a difference between the tool and a framework. So I have written this as a framework instead of a tool. The idea was behind we have compliance check or runtime configuration container checks according to the needs of the organization. So I thought of coming up with a framework so that in which is customized according to the need of an organization. And yeah, so everyone can customize it and use it. But in the tools perspective as well, I have given few set of plugins for scanning Dockers right now, and I'm working on scanning Docker networks. So yeah, those plugins are already there. This is from the tools perspective, but it's more of a framework than a tool that I'm proposing here today. I hope you will like this tool. So let's start. Okay. So who am I? So I'm a security engineer with all around 4 years of pure security experience. I have done masters from system security from IIT Kanpur, and I started with bug hunting, but now I'm on the other side of the table. I actually try to secure applications for organizations. So I'm currently working with Visa right now, but yeah, I'm on the other side of the table. But I started my career of security with bug bounties and bug huntings. I'm a OSCP certified professional. I am into pen testing. I do source code review, design reviews, and I do a lot of development. So when I said about development, I do closed source development as well for my organization, and I do open source development. I love writing tools for community. So few of my very popular open source repositories are here. So I have written a trash email, DOT proxy, cloud marker, BinXP, Kubernetes in 30 minutes, and this document is one of those. So if you are curious to know about my tools, you can just check out my GitHub repo. The link is shared in the presentation. This is my GitHub username. If you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, happy to connect. So this is my Twitter handle. And if you want to know more about me, you can log into my website and check. So this is all about Rohit Sehgal as a person. Now let's talk about what is Docker ENT. So I'll try to cover as much as I can in this particular presentation. So the idea of the Docker ENT started when I had to scan a particular Docker runtime configuration. It was during the pen testing process. So I had to identify the security misconfigurations. Now the thing was, there were more than one instances of Docker running in the system, and I had to repeat all those set of instances for all the running instances, set of scripts for all the running instances. So I thought of why not automate this particular part? Why not automate the report generation part so that in a go, I mean, anyone just simply a few clicks away, I mean, you can get the report handy, and you can directly identify which containers are running with non-compliance option, which containers are running the compliant option. So I thought of designing a framework, and I call it as Docker ENT, Docker End. So it's a Docker runtime security scanning tool, to be in short. It's a framework more than a tool. So it's a framework written in Python, and it has been designed to keep in mind so that you can write your own custom plugins very easily and quickly. And it has also been designed keeping in mind so that anyone who don't have knowledge about the Dockers, who don't have knowledge about security, can quickly adapt to this particular tool. Deployment part has been kept very simple. So that's the beauty about this tool. So what it can do for you. So this can scan running containers in the system with a security misconfiguration. It can perform Docker level checks, and when I say Docker level checks, it can check if the namespace are okay or not, if the namespace has been properly mounted or not, why the namespace has been mounted, so it can create an info alert out of it, and it can also provide you control groups related misconfiguration. It can audit result for you, and best part out of it is that it is really customizable. So I'll talk about why I call it as a really customizable tool in the upcoming slide. But yeah, this is what Docker ENT can do all stuff for you. And yeah, it's a DevSecOps friendly tool as well. So I mean, let's say if there is a DevSecOps person who want to just analyze the containers, the set of containers which are running the production, so they can quickly set this up. There is no need to set up this tool actually, so they can quickly spin this up, and after spinning they can just get everything out handy. And at times in production systems, I've noticed that there is no access to web interface and all those things, so I've designed Docker into keeping those things in mind. I'll talk about these things in the upcoming slide, but yeah, these are the few facts about Docker ENT. And sorry for that. Yeah, and one more thing is that at the end of the day, if you see every cluster which is made out of containers, like Kubernetes cluster or Docker Swarm cluster, at the end of the day, they are running Dockers, and at the fine grain level, they are performing the Docker level checks for those cluster as well. Can give you an insight about how secure your cluster is. So if you see, it can perform the cluster level checks as well, but it will not directly go inside the cluster and perform. It will rather scan all the Docker instances which are running in your system and give you a report for that. So at the end of the day, it can help you secure a Kubernetes cluster. It can help you secure the Swarm clusters as well. Yeah, it's a framework, and it's a framework similar but powerful to Docker Bench, because if you see, Docker Bench is more of a script rather than a framework. So it is some way similar, but it is powerful than Docker Bench as well. And I'll talk about that thing in the upcoming slide. So yeah, the next slide itself. So let's try to differentiate Docker ENT in Docker Bench. Okay, so if you see Docker ENT, as I talked about already, it will help you perform runtime configuration checks. It can perform the checks by going inside the running containers and doing stuff out of it. Like, let's say if there is a application properties file which is having plain text credentials, so it's a compliance issue. So this can go inside the running Docker, scan all the configuration files, scan all the properties files, and then give you the list of passwords which are already present in there. On the other hand, if you see, Docker Bench will only perform the CS benchmark checks. Now, when I talk about CS benchmark checks, they are and they are not related to the runtime configurations. So there are few checks which talks about the runtime configuration, and there are few checks which just talks about the host configuration of that particular Docker daemon. But Docker India is, I would say, is like an overlapping superset of Docker Bench. It's not the superset in it incompletely. It's not like independent tool out of Docker Bench, but there is some overlap that is happening. And it can also perform checks by executing commands in Docker, which Docker Bench is not capable enough of. So if you see, if I just draw about the Venn diagram of both the tools, it will look something like this. I'm not comparing if a tool is performing more scans for a particular container, but yeah, this is how it would look, and there is some overlap happening. And the independent part of these tools is that it can perform container internal checks. It can go inside the container and perform the checks, whereas Bench can check host level hardening checks. So these are the few things that make these tools different, but yeah, there is some overlap which is there, and the overlap is the runtime CI's benchmark checks only. So that is how this thing works. Yeah, so this is how the Docker ENT is actually different from Docker Bench. Okay, so let's talk about how easy this Docker ENT is to start it quickly. So that's the beauty of it. So you can install a Docker ENT with pip, because I have packaged it through pip as well, and I plan to do, upcoming releases. But yes, there are, there might be few set of plugins which are not in the package or the release right now, so you can run from the source directly if you're curious to know about the latest packages which are being latest plugins which are being developed actively, or you can call it as a nightly builds. So for nightly builds, you can run from source, or if you want to run a stable build, you can install it through pip. Installing through pip is very easy. We have all done in our cases. So you just have to run pip install Docker ENT. Once that is done, it will download the dependencies as well. After doing this, just run docker int -w. So docker int -w will spin up a web interface or web application for you. and the web application has been created through Streamlit interface, because I'm not at all into UI development and web application development. So I have taken the offerings from Streamlit, because they allows you to create web applications by writing Python classes and Python code. So thanks to them, if you can just run this, it will with -w option, you can quickly get the web interface for you. And yeah, if you have stuck anywhere, just do docker int minus help, and it will give you the set of options that it has and all. The other option is building from source and running from source. So I've tried to make things simple for everyone. So just clone the repo. I have provided the make file in it, so you can just do the make deps and make virtual environment. I activate the virtual environment, and then you can run it through run it as if it's an installed module. So you can just run it through Python -n docker ent minus help. So yeah, if you just provide -w option in here, it will spin up a web application for you. If you don't provide that option, then you will have to provide -d option, which will perform the Docker scan on the command line itself. And if you provide -d nw, which will perform a Docker network scan. So right now there are no plugins for Docker network, but yeah, this is how it looks, and this is how simple is it to use Docker ent in the current scenario. And this is the main reason I say that this tool is actually flexible enough so that it can be used by a Python developer, a hardcore Python developer, or security engineer, or a DevSecOps person, because the simplicity of tool is like it can be installed quickly, it can be run very quickly, and it can generate the report in a go as well. Okay, so let's now talk about what sort of checks it helps you perform. What checks are already there in the tooling part of it, because as I mentioned, it's more of a framework than a tool. But when I talk about the tool, also there are few checks which come in this framework itself. So these are a few of the checks. But yes, if you want to know about the latest checks which are there in it, so you can directly go to this particular link. It will give you the list. So yeah, this is the set of these are the set of plugins or the checks which are already in there. So there is a command history, file system, network, and so on. These are the links to those particular files. And if you see, the last two columns is the feature and audit. So if you see few of the plugins have audit field missing, or it is written that there is no audit available for that particular plugin. So those plugins do not provide you any audit results. Rather, they'll just give you info results. So yeah, let's talk about each of them quickly. So command history can give you the shell history if it is present. And the context of this issue came into my mind when I saw a developer logging inside a Docker and then performing some set of commands, and they were actually connecting to the MySQL database. This is the background of writing this particular plugin. They were actually connecting to a MySQL database, and they were using password on the command line interface itself, which got recorded in the Docker history, Docker shell history. And yeah, that is again a compliance issue, and it can lead to a lot of severe consequences. So this plugin can help you in that way. There is a file system plugin that can help you identify if there is a read-write file system, and this is crucial because let's say if your application get exploited, even after your application exploitation, what's the first step for anyone's is to, attacker is to create a file, right? And for that, they need to identify if there is a read-write file system or not. Why not prevent that particular issue before? So yeah, file system info can help you that. Network can help you identify the list of open ports or map ports. What are the protocol used to expose those ports and all. And plain text password can help you identify the list of plain text passwords in configuration file, in certificate files, in properties files, in YAML files, and all sort of configuration files you can think of. Security profile can help you identify the weak security rules that are there, like SLNX policies, AppArmor. User info can help you identify the list of the users which are there, and which users have privileged access, and if they have privileged access, am I the same user, or is the process running the same user or not. System info and file info. So you can see it's actually a comprehensive set of plugins which are already in there. And for the latest plugins which are there, you can actually go to this particular link and identify it. Yeah. Okay. So now let's go into the technical details of how you can create your own plugin and how the interface has been given to anyone so that they can write their own plugins according to the needs, according to their custom needs. So don't get scared with this particular code snippet. This very simple code that I've tried to return. And the code, if you see in the first line itself, you have to name the plugin like this. So this is the signature that you have to follow. And every plugin module should have a scan function in there. And I'll talk about it. Just give me 1 second. So yeah, the plugin actually starts with a plugin name. You can name this plugin any way you want. So I have given this name as a demo plugin, and followed by, it will take few parameters as inputs. One is the container itself, and the container is actually the container instance. It's from Docker Python SDK, and there is an output queue, which is the multiprocessing queue, and there is an audit boolean variable which says you want to enable audit or not, and there is an audit queue which will store the audit results. So this is how your plugin would look like. And then this is the signature of the results that I've given. So every result should have something like this: container.short id followed by the plugin name and the result. And the result will depend on you. So if you see, the result is like, I am performing a test class operation, and the test class operation has test name, and the test name says that everything is good. So this is how results look like. And then you have to do something magical here. That is completely up to you how you want to scan that particular container. So you can use a Python SDKs, you can use Docker APIs directly to go inside the container, perform some checks, get the results, and then put those results under the test name. And once that is done, you will just put the result in the output queue. If audit is enabled, audit that particular function. And for auditing, this is how the audit part would look like. Yeah. So again, audit has to be done according to the audit of a particular plugin has to be dependent on the plugin itself, how the results are coming up, and how the results are coming up, how you want to compare the results with the weak configurations and all those things. So you can take the you can take the reference from the existing plugins, how I have written the plugins, how I have written the audit for specific plugin, and the way I have written is that I have given the weaker configuration, I have given the actual configuration, then I'm performing the string comparison check. You can take the reference of how I'm doing that up. So yeah, that is the case. And once, yeah, this is a signature. If you see on the left-hand side, you can see the signature of the audit function. This will only work when the audit is enabled. And I'll talk about what do you mean by audit is enabled or not in the demonstration part. Yeah. Yes, and this is how the signature of audit result looks like. So the result says that there is a container ID, and you have to pass the container ID here. Container ID for this plugin name as plugin name says that there is a warning info error and details about that particular audit. So again, I'll talk about this thing later while the demonstration, but this is how it looks. And what I've done is I have recorded already an YASCON session for you all to quickly set this up in the command line interface and then get it running for the command line interface quickly. So there is a YASCON session that help you how you can build the entire Docker ENT from scratch and then use it as a command line interface itself and get the results out of it. So you can log into there and check. Now let's go to the demo part. Yes. So if you can see my screen, I have already Docker ENT running in my system. And since I'm using the Streamlit, so Streamlit spins up a Docker ENT in the localhost name, localhost port of 8501. It can also expose your service across the network. So that is not useful in my case. So, but I'll go to this localhost and try to see how does it look like. So I'll just rerun it. So this is how Docker ENT is looking like. It's a very simple UI. Don't judge me through UI because I'm not at all into web application development. This is what has been offered through Streamlit. I've used their libraries. So if you click this particular banner, you will get to know about the tool a bit. And also you'll get to know how to use this particular tool in this particular section. At the end of the day, you can also get the link to the GitHub for Docker ENT. Yeah. So let's hide this again. If you see on the left-hand side, the UI is again very simple. It's asking you to select the option to start Docker ENT. As soon as you select a doc start function, it will give you another set of pop-ups. So this is how the pop-ups would look like. Let's say you just want to only scan Docker. So it'll ask you pick a single Docker or all Dockers to start. And once you start the once you pick the Docker, it will ask you which set of plugins you want to execute. And at the end of the day, it will ask you if you want to audit results or not. This is the same audit function which is being triggered. When you only enable it, then only the audit function will be triggered for a specific plugin, if there is any. And again, since I've mentioned the framework for Docker network scanning is already there, but there are no such plugins available. So if you see, these are the network present in my system, but there are no plugins for Docker network scanning. So there is only sample plugin which is in there. So there is no point in scanning Docker networks. So I'll just disable this particular option. Now, if you see in the UI, you can actually select all the Dockers, or you can actually specifically select few Dockers. But for this demonstration, I'll select all the Dockers. So I've selected all the Dockers. And these are the set of plugins which are already there, as I mentioned. If you see from the tooling perspective, these are already the set of plugins. You can again select the set of plugins that you want to execute, or you can simply select all the plugins, mark that you want to audit the results, and then start. Since there are a few set of plugins and it has to perform all operations in all the Docker, so it will take some time, and the progress will be shown in the progress bar. So this is how it would look like. It is saying that it is scanning Docker, and this is an offering from Streamlit saying that the script is being running. So we'll have to wait for it to finish the scan, and yeah, it will take its own time to finish the scan. It will go inside Docker, perform all the checks which are being mentioned here. So if you see, so let's count. It will take its own time. It's performing, and hopefully it's not crashing. That's the great part, because that's the tool written by me. There are chances that it is not crashing, but it's not crashing, thankfully. So let's count 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, 0, -1, -2. Yep. Finally, the scanning is done. Thankfully, there was no bug or something. So if you see, once the scan is complete, it'll give you that Docker scan complete, and this is the summary of the scan. So I'll just hide this for a moment, just to show you how the interface. Again, I'll hide this for a moment. So if you see, this is the Docker scan summary, and this is the Docker scan audit summary. If you are curious, you can download the reports for the later purposes. If you want to show it to some stakeholders or something, so you can download the reports. Just click on this particular link, the report will get downloaded. Now let's go through the results which are being there. Oh, sorry, it's taking some time. Yes. So if you see, this is how it looks. The results. This is how the result would look like, and this is the raw result. Instead of a audit result, it's a raw result. So it's saying that there is a Docker named E71E or something, and these plugins has been executed for this Docker. I'll just quickly do this so that you can see the list of all plugins that have been executed for this Docker. So if you see, for this particular Docker, these plugins has been executed. User command history, file info, file system info, plain text password, proc info, sample info, security profiles. These plugins has been executed, and these are the checks that has been performed. So if you see in the user command history, nothing is present, so no check has been performed. The check has been performed, but there is no output. If you see in the file system, these check has been performed. One is world writable directories by root, world writable directories. These are the results. This is the message, and this is the results. And if you can go ahead, you can go inside the plugin itself and see this plugin has performed these many checks. It has identified world writable directories, world readable directories, and world writable files, SUID files, root, and etc. etc. At times you will get to see that there was some permission denied, which is well and good for us. So I'll just ignore this for a moment. And yeah, this is how the raw results would look. And now I will show you the audit results. So this is how the audit result would look, and they get complicated, definitely. So I'll just pick a simpler one. So if you see, the audit results look like this. As I've already mentioned, it will give you the plugin name, and plugin name says that there is a warning, and the warning is that there is a read write mount available. So this is a warning, and this is how the plugin is pointing that out. And okay, if you see the next one, it's saying that there is a audit result from security profiles, saying that there is a warning, and the warning says that the SLNS policies has been disabled and the apartment profile has been disabled. If you see the next one says that for this particular Docker, user command history has been present, which is a warning, and the history is present as a root history, and the history says that ID and exit. So this was the intentional. I created an ID and exit so that I can show you in the demonstration. I actually went inside the Docker, performed the ID and exit command, and this is how it looks. So if you see, this is again the result. The file info says that there is a warning, there is a presence of vulnerable for root, and these are the files var temp and dev shm and sys firmware, etc. So this is how the audit results should look like. And if you are curious to evaluate these results later, you can perform the download. As you click on this download, the download will ask you to download the audit report, etc. And that's very easy. You can download it, and yeah, this is how it. This is how these tools look like. Now let's go back to our slides. So if you see, sorry. Yeah, so if you see, this is how the results from audit would look like. It says that the first part is the plugin name. It's actually a CSV file, JSON according to each specific Docker. So it says that there is a plugin name which is user info. It will give you the alert type, which is warning, and then at the end of the field, it's description. So this is how the results from audit would look like. Yes. Now let's talk about few things which are there, which are not in the tool right now, but I would be happy to work on these tools. And if you have some suggestions, please feel free to raise pull requests or raise issues. I'll definitely spare some time and work on these issues. So one is like, this is actually, I mean, I've seen a lot of people are asking me to do is like suggestion for remediation. So let's say there is a issue has been identified in particular configuration, then how you can remediate that. So one thing is like, for issue you will Google and then Google and provide the recommendations, but that is tricky again. So this is according to the needs of organization, how the organization want to remediate that issue up. So how we can incorporate that suggestion related framework also in this pipeline. That's one future work. And yeah, definitely I want to work on the better UI because the UI is not good. I hope I'll get support from community for the UI at least, and a simplified way of plugin creation. So if you see in the existing slide, I've mentioned that plugin creation, for the plugin creation, you have to write a specific Python file in a specific notation. But I want to make this plugin creation more beautiful in a way that you can create the plugin from UI itself. Let's say if you just want to execute a specific command, and you just want to compare the result of that command with the specific fields, then from the UI itself you can create a plugin and then save it and then execute that plugin up. So I want a simplified way of creating plugins up. Docker network monitoring, right now it's not there in the tool, but I would like to incorporate that in my tool. If you see, if you have been following my repositories, then you will see that in the command line interface, you can specify the number of processes that you want to run. So you can speed up the execution time, actually decrease the execution time, speed up the execution processing. But when it comes to UI, there is no such thing, because if you see in the UI, actually I'm borderline through Streamlit for giving me the UI. So I want to fix those things up. I want to make that thing parallel so that we can get the results quickly. That's what my future work is. And yeah, I want to make this tool popularized because so that I can gain interaction from open source community. Once I gain the interaction from open source community, I can get some support also from security engineers, from developers, from UI engineers as well. So that will be good. So this is all about the tool. It can help you analyze running containers. I hope you like the tool. If you have any questions, I'll take up that. But yeah, this is the GitHub link for this particular tool, or you can directly search Docker Int on Google. And once you search that, the first link that is coming in is the GitHub link. If you like the tool, or if you like anything about the tool, if you like this presentation or anything, don't forget to drop in a star. Star, as you know how this open source community works. As I get stars, I'll get more contribution from the team. I'll get more attraction, and yeah, that will definitely help me out to grow this tool up. So yeah, that's all about the tool. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. I hope I'll be able to answer them. And yeah, thank you for listening to this presentation. I hope this helped you out in some way, and I am hopeful that you will be using this tool up in your let's say in your personal scope or in your organizational scope. So yeah, thank you so much for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohit, for the wonderful session. This session was quite descriptive and did help us to understand the Docker and tool better. We look forward to have you at next YASCON as well. Thanks once again.
Versace on my wrist, baby, make a wish. You could sell your Rari, but you can't afford my outfit. Versace on my wrist, baby, make a wish. You could sell your Rari, but you can't afford my outfit. Versace on my wrist, baby, make a wish. You could sell your Rari, but you can't afford my outfit. Versace on my wrist, baby, make a wish. You could sell your Rari, but you can't afford my outfit. Go wish. Go wish. Go wish. Versace on my wrist, baby, make a wish. You could sell your Rari, but you can't afford my outfit. Versace on my wrist, baby, make a wish. You could sell your Rari, but you can't afford my outfit. Versace on my wrist, baby, make a wish. You could sell your Rari, but you can't afford my outfit. Versace on my wrist, baby, make a wish. You could sell your Rari, but you can't afford my outfit. Go wish. Go wish. Go wish. Go wish. Versace. You go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it. You ask me how we got here, 'cause you don't know how. You say we're taking on water, yeah, we're sinking now. You're looking all concerned, like we're gonna.
It's time for a shout out to our sponsors. Our gold sponsors, Buckroud, Lulu International Shopping Mall, TCM Security, and Active Vibes. Our other sponsors, CloudSec, Cyber Digital Consultants, and Tuxcentrics. Our community partners, DEFCON Kuwait, OVAS Seasides, Z Labs, Grey Hat, and Red Team Village. The next talk will start soon. Hello everyone, welcome back to YASCON Talks and thank you for being with YASCON 2020. Our next talk is one of the most awaited talks of today. The Pentest story, my favorite hack from the past years by Heather Adams, aka the Cybermender. The Cybermender is here to tell us some exciting stories of his, so let's dwell in without any delay. Heath, Adams, the Cybermender, over to you.
What's up, everybody? Today we're going to be talking about Pentest Storytime, my favorite hacks from the past year. My name is Heath Adams, aka the Cyber Mentor, and I am a husband, hacker, military veteran, and day to day I am the CEO and founder of TCM Security, which is an ethical hacking and penetration testing company. On social media, as you can see, I am known as a cyber mentor across the board. I do Twitch streaming, I have a YouTube channel, I'm on Twitter, and I'm a Udemy instructor with over 150,000 students. So, quickly, why this talk? Well, this talk is going to be about my favorite hacks, and mostly it's going to be about internal penetration testing because that's my favorite thing to do. Although we're going to talk a little bit about external pen testing. And really, what I want to do is I want to talk at a high level. This is going to be for people interested in the red team side, the blue team side, and for those who just want to hear stories. So I'm going to try to keep it very high level so that you can understand. And I'll provide resources if you want to get deeper into the weeds on this. But these are going to be my stories from the past year or so. And we're just going to kind of cover what I thought has been really eye opening or educational that I can pass on to you. So, the first story I've actually told before, but this is one of my favorite stories. And it's kind of outside the last year, but it's within the last 2 years. And I think it's very interesting. So, I was doing a pen test against a company, and we were doing external and internal. So, the goal of the external pen test is to try to break inside the network. Once you're inside the network, that is called the internal pen test. So here's a little bit about the story. But before we start, let's talk a little bit about how we got in. So, in order to talk about how we got in, we have to talk about something called credential stuffing. Now, credential stuffing takes breached account data, and you can think about all the breaches that are out there. You hear about them all the time. And we take this user credentials. So you can see here we have Joe, ABC123, and this might show up in a breach. So we'll take these credentials and we'll try to pass them along to web servers or anything that the company owns via a website or login page, etc. So with that out of the way, we can utilize tools such as a tool that I wrote actually called Breach Parse that utilizes these breach credential lists. So for example, here I'm using Tesla.com, but that's just a pure example just to show that these accounts come up in breaches. And what we're looking for are obviously the usernames and passwords for these, but also any sort of patterns. So are we seeing first initial last name? Are we seeing just first name, last name? How are they showing up on the email patterns? And do we see any password patterns or repeat offenders, such as shark@tesla.com? You could see the same password is used twice, just a little bit different. So if I know that, maybe I'm going to try to use this password in some format that includes 907814 and then some variation of DADE here in the middle, or anything else where people have been breached on multiple occasions that can give us any sort of indication as to how we're going to utilize that. So that's one part of this attack. So let's go back to the story now. So you just saw the tool that we use called Breach Parse. And all I did with Breach Parse was do some credential gathering. I took the credentials uncovered with Breach Parse for this company, and all I did was pass them around. And I passed them around to a login form, which I found to be Lotus Notes, which Lotus Notes is very old. Okay, so I found Lotus Notes running externally, passed it around, and I did credential stuffing. I took the username, password, threw it at the login form, and wouldn't you know it, I had a successful login. Now, these credentials did not log me into the network. This seemed to be some sort of old credentials that were out there. But what Lotus Notes had on top of it was authenticated password dumping. So as long as we had some sort of valid user, we could dump all the credentials that were in the accounts there. So now with that password dump, what I'm able to do is I'm able to take the credentials and the users that we just discovered and put them into an even bigger list. So I had the breach parse list, but now I've got this huge, gigantic list. Well, I want to pass that new list around too, right? So I'm going to go ahead and say, hey, can I log in somewhere? One place of interest is always Outlook. So any sort of Outlook, they were running their own Outlook instance, but Office 365, any sort of email, it's always good because usually it syncs with Active Directory. So if you have a valid login on Outlook, you're likely going to have a valid login on a VPN. So we like to target things that would sync with Active Directory. Now, nothing ended up working out of this list, but what did we get from using breach parse and using credential stuffing and dumping all these user accounts? We got user accounts. We can go out to LinkedIn, we can go out to the web, we can scrape and gather as much information as possible, but we're not going to gather everything. And by the time that it was all said and done, using breach parse and using the Lotus Notes exploit, I ended up gathering about 1,000 usernames just for this company. So I got 1,000 usernames. And then I think, okay, well, if the passwords don't work that are from historical breach data, well, maybe I can try something like a weak password, something that might be reusable. Something like summer 2019 exclamation, perhaps. Something about the season, the year, and a special character really gets people going, and they love to do it. So I performed credential stuffing, didn't work, found the user enumeration, got some password spraying in, and password spraying led to credentials, which led to win on the VPN. So we're able to log into the VPN. Now, we're inside the network. At this point, if I break in externally into a network, I go ahead and do a hard stop. I call the manager, whoever's in charge, and I let them know. So I call up the manager, and here's a text message format of it, but I say, hey, I managed to breach your external network, and I gained access to your VPN. I'm in. He said, okay, well, what level user are you? And I said, well, I'm a low-level user right now, meaning I didn't breach a domain admin. And he said, oh, that's it? I'm not too worried then. What can you really even do with a low-level account? That was my face. Exactly my face, because he's taunting me, and I wanted to show him what I could do. So let's take this a step further, shall we? So now we're in the network, and we can do something called LLM&R poisoning. So LLM&R is a man-in-the-middle type attack, or this poisoning is a man-in-the-middle type attack. And LLM&R itself is used to identify hosts when DNS fails to do so. It was previously known as MBTNS. And really the key flaw is that the LLM&R uses a username's user or a user's username and NTLM v2 hash when it is appropriately responded to. And I'll give you an example here in a second. So this is common. This is out of the box default enabled on Windows Active Directory. So we see this quite a bit. Unless a company's been through a pen test before, they typically will have LLM&R enabled unless they know better or not to do so. But what it looks like from a high level perspective is you have a victim, and the victim is sitting here and they're saying, hey, I'm trying to connect to a share. Maybe they type in a share wrong, or they try to do something and it just can't resolve. So maybe they're trying to connect to this hack me share. They ask the server, hey, do you know where this hack M is because it's mistyped? And they say, I have no idea what you're talking about. And this is a broad example. It can be way more than just a typed or a typo or anything. DNS, just a DNS, any sort of DNS where DNS is failing here, we're going to use LLM&R. So what happens is a broadcast message goes out on the network and it says, hey, does anybody know how to connect to this share drive that I mistyped? And we're sitting here as the hacker, man in the middle, and we say, you know what? I do. I'm going to go ahead and tell you how to get to that location. But first, you got to send me your hash and I'll get you connected. And the victim's going to send over the hash. We're going to get connected. And that is what is called responding. It's waiting for some sort of response. We respond to it. It sends over its hash. Easy breezy. So with that being said, we very easily used responder, did man-in-the-middle poisoning, and did some hash cracking. Now, what happened? Well, the same manager that I called up and said, hey, I'm on your network, and said, hey, what can you do? Well, we grabbed his password hash, coincidentally. Had to be him. It doesn't make a better story if it wasn't. It's his password. Guess what he is? He's a domain admin. Guess what his password was? His first name with the one after it. Cannot make this up. You taunt the pen tester, yet your password is your first name with the one after it. It cracked in a matter of minutes. Okay. And with that being said, we logged into the domain controller and we won. Now, there's a common theme here. Okay, I'm going to click through these really fast because we are going to be short on time. I'm talking as fast as possible to get through all these slides, but you can see that we have password as a theme. When it comes to breach parse, password rotation and employee training is important because the breach credentials, if you're reusing passwords, that's going to be bad. Password reuse did occur and got us into Lotus nodes. Also patching because we were able to dump the passwords from Lotus nodes. Then you get over into OAuth and you say password complexity because we were able to log in. But more importantly, we were able to brute force unlimited amount of attempts, and there was no multi-factor authentication. That's the big story here. There's no multi-factor authentication on Outlook. There's no multi-factor authentication on the VPN, which is even worse. Yeah, you're in the email. That's bad. But now you're in the network. That's even worse. And once we're in the network, password complexity again. Your first name with a 1 after it. That's terrible. Disabling the LM&R broadcast. That's important as well. But passwords all around here. And of course, once you get into Active Directory, least privilege. So we're getting account credentials when it comes from LNR because we're finding them, we're getting these passwords, and those passwords are being used on the network. Those accounts are being used on the network. In theory, you should only be using a domain admin account to log into the domain controller. And if you're using a domain admin account elsewhere, it generates network traffic. We capture that, we get a hash, we crack it, we log in. That's not least privilege. So that is story 1. Lesson learned here. Use multi-factor authentication. Okay, use multi-factor authentication. If multi-factor was in place, we never would have been able to log into the network. We would have had to do some sort of social engineering, somehow get that multi-factor or that key from somebody, but it wasn't there. So we were just able to log right in. Password complexity is important. Don't use your first name with a 1 after it. Avoid emails as usernames. User training, super important as well, okay? And don't taunt your pen tester. So don't taunt your pen tester. We're here to help you. Don't tell us, hey, what can you really do with it? Just let us go, understand the importance, and that's the big takeaways here. Now, the stories are going to get more interesting as we go. So I'm trying to save time for the bigger and better ones. So let's really get into the cool ones now. So story time. Let's talk a little bit about IPv6. Now, IPv6 is one of the go-to things that I'm starting to utilize in pen testing. It's been my favorite go-to almost for like the last 2 years. And what it is we all use IPv4, right? We're very familiar with IPv4. So if we're using IPv4 in our network, that's very common. Now, when we have a domain or we have something in our environment and we want to use DNS, we're likely using DNS over IPv4, okay? But what we don't do and what we don't really realize is that IPv6 is also enabled in our network. So we have IPv6 enabled by default, and who is really doing DNS for IPv6? Unless we go in here and disable IPv6, or we come in here and we have a DNS for IPv6, we can get malicious. So what we can do as an attacker is we can say, hey, we're going to sit man in the middle, and we're going to say, I'm the DNS server. Give me your credentials. And what I see a lot of times is any sort of login event. So say a regular user logs in, that triggers an event. If we're doing DNS over IPv6, we could take that login event and then relay that to the domain controller. Okay, we can do what's called LDAP relaying. Get into the domain controller. This will create a new user account or computer account for us. This can dump a lot of information for us. This can do a lot of things, which you're going to see here in a second how robust this can really be by using a tool called Man in the Middle 6, MITM 6. And I'll provide some resources here in just a second on learning more about this tool. But IPv6, by default, I would say a good majority of networks are not doing DNS for it. So we can just hop on, run IPv6 or Man in the Middle 6, do LDAP relaying, and potentially take over the domain controller in just a few minutes. So let's go ahead and take a look at how this works. Okay, so I'm going to show you a little bit of technical stuff from my side. Now, we're going to start with a lab environment that I built out, and then we're going to go ahead and talk and show some real world examples. So we just run this tool, Man in the Middle 6, and we just specify the domain. That's all we have to do. So in this one, I'm running on marvel.local. And here we run a tool called NTLM relay 6.py. And we just specify, hey, where is the domain controller? And what are we going to do here? We're going to set up a fake WPAD, and we're just going to say, hey, I want to specify a loop me folder, which you're going to see here in a second. And now we're just waiting. We're waiting for something to happen. So say, for example, that a non-admin user event occurs. Let's say somebody logs into the network that is a non-admin user. Here we have a non-admin user of Marvel the Punisher, You could see that they logged in and succeeded here because they authenticated. So they have valid credentials. We're sitting man in the middle. We relay this to the domain controller. It succeeds. And what we can do is we can dump out this loot directory. So I specify loot me as a loot directory, and we can get all sort of information. We haven't hacked anything per se yet, but we can get domain computers, domain users, domain policy, domain trust, all sorts of things. Here's an example of what that looks like. You can see here that I could see the domain administrators, enterprise admins, who the administrators are. I can see descriptions, which I see passwords and descriptions all the time. I would say 15, 20% of the time where I dump something out like this, there's a password stored in the description. So if you're a domain admin and you're watching this and you see, or you're setting passwords in your descriptions, please stop doing that because I will find it or your pen tester will find it. So here we get information, right? We can see passwords and descriptions. We can see when passwords last set, what the flags are, when they last logged in, what their SAM name is, all kinds of information. Now, let's say that a domain admin user logs in. Well, when a domain admin user logs in, we can utilize that domain admin user to actually create a new account on the domain. It actually adds the user to enterprise admins, and we log right into the domain controller as this user. It's over. Okay, this is over. So DNS, IPv6, this relaying, it's a very quick way to take over a network. I've seen it happen in as little as 5 minutes. Here's one, for example. Here's a hospital we were pen testing, got domain administrator in 5 minutes. I've tried to blur out everything here. You could see that we were able to relay a user. This is up a little bit here, but we were able to authenticate as a user. That user was a domain admin. We were able to create the user, modify a ACL, add the user to enterprise admin, and then here we had a username and password. All we have to do is log in with this to the domain controller or use something like secret dump and just dump out the information. This is it. It's over. Other stuff that you can do, different hospitals, same results. We can authenticate, and sometimes we don't authenticate as the domain admin, but we can authenticate and get some sort of delegation rights. So it doesn't give us full domain admin rights, but we actually create a computer instead of a user. So this does it all automatically. We create that computer and we can actually impersonate. So you see a -K here. We can actually use a ticket, a Kerberos ticket, to impersonate and log in. Here is an example of where I use this ticket to log in as a domain admin on a specific machine. I was able to also dump secrets. Here's a SAM dump of a specific machine as well using a Kerberos ticket. So there's a lot of different things that we can do just because IPv6 is enabled in a network. Again, if you have no idea what I'm talking about because of pen testing is not your background, you're bug bounty, you're just getting started, that's okay. This is very high level. That's why I just want you to take away from this that IPv6 enabled in your network can be very bad. Here is mitigation strategies, or here are mitigation strategies where we see that turning off IPv6 could disable or prevent this attack, but it could also have unwanted side effects. So this is for you, domain admins. If you're curious about mitigation, here's this. I'm not going to cover it. It goes way too technical in detail. So a couple things I want to point out. If you're interested in reading more about this, if you Google Man in the Middle 6 or MITM6 and you Google Dirk, just Dirk, you don't have to do the rest, but Dirk Janum is a great resource. It covers a lot of these attacks, how they work, way more technical detail. I also have a video on my channel called Domain Admin via IPv6 DNS Takeover. You can hear the walkthrough, see how it's done, and you can even set this up on your own if you want to try it out in your network. So I'll provide the tools and resources in this video if you're curious to learn more about it. Okay, on to the next story. So this client is also a large hospital, and they had deep pockets. Now, they have spent a ton of money on security. They had intrusion detection prevention in place. They had AV, antivirus on all devices, and they had CyberArk. So CyberArk is a privileged access management tool. If you've never heard of that, basically what it does is it allows users to log in and check out credentials. So say you're a domain administrator and you want to log in, you go check out your credentials, and those credentials are only valid for 8 hours. Once those credentials expire or you check them back in, those credentials rotate, and they're usually like 15 to 30 characters in length, and really hard to crack, really hard to do anything with. If CyberArk's in the environment, it kind of stops us in our tracks in a lot of places. However, I still managed to take them down. All right, so we use something called SMB Relay. So if you remember earlier, we utilized a tool called Responder to do the LLM&R poisoning. That was the first example. Now, with LLM&R, you have the option of taking that hash, going offline and cracking it, or you have the option to actually relay that hash. So in order to relay a hash, we can utilize SMB, but SMB signing must be disabled on the target. This says SMB must be disabled. SMB signing must be disabled on the target. And the relayed user credentials must be admin on the machine for it to be of value. They can be non-admin, but you don't get a lot out of it. So what we're doing in this environment is we're in an environment now where SMB signing is disabled. If we get LLM&R, which was all over the place in this environment, we are getting hashes, but remember that CyberArk was in place. If the password is 15 to 30 characters long, we're not cracking it. It's just not happening. So we needed to think outside of the box. And what came up with is, hey, SMB relay. If we can't crack the password, why not pass the password or relay the password and say, hey, we are this user. Go ahead, don't verify that we are, because that's what SMB signing is. SMB signing says, hey, are you really who you say you are? But because it's disabled by default on host, not on servers, just on host, we can utilize that to our advantage. So we can relay some credentials. And you see here that we did a HTTP relay. We actually did this with NTLM relay X, just like you saw in the other man in the middle 6 example. A lot of these tools play well with each other. And we were able to dump out the SAM. So we're able to dump out the hashes on the machine. Now, look, the administrator and tech support 2, there's also user 2, user 3. User 2, user 3 have the same hash value. Tech support 2, and administrator have the same hash value. Okay, they're reusing hashes here. If your administrator hash and your tech support hash are all the same, guess what? I'm taking these hashes and I'm going to try to pass them around the network. I'm going to try to crack them. I'm going to see what you're using here. So I take these, I crack it. By the way, it comes out to power 10. That's it. That's the password. And this password was utilized as well on the antivirus. So I was able to disable antivirus on all machines I logged into because they utilize the same password. No bueno, not good. Now, every time you see pwned here is a machine in the network that is being owned because the password is being used or that admin account exists on this machine. So we went from relaying credentials and signing into one machine, dumping password hashes, and now here we are on this machine. We relay these across the network, and we're just logging into all over the place, all kinds of access, all kinds of owns, okay? And within a few minutes, we come across an account on a machine, we dump the hash, we're able to log in to that using a hash. We don't even have to crack the password. The password, by the way, was welcome1 for a local administrator that is used on a domain controller. Please don't do that. Okay, so lessons learned. SMB signing should be enabled on your network. Least privilege is important. So your users should not have access, administrative access on machines. If all the users in that environment were utilizing low-level access, they didn't have domain admin, or not domain, just regular admin, local admin access on their machine, the relay never would have worked. We never would have been able to dump the hashes out. Account tiering as well, because, for example, you should have, again, the domain admin only log into the domain controllers, and Bob, if he's the domain admin, should have a Bob account and a Bob-DA account that he only logs into his domain admin with, or domain controller with. So account tiering is important. And oh yeah, don't reuse passwords. Super bad. Why do we do this? I see it all the time. All right, and this is my favorite story from the past year, which is called Digging Deep. Now, we're, again, at a large hospital. Come on, you already knew we're 3 for 3 on hospitals here. This hospital had no LLM&R. IPv6 was disabled. Everything was patched. Looked really good from an environment. So what options do we have in that case? If the man-in-the-middle attacks aren't working, everything's patched, we don't really have an exploit, we have to think outside the box. So we have to dig deep. All right, so what I did was I started looking around the network. I started looking for different websites in the environment. So you can use different tools to do that, but basically you're just hunting port 80, port 443, seeing if there's any responses and going to them. What happened was I was going website to website to website, and this is a large hospital environment. They had a lot of websites. Most websites did not have default credentials. All it took was one. Okay, all it took was one. And we logged in plain text, sitting here in plain text, it says local administrative password. You can see this 70, I blurred the rest. Now, this had nothing to do with the environment itself. This had nothing to do with the network. This was just a local admin password stored for something to do with this application itself. Now, why it was stored in clear text, I have no idea. That's on the application. That benefited us. On top of that, the application had default credentials. It was just something they were testing out. It was nothing that they were even utilizing in their environment. They were just testing it out. They used this password. Okay, we start there. Certainly, they wouldn't reuse that password. We haven't seen that in the past, right? Well, I don't know anything about the environment yet at this point. So I just say, hey, crack map exec, which is what we used previously. And just I want to see if the user administrator had with this password could log in anywhere. So I'm just sweeping across the domain, seeing if there's anywhere where this user has administrative access. And wouldn't you know it, there's one machine in the entire network where this works. Okay, log into that machine. Yeah, this is how I felt, by the way. Log into this machine, and you could see that we have the administrator user when we dump the SAM hashes. We have the administrative user, but we also have this other admin user. And wouldn't you know it, it's the same password hash. Look at that, which means what? It's the same password. So now we have a little bit more information at our disposal. There's this admin account. What if we pass it again? Oh, we passed it again and we saw everything light up. Okay. So again, just like the example you saw, pwn. Guess what? This is one of those other tech support type accounts where they were utilizing all across the network locally. So we have this local account and we're just passing it along. We're getting access to machines. You can see here's the authority system where we logged in on the network. And eventually we just keep going around dumping credentials. So this environment itself was using Windows 7. Windows 7 is known for having something called wdigest. Now, wdigest provides your credentials in plain text. They are stored in plain text. You could see here's fall 2016 with 3 exclamations. I told you people love this password. And there's this whole other one here, which I wouldn't have guessed. I don't think we would have actually cracked this one, but you could see it says IS setup, which was actually a service account running in the network, running as domain administrator. Now, you take this domain admin credential, you take it to the domain controller, you log in, and guess what? You're on the domain controller and you've owned the domain. So we took it from completely no access, seemed well patched, had no LM&R, no man-in-the-middle capabilities, and just one configuration, one default creds that were out there. If there were no default creds on that page, we would have never owned this network. Okay, without the default creds, wouldn't got there. Default creds were stored in plain text. If they weren't stored in plain text, wouldn't have got there. If they didn't reuse that password on the network, we wouldn't have got there. If they didn't reuse that password with a different account, we wouldn't have got there either. And if they weren't using Windows 7, we wouldn't have got there. There's a lot of chain events here that happen in pen testing. And it just is sometimes where you have to dig deep and you find these weird paths and you get there. And this is just another example of you have these things on the surface where just one little mistake or one tiny mistake across the board can lead to something bigger. You take one default credential login on an account that you weren't even worried about because it was just an example. It was just something you were demoing. And that went all the way up to domain admin access in a network. It happens. This is real life. It happens. Now, I know I went through this fast, and I did that because I wanted to share a bunch of these stories. So if you have any questions on this, feel free to @ me on Twitter at the Cyber Mentor. You can ask questions. I'll be happy to respond. I'll be available the next hour or so in chat as well if you want to ask more questions about anything that you saw. And of course, I'm very responsive, so please feel free to reach out to me at any time. Doesn't matter if it has to be today, but just feel free to reach out and I'll be happy to answer questions on this specifically. Hopefully this was valuable for you. This is the end of the presentation. I really do hope you found value. Again, just big key takeaways. Use multi-factor authentication. Use strong passwords. A lot of this where we saw throughout the whole thing had to do with passwords, right? We got in externally because of weak passwords or reused passwords. We've owned machines internally because of reused passwords or because you want to be a jerk and also use your name as a password. And we saw local admin accounts just take down networks, enterprise networks with millions of dollars spent in security. In one of the examples with the CyberArk and everything else, local admin is so important. Everybody forgets about it. You can spend so much money protecting your domain credentials that you forget about the local administrator. Local administrator will kill a network. As you see here, will kill a network. There are times where I don't ever access a domain account until the very end, and it's because of that local administrator. And in fact, we never access a domain account in the third example. So keep that in mind. Local accounts can take you down as well. So if I want you to take away these big takeaways, passwords are important. Utilize multi-factor authentication. Remember your local accounts exist and do not reuse passwords on local accounts. If you're using privileged access management, store those as well. And don't taunt your pen tester. That's it for this talk. I really hope you enjoyed it. Again, I'll be around for the next hour or so. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Heath. That was an awesome set of stories. And thank you so much for being part of YASCON 2020. And we are so much grateful to you. So, guys, it's time for another set of giveaways. I'm going to post you a question right away. And the first one to answer has a possible chance to get a giveaway. So, the question to you is, what are the requirements for performing SMB relaying? One more time. What are the requirements for performing SMB relaying? So please don't wait. Right away, post your answers. Let's see who's going to gain the giveaway. All right, we'll be back again shortly, and you might go for a break.
Hey everybody, I'm Nerdwell, and today
Welcome back everyone to YASCON Talks. Now, here comes the last session in the YASCON Talk series. We have a session by Matt Bidwell on the topic How to Drop P1s Like a Pro. In this talk, Matt is going to present a structured approach to building hacking skill. Let's hear from Matt, also known as Nerdwell. Over to you, Matt.
Hey everybody, I'm Nerdwell, and today we're going to talk about how to drop P1s like a pro. A little bit about me real quick. I'm from Louisville, Kentucky. I'm a Bug Crowd ambassador. I've been doing bug bounties for about 2 years, been working in IT and InfoSec for a little over 20 years, and currently work in critical infrastructure protection. So the purpose of today's talk is to help people who have some basic fundamental knowledge in bug bounties. Maybe you've read Web Application Hacker's Handbook. You know how to work with Burp Suite and move around, use some of the basic tools, manipulate an HTTP request, and see what you get back. The goal is to move you from finding P4s and P5s with the occasional P3 to finding P1s and P2s with the occasional P3. It's not easy to do, but that's what we're going to shoot for. So we'll start with the VRT. Now, I guess a word of warning, all of my hacking, bug bounty hacking, has been done through the Bug Crowd platform. So some of the lingo will be specific to Bug Crowd, but the principles are pretty generic and can be applied to any of the platforms. Now, one of my favorite things about Bug Crowd, though, is the VRT. And it really helps us as the hacker to focus our efforts based on impact, and helps us to know what to expect. And then it also helps put us on the same level in terms of communicating with the customer, the project, the program owner, so that we don't have to, try to convince them of impact. It's right there. So that's pretty handy. Now, looking at this list, these are our P1s. There's a few here that we're going to cross out and not talk about today. So really, I kind of break the P1 list into two different types. There's a few low-hanging fruits that are super impactful, but they're not really technical in nature. They don't require a lot of technical chops. There's even some tools to automate the process. And the problem with that is you're going to end up with a lot of duplicates that way. So the first one is default credentials. That's where someone is, they've left admin set. Disclosure of secrets. This is where maybe a developer has accidentally published an API key to a GitHub repo or something like that. And hard-coded passwords, similar. Super big no-nos, but also somewhat common, but very impactful. However, there's a decent chance of them being dupes, and these are all great, but our focus is on how we can develop a structured approach to repeatedly and consistently finding P1s across a multitude of different programs, and to find them with them not being dupes. So we're going to here we go. We're going to cross out these three. We're also not going to be talking about automotive stuff today. So that leaves us with this list. And one thing that should kind of jump out is all of these are server side, but significantly, they also require no user interaction whatsoever. So as the hacker, I can identify this vulnerability, exploit this vulnerability, and pwn that server with zero interaction from anybody else. And that is really a shift in thinking that you have to make if in the way you approach a target from some of the more common bugs like XSS and CSRF and that kind of thing. Now, just for comparison, let's take a look at our P2 list. Here you can see we have lots of server side, but several of these also require some level of user interaction. For example, subdomain takeover can be set up without any user interaction. But in most instances, to actually exploit it, we need a user to visit that site. Similar with the OAuth. There are some ways we can exploit that without user interaction, but for the most part, they require some level of user interaction. And then looking at our P3 list, even fewer that don't require any user interaction. There's an SSRF on here that is a low impact, and that does not require any user interaction. But for the most part, all of these do require some level. So really what we're doing is we're moving from, in the P1s, server side with 0 user interaction, down to P2s to P3s with more and more user interaction along the way, and our attacks are moving more and more to the client side. And the impact is decreasing accordingly. So that is informative to us, and it should help us work on or identify our way of thinking, the way that we approach our target. And so the first step in dropping P1s like a pro is to shift your focus. Basically, we see what we want to see. So when we approach a target, we're going to find what we're looking for. And that sounds so simple, but think of it like this. It's any moderately complex web application. When you run it through Burp and then go look at the target and just browse around, it can be pretty overwhelming. And in fact, sometimes I have a hard time like picking a particular endpoint or even knowing where to start. And so what happens is you can fall into a trap where you just kind of browse around and see what hits you. And the problem with that is if you do find a vulnerability that way, things that you just accidentally encounter are very likely to have been accidentally encountered by someone else before. And that means it's probably a dupe. And so also not very impactful, most likely. So we want to take a more of a sniper approach and look for specific bugs. So if we look for P2s, 3s, and 4s, we're going to find P2s, 3s, and 4s. So we're going to emphasize P1s, and we're going to do that to the exclusion of everything else. Now, I'm sure a lot of people are like, hold up, dude, what are you talking about? Bear with me. I'm not saying we're not going to report P2s and P3s, but in this approach, what we're going to do is we are going to learn the architecture of the system. We're going to build an understanding, a mental model of the system. And in the process of finding P1s, P2s and P3s are just going to kind of fall out. And we report those. Hopefully they're not dupes. Some of them will be, some of them won't be. But you know, that's how it goes. So one thing I've noticed when I'm looking for P1s, and I'm emphasizing those to the exclusion of everything else. That means if I'm going through it, I'm working on trying to find a command injection bug, and I see a potential P2 or a potential 3, like a SSRF or something. I don't want to just let that go away and forget about it, but also don't want to go running down that tangent and completely lose my train of thought, because it's important to get into a flow. One of the most important things that human hackers bring to the equation is the creativity of our individual viewpoints. And that, in a lot of cases, comes down to getting into a flow. And so when you run down all the potential little bugs, you miss out on the big ones. So one thing I do, I use a Mac, and I will just take a real quick screenshot. And you can get a third-party app for Windows to do this, but in the Mac, I think it's like a Command-Shift-3, for example. And it just grabs a screenshot, puts it in a folder, and then later on, I can go through that folder and just kind of see what I wanted to remember, and then go take a look at it when I'm not in the flow of looking for P1s. All right, now, the next step in dropping P1s like a pro is to believe. And this is going to sound a little cliche, but it actually makes a lot of sense. First, you got to believe in yourself. you wouldn't imagine how many people don't believe that they can do the hard stuff. And you know, whether you believe you can or believe you can't, you're right. And so all too often I see people just not even try, or not even, they may try, but they're not really trying. And so what you need to do is believe in yourself. You can do it. The only thing holding you back is your belief that you can do it, literally. Then you also got to believe that these vulnerabilities exist. I find myself falling into this trap sometimes where I'm like, man, this is a world-class internet company. There's no way that they're going to have forgotten to escape this input. You don't know if you don't try, and you'd be surprised. With the larger the source code base, the more likely they are to miss this stuff. And so you got to believe that they're there. And at the end of the day, there are vulnerabilities there. It may be a question of how deep you need to go, or maybe you need to leverage some initial attack vector to be able to hit an API in a manner that they were not expecting. But it's a small little nuances that give you a unique access point that turn into very impactful bugs. And so the best thing to do, in my opinion, in my experience, is to just don't even question it. The bugs are there. Every single application has numerous P1s waiting to be found. So don't get discouraged and believe they are there. Know they are there. I like this, this saying from that one movie. There's some movie, what is it? Field of Dreams or something. If you build it, they will come. You got to take a leap of faith. And that really does apply to bug bounties. It seems silly, but it's so true. Okay, now we're going to get into some more concrete stuff here. So the third step to dropping P1s like a pro is to apply a scientific approach. Use the scientific method. And it's super duper valuable. And it's amazing how applicable it really is. So starting at the top, we ask a question. In our case, most of the time, the question is going to be, how does this system work? Or where can I find a P1? You pick the question. And then you do some background research. And that's where we are, let's say we are approaching a new target. And we pipe it through burp. We exercise all of the functionality. And then go back into burp and just look around and understand what the server stack is, what the client side stack is. It's even a good idea in a lot of instances to actually run Wireshark at the same time, because in a lot of cases, it's using protocols in addition to HTTP that you're not going to catch through burp. And in some cases, you might find some severe bugs. I have found some pretty cool P1s just by looking at Wireshark traffic. So key here, though, is we're doing background research, and we are building a mental model of how this system is built on the server side, on the client side, and then from there, we're going to build a hypothesis, multiple, but we're going to start with a hypothesis of, here's how I think this system is built and designed and implemented. And then we're going to test those hypotheses. And so just as you would in any scientific experiment, you develop tests. So let's say you believe that it's running Microsoft SQL Server. Well, you might implement some methods to fingerprint specifically Microsoft SQL versus Postgres or MySQL. And there's all sorts of tools and talks and stuff on that, but we're going to kind of focus more on a high level here. So build up your experiment or build up your test, and then confirm or deny your hypothesis, and then move through your model of the system in a structured, methodical manner, adjusting it as needed based on your results. And then once you have formed a strong understanding of how the system is built, then you can apply the same principles to finding actual bugs. Okay, let's take an example of how I might document a system, build a model, and then test that model. So let's say I'm approaching a new target, and I can quickly determine there's an Nginx on the front end reverse proxy. And by manipulating query parameters, I'm able to generate an error at the home endpoint, and I'm able to find its Apache HTTPD. Then at the API endpoint, I follow a similar approach. Unexpected input throws an error, and I can see that it's open resty. Similar with support. A lot of times a support portal will run to some third-party app, and this is my picture of the internet. Okay, so let's say on the Apache side, I'm able to throw some errors or otherwise fingerprint the database. I'm going to try to find out what I can. If it's Microsoft SQL, I will target my attack to MS SQL specific SQL injection. One of my favorite things to do is to look at return from the HTTP responses for APIs. And a lot of times you'll actually see in there that it will show you the server name, API server name. And you'll see like a 14-character random digits or random hex characters or alphanumeric, I can't remember. But it's a specific length that's very noticeable, and it's the format that Docker uses for randomly generating server names. And so something very subtle like that can give you some insight. And then based on that, odds are very good that there's somewhere a Docker registry server. And what we can then do is formulate a hypothesis and a very pinpoint test experiment for how we might access or exploit an SSRF bug to reach in and hit that Docker registry server and pull the Docker images. And I mean, that's a super impactful bug. It's the kind of bug that very few people are going to take the time and energy to understand the system well enough to be able to identify and exploit that bug. But it's actually not all that technically complex. And those are exactly the kinds of P1s that we're trying to find. High ROI. Okay, so let's take a look here at some of the next steps we need to do. So the fourth step you need to take to drop P1 Zyker Pro is to ruthlessly challenge assumptions. At the end of the day, assumptions are the root of all vulns. You know, if pride is the root of all evil, assumptions are the root of all vulnerabilities at the end of the day. But they also can impact the way that we approach a target. Many times I will catch myself saying, oh, certainly they wouldn't do that. And I won't even bother testing it. And I try to be mindful of that. When I catch myself thinking that, I'm like, no, test that. If you think they wouldn't do that, then odds are other hackers think the same thing and might just bypass that test. And that's exactly the kind of exclusivity that you want to get, that you have some influence over, that will help you generate P1s that are not dupes. And then as you build an understanding of developer mindsets and patterns and practices, you'll find that in a lot of instances, they will say the exact same thing to themselves as they're developing software. So I actually have been a software developer before, and this happens all the time. You write an application with the expectation that the user is going to be interacting with it in a particular way. And then if they don't, well, then your answer to them is like, well, don't do that. It's like when you go to the doctor and you're like, hey, my arm hurts when I touch it here. And he's like, well, stop doing that. It's, of course, that doesn't work in the hacker world. That's exactly where we're going to hit it. And so we want to think, what are the assumptions that the developers are making? What are the things that they think or are taking for granted about the user experience and the user interaction? And how can we violate those assumptions in unexpected ways? So the last step to dropping P1s like a pro is building your skills, developing yourself. You spend a lot of time behind the monitor learning something, pounding on the keyboard without getting the result that you want. And you have to learn from that, not get frustrated. And you want to approach that in a way that builds your skills in a methodical manner, so that every moment that you are spending behind that keyboard and every program that you're hacking on is working towards some greater picture. And the way you do that is to start with a skills matrix. And your skills matrix is going to be different than mine, because I have different interests, I have different background, I have a different exposure to different things than you might have. And you know, I want my career to maybe to go to a different place than you do. And so that's going to be reflected in your skills matrix. But one thing that is pretty universal is on each of those skills, each of us are going to be at different levels. And it's important to quantify that for yourself, but you need to do it in a way that's not super time consuming and easy to track. And one very effective way of doing that is to basically just break it down into 3 levels. On pretty much any skill, you can either have an awareness level, have a proficiency, or a mastery of that skill. And at the awareness level, it's kind of like you know enough to know that you don't know, but you know enough to know where to go look, and that's super valuable. It's kind of like having a database or an index of technologies and ideas and platforms and such, that when you see it, you know where to go look to get some more information. Maybe you saw a talk on it and you go watch that talk, and you, every time you do that, every time you put that knowledge into practice, you are moving up that chain for that skill. And as you do that more and more and more, what you do is not only level your game and move from awareness to proficiency to mastery, but you're also developing your own niche. And that is right there a key to finding P1s on a regular basis. It's not something you're going to see or hear or easily explain, but it's something that kind of just happens. So let me go into a little bit. Okay, so let's say you have developed a unique mastery of, let's say, binary reverse engineering. Well, that's a skill. Plenty of people can do that, but not a lot of people put the time in. It takes a lot of time, a lot of frustrating hours poking, hex values into memory addresses and failing to learn how that works. And so if you put that time in and you develop mastery with that, that's a very unique skill. It's a niche that can be super valuable to program owners. And so one of the really cool things that BugCrowd has done recently is really elevate the amount of information that they take from the hackers. So you can go in there and fill out your profile and put in your skills, your strengths, in your level of interest. You can put your resume and all that kind of stuff. And then that is used by program owners to identify hackers for private programs. And so there's a few ways that you can increase your odds of finding P1s. So first is straight up technical know-how. And of course, that's great. But even then, the smartest guy in the world can't find a P1 if a non-duplicate P1 if somebody else beats him to it. Now, let's say you are somebody who has a niche and you've filled out your profile and you've been matched with the program and there's a smaller pool. Well, naturally, that's going to increase the likelihood that you are going to find non-duplicate high impact bugs. But another thing you can do is build a relationship with that program owner. So you got to look at it in terms of a career, look at it in terms of a relationship. One of the interesting thing that Casey Ellis has said a lot is that every bug is a startup and every hacker is an entrepreneur. And I think that's, I mean, so you got to think he created this entire environment, right? So what he says should carry a whole lot of weight and we should really think on that. And it could be some very valuable insight there. When you approach it from a relationship perspective and develop your skills to match with unique needs of different program owners, then their business is going to continue rolling out new code, new products, and they're going to need to continue to have testing done. And if you are someone that they can consistently rely on to generate high quality reports, high impact bugs, they're going to call you back to all their programs. And you might even get some unique opportunities that others are not getting. And so that is one way, one powerful way of gaining exclusivity into a program that inherently gives you access to higher impact bugs that are not dupes. Now, one of the downsides to that is you do have less influence over a lot of those factors. You don't decide when a program starts or stops or when their products are going to be released or what kind of testing they need and so on and so forth. So one thing that you can do to gain a form of exclusivity that other hackers either don't know how or aren't willing to put in the effort to get to is back to skills development. So a lot of times when I'm working on a program, I will encounter a bug that I think is there, but it looks like it might take some effort. And frankly, I'm feeling too lazy to do it. And I try to catch myself doing that because if I'm feeling too lazy to do it and it seems like a lot of work to me, it probably has done that to other people. And it's maybe something that other people have just passed on. And in a lot of cases, I have come across bugs that I know many other people could find and would find, but it took more time, more effort and energy than I wanted to put into it. And at the end of the day, yielded an outcome that was good for everybody. High impact, non-duplicate, and in that particular instance, lower return on investment than maybe some others because I had to put in that extra energy. However, every time you do that, you're building your skills. And so if I come across something, crypto is a good example. There are many times I just took on an opportunity that I knew was going to be super challenging. I knew I didn't have the background solely for the purpose of learning. And once you've learned that, it's yours. Nobody can take that away and you can apply it to future programs. It's super valuable. And that right there is a form of exclusivity that you have almost all the influence over. And so you can actually not only learn about technologies deeper than others, but also find entire classes of bugs. One of my favorite examples of this is Albino Wax's research into HTTP request smuggling. So, if you haven't watched that Black Hat talk, you absolutely need to go watch it immediately. But what he goes into is how it was a widely known theoretical attack for a long time, but there was no structured way to exploit it without wreaking havoc on the customer's system. And so he took, I don't know how much time, but I'm sure it took quite a bit of time, and to take a methodical approach, a scientific approach to understanding what is happening there. And at the end of the day, he came up with a very repeatable process. In fact, such a repeatable process that he was able to put it into a Burp plugin that now any of us can point and shoot at any target, and with pretty high rate of accuracy determine if it is vulnerable to request smuggling. And so that is a super cool example where somebody took a hard problem that took a lot of initial effort that other people were not willing to do. And he initially found all sorts of bugs. I don't remember how much money he got off of it, but it was $30,000, $40,000 or something like that. It was pretty interesting. And then once that initial threshold of effort has been put in, it's put in, and you just cash in on it over time. And that's where this matrix comes in really handy. Build it up and move things up, and next thing you know, you look back and you can't believe how far you've come in such a short period of time. Okay, so the last thing I'm going to talk about real quick here is the soft skills side of this. And I talked a little bit about it there a minute ago. But on the one hand, at the initial parts here, we're talking about the micro stuff, the real technical stuff. And then we've got our approach and how we approach the target, how we approach ourselves and our work ethic, and then our personal and career development. But there's this other element that can have a very important role, and that is that building relationship with program managers. And of course, they're going to notice people who frequently produce high impact bugs, and they're going to call those people back to their program. But another way you can do it, very effective way, is to approach it as a business. Approach it to build that relationship. And so, first of all, anytime you write a report, you got to look at that as not only an opportunity to find a reportable bug that's a non-dupe and get a bounty, but it is also an opportunity to totally screw up and burn that relationship or hurt the trust between you and the platform or reduce your accuracy rating. And so personally, every time I go to write a report, I kind of pause for a second and think to myself, okay, is this going to be reproducible? First of all, if I can't ensure that it is reproducible, don't report it. If I'm sure it's reproducible, is it a security issue? And, sometimes that depends on the business, but if you have a pretty good feeling it is, then it's worth it. And then, do you think it's going to be non-dupe? Because every moment that you spend on a report is a moment that you're not spending hacking. But at the same time, the better you write your report, the better relationship that you're going to build with program owners. And if you want some examples, go look at HackerOne's Hacktivity and read some of those reports. Some of them are pretty bad. And people have like an approach, an attitude of like, hey, you owe me. And that's definitely the wrong attitude. You want to have the attitude of, hey, we're collaborating. I want to help you. You're going to help me. But there's no expectation. And that's kind of a difficult mindset to get into. But to help draw a parallel. So I've been doing IT stuff for like over 20 years. And I started out working in a computer store and doing on-site services, networking and that kind of stuff for small and medium-sized businesses. And many, many times I had a customer who, several different types of customers. So there's customers who would be very good repeat customers, and then occasionally would kind of screw you. And you got to make a decision at that point. Are you going to be a stickler on that? Or are you going to take it in stride for the sake of the relationship. And you can rest assured the customer is watching to see how you react. And then there's other types of customers. There's some customers who are basically just going to try to abuse your willingness to help and not be worth the effort. And the way that can translate into a bounty program are program managers who consistently downgrade substantially. At the end of the day, you have no control over that. But what you do have control over is how you respond. And there are lots of other people watching. And so when you respond to that, respond in a positive way. Try to make your case, but if it doesn't succeed, let it be. And then and move on. And even if it doesn't work out with that particular program, there are a lot of other people. Take BugCrowd, for example. There's a researcher's success. There's the other side of it, the people who are integrating with the program owners. And I'm sure there's some other people in between. I have no inside knowledge, but this is what I've gleaned from experience. And so those people certainly, and triagers, don't forget the triagers, of course. When they interact with you repeatedly, they get a good feel of your trustworthiness, your willingness to compromise, and just your overall demeanor. And just like anybody else, they're going to want to work with somebody who's pleasant and understanding and trustworthy. And so more important than any particular bug is the relationship with the platform, the relationship with the program owner. And you can achieve that on a technical level. You have to achieve that on a technical level, but you also have to respect it and develop it and nurture it on the non-technical level. And so what I would leave you with on that is, if you have found a bug and you have decided to submit it and write a report, then make it the best possible report you can write. And if it's not worth the time that it would take to make an awesome report, then it's probably not worth reporting. And you got to make that trade-off. And that is where you drop P1s like a pro, when you start maximizing your time, maximizing your return on investment, and focusing your energy on P1s, server-side, no client interaction. And then those other ones will just kind of follow along as you develop an understanding of the application. All right, well, I hope that was helpful. There's my Twitter handle if you want to hit me up with any questions. Otherwise, have a good day.
And with this comes an end to the YAS Talks. Thank you, Matt. It indeed was an amazing session. The way you have presented the talk is uncommendable. Thank you once again for supporting us. Please stay tuned. We have the closing summary coming up in a while. Along with, we'll announce the YAS CTF winners and giveaway winners too. See you in a while.
Hello, everyone. It is time. We have come to the closing ceremony for YASCON 2020. The whole journey for YAS to organize YASCON was a very exciting one. We have been traveling through the pandemic, and but we were able to bring out an event virtually, even organizing it virtually. So first of all, thank you so much, everyone. And here we are to close YASCON 2020. First of all, let's start with a very bright moment. We are going to announce the CTF winners of the pre-conference event of YASCON 2020, YASCON CTF. YASCON CTF was a very exciting competition. We had around 500 participants capturing the flags for about 10 hours for among 34 challenges. And finally, after a very close fight, 3 teams triumphed. In third place with 2,550 points, winning the vouchers by TCM Security Academy is Team Trident. And in Team Trident, we had Rahul R, Jinesh AK, and John Simon. Congratulations to you all. And in second place, with 4,060 points, a close fight for the first place, it was Team Neutrino Cannon of Devin Cassidy, Shaksam Jaiswal, and Priyanshu Kumar, winning vouchers by Buckroud and TCM Security Academy. And the grand winners of YASCON CTF with a massive 6,270 points is Team BIOS, Prajwal CP, Varun Nair, and Heeraj Haridas Nair, with taking home the grand prize of 1 lakh rupees sponsored by Lulu International Shopping Mall and TCM Security Academy vouchers. Congratulations to you all, and it was a great fight. We appreciate your team spirit, sportsmanship, and above all, your commitment to the field of cybersecurity. To see these happy faces taking the awards home are the biggest achievement and satisfaction for security enthusiasts like us who are organizing conferences. Congratulations to all the winners and all the participants.
Congratulations to all the winners of YASCON CTF. Along with, I'd like to announce the giveaway prizes as well. So the giveaway prizes of the last question goes to Mayank and Muhammad Iqbal. Congratulations. And we have a special giveaway for the most active participant. And this title goes to Arnold Prakash. Thank you, Arnold, for being with us throughout the event. And now, coming up is a special moment for the Yas family. For past couple of weeks, many were working hard to turn YASCON 2020 into a reality. And the gratitude goes to each and everyone who took part and supported us during the event. Let's hear from the folks who saw the dream of making Yas such a wonderful community. An amazing video coming up for you guys.
Hey all, so our first event half came to an end, and this is a small section where we have planned to do our to show our gratitude to all our contestants, and then our speakers, workshop, but who conducted workshop, and all the community members who have been us from the beginning when we were just like five dudes in cybersecurity trying to share content on our knowledge. In this session we like do two things, which is one is to thank all our members, speakers, and workshop, and everyone, the participants of CTO, everyone, and then to introduce all the members or the beginning of YAS. So I'm Ananda Krishnan. I was one of the 5 members who started YAS, and these are the other 3. And one of our members who is Rishi, unfortunately he couldn't join because he was having some issue with COVID, and he's in quarantine. So as you can see in the screen, you can these are the other 3 members. They introduce themselves. So we have Anil Tom.
Hi all.
And we have Nesu. And then Enzo. And the last one is Rishi. So, and this event, this was nothing that we have what we had in our mind. So at first, when we thought of creating a cybersecurity community, we initially thought that we have to do something different, or we have never met when we decided that we have to do a community, or we have to share our stuff, share our knowledge, share everyone else's. Each of us have different skills that we had to share. So when I was a beginner, I had a little bit of hard time finding content or tips and tricks on everything when I started. So we all know the struggle when a beginner is trying to search something for it from when someone is interested in hacking. There is a hard time finding stuff on the internet or in the community. So we just want to do one thing. We want to share whatever we have, and we thought like if we create a WhatsApp group or a IRC or a form, then we'll be able to share stuff with each other, and we can find people who are experienced, people who are not experienced, and we can share our knowledge with each other, and everyone can be on the same page in the community. So initially we just started a WhatsApp group, started chatting about what methodologies that we use. Like for example, I is a bug hunter, and myself I'm doing teaming and security assessment activities, and everyone else is doing their own things. And I thought that if I want to start some bug bounties, I can ask how his methodologies or what are the current trends in bug hunting. And similarly, if he wants something to know from a reviewers or a physical testing perspective, he can ask me. So we all started, like when we started the group, it was just 5 people. Then Anil said that he had someone who needed help in some of other sections, and he added those people. I added some of my friends, added his friends, Enzo added his friends, and then Rishi added his friends. Then little by little it began to grow from a small WhatsApp group where we share content, where like a community where people are sharing their knowledge and their areas of expertise with everyone. And then we were like, okay, we are getting so much from this community. We have to contribute something towards the community. Like we have to give something to the community. Then we decided like, okay, we have to improve from just a WhatsApp. We have to start a YouTube channel or a Twitter account, and we can share all these knowledge with everyone. So like this is, as we know, WhatsApp group is a very small platform. Like 250 to 300 people can only see what we are sharing. So we from there we created one Twitter handle, created one YouTube channel, and people were like, okay, I can share some content that are in my expertise. And like that, we conducted our first webinar on sheath camps during COVID situation. Then before that, we had one opportunity to do one real life, like not like the COVID situation era. Before COVID, we could do a workshop in one of the colleges in Kerala, and we got a little bit of exposure on that section. Like we were giving workshops to people who doesn't know anything about security or security industry or security community. So we could help a lot of graduates who are getting out of college to know about a different type of industry where they could start their career in. And then like that, we were like, okay, we have a group now, we have a Twitter, YouTube channel now, we have to make a name for our community. And Eldo was like, no, we are just another security community. And we were like, let's just put yet another security as our name for now. And then after, I think, 6-7 months, it was still yet another security. We didn't find any new name. And then I said, okay, let's do one thing. We can stick to this name and I'll create a logo for that. So we created a logo. Logo was our first identity. That was our only thing that we had, something that relates to our community. So we were like, so when people see this, they have to know that what our community is and what our initial idea was. So our initial idea was we have to do something different other than normal security conferences or normal security workshop or anything like that. We even had an idea of where there is no security or there is no technology involved in one of our conferences. So that's why, and we were planning like we can do a camping trip or a totally different type of conference where people are not allowed to use technology. They cannot use their phone, they cannot use their laptop. We a group of people will go for a camping or a nature-related activity, and we'll just talk about all the things that comes to our mind. Not necessarily related to security, but if you are interested, you can talk about security. Like a bunch of people talking about things that they are interested in. So that was the initial idea, and that was our big plan for a conference. When all of this COVID situation happened, everyone trapped in their home. I was trapped in my workplace. Everyone was like, what should we do now? Then we saw this trend happening that people are doing conferences online. That's where this YASCON and YAS conference came into picture. And we were like, so when we are creating a community from Kerala. We have to do something so that people will know something about Kerala. And today, November 1st is called as Kerala Piravi. So we were like, we have to do it on Kerala Piravi. That's our day. And people will come to know at least Kerala Piravi. And from this security community, we can share that also with the world. So that's how we all started. Then where we are going with this is a different story. I think Eldo will be the best person to talk about that.
Said like we found YAS back in late 2000. YAS said to build a strong community. Our motto is to spread education, to share experience and knowledge outside the traditional structure and in a more community-focused environment. We develop and promote the participation of entire security community through regular meetings, presentations, workshops, CTLs, and any type of event that helps strengthen InfoSec culture with the mindset of learn, contribute, share. And Anil will tell you more about how we organize YASCON and more about mentors and
Hey, how actually Eldo already mentioned our main motto is giving back to the community, and also like our main goal is sharing knowledge and all things. So initially we started with an hands-on workshop in one college for college students, so that we can help them to come to our InfoSec communities and they can grab the knowledge. So that was the initial step we had done. Then we have done a couple of webinars like red teaming in the area of red teaming and COVID themed attacks, cyber attacks, which is in association with Kerala Police Cyber Dome. And also we have the community partners of Red Team Village in the Cyber Jungle event, and also in the DEFCON, we are the community partners in the Red Team Village. And after that, we thought that we will conduct one like event, but actually we are looking for a physical event. But because of the pandemic situation, we have come to a decision that we will conduct an online event, virtual event. For that, we have our main backbone is our group members, and also we have 20 plus members in our core team. So with the help of everyone, we started planning, and we have a lot of late night meetings and many endless calls and all things. And finally, we have come up with YASCON 2020. And in October 31st, yesterday, we have conducted a 10 hours CTF competition, and it's worth around 2 lakh rupees prize. And there are around 500 teams, 500 players are completed on the CTFs, and the team bios, from the team bios, they have won the prize, first prize. And also, like today, we have conducted this webinar from morning 10 o'clock, and there are many people who are behind this session, and I would like to thank all of them. Now I would like to pass the mic to Nesu to tell more about our sponsors and speakers and everything. Thank you.
Hi all. I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone, especially our sponsors. Without them, we could not possible to run this event. And also speakers, we are very grateful for the time and effort you guys took to share your works and experience with us. And also community partners who gave their times and resources to attend and contribute to YASCON, and also celebrities who support us, and graphics designers, photographers, each one who came forward to help us without considering the monetary benefits. And you guys made YASCON 2020 a success, and it was a great pleasure to see so many of you there. And also huge thank to Rushi. Rushi is ambassador for Backrowd, and he is providing his tremendous support to conduct this event. Also Umar from Red Team Village. Umar has been supporting each and every phase of this activity, and a big shout out to Red Team Village and Greyhead. Also thanks to Club Tiso. And last but not least, I would like to give a big shout out to our entire YAS family and everyone who took part in this cybersecurity conference. The first event from YAS family, we have met. There are several stones and corners which is still require refinement. We are looking forward to coming back to the bank soon. Stay tuned for more updates. Do follow us on social medias, and thank you.
I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our team, entire YASCON team, and also we would like to thank them. So here's our whole YAS team.
Hello everyone. What you're going to see next is a marathon gratitude video from every one of us at YAS. We take this opportunity to thank all our sponsors, partners, volunteers, and each and every one of you who has been our pillars of support and strength. We hope that you continue to support us on all our future endeavors, and we also promise that we will be coming back with a bang. So first of all, let me start our gratitude series with a huge, heartfelt thank you.
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 Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
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 Hello, everyone. Being grateful is always divine, and we cannot express our gratitude. I think we cannot even say that how much grateful we are to all the people who have been supporting us, who has been with us through our entire journey. This is the first step for us, and as we say that every end is a new beginning, we hope that newer beginning will come for all of us, especially for the YAS team and people who are supporting YAS and people who we are supporting. So this is everything. This is everything that we have to say to you is that keep supporting everyone. The talent, the knowledge is never ending. And we all have to be working together, collaborating, giving back to society is what we have to keep in mind. YASCON 2020 closes here today, but we are looking into newer beginnings. This has happened, and let me rewind all those people who have been working behind YASCON 2020, beginning with our sponsors, our partners, our volunteers, and everyone who has been supporting us. Our gold sponsors, Lulu Mall, Buckrowd, TCM Security, Active Bytes. Without you guys, the strong pillars for us wouldn't be able to make it happen. Our other sponsors who has been our moral support, CloudSec, CDC, TuxCentrix, our community partners, DEFCON, Red Team Village, WAS Seasides, Z Labs, and Grey Hat. You guys were awesome. And would like also to mention three special people and groups. First of all, Rushi, the Buckrowd ambassador, who has been with us in organizing the event and helping us bring world-class speakers to YASCON 2020, and we could demonstrate the talent and technology to the world. Omar Santos and Joseph, they have been the greatest support. We can say the pillars of strength as well. We started coordinating with them for around third event of YAS, and from there the support they have given, the encouragement they have given, the inspiration they have given from Red Team Village, Grey Hat was immense. So Omar and Joseph, big hats off to you and thank you so much. Hack Up Test. This young group of people has been with us as a support, and they have been helping us coordinating the event, and these young people are examples of what we can expect the talents of future, the talents from Kerala who is going to leave the cyber world. So this is YASCON 2020 signing off, and this is Arjun Shankar signing off.